Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of V8 Juice, the makers of Wrigley Chewing Gum and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Just when we are safest, there's a sunset touch, a fancy from a flower bell, someone's death, a chorus ending from Euripides. Robert Browning on Men and Women. For television producer Nils Frederick Blixen, someone's death was prologue to a show unwritten. He cast himself in the hero's role. His youthful casting director, Joanna Redfern, his leading lady. But somebody is not following the script. A second someone's death has been written in. Nor is Joanna Redfern playing her part as she should. The heroine is not supposed to be found at the scene of the crime, with blood on her hands. For Nils Frederick Blixen, life behind the camera was never this frustrating. But that's the difference between fiction and fact. And the fact remains. Someone's death was murder. Our story continues after this word.
I was in South Korea with the Peace Corps. We were the first rural health program in Korea. What a lot of us did was to go around and check to see if there was a TB patient in the house. A lot of these people had never, ever had any kind of medical attention at all. I remember one case. She was in pain. She was in real pain. And the doctor examined her and became very concerned. And he told us later that had she not come in, she would have died. I was very, very proud. But you've probably heard this, and you'll hear it again and again from volunteers. The volunteer himself gets more out of it than he actually gives to the people he's supposed to be helping.
Volunteer for the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
One would have thought, seeing Heidi, that she'd fallen asleep over her book. She'd been struck twice in the face by a sharp instrument with a long blade, probably an axe. The murderer may have been splashed, probably had been. An examination would show traces of blood in the trap under the kitchen sink where he or she had washed. No one in the fourplex had heard a sound. The murder weapon was nowhere to be seen. I stood in the doorway and watched a police car drive red away, the face in the window blurred by rain. Sergeant Ames, I want Miss Redfern's attorney notified.
He has been. Did you know the child that was killed?
Child. Tragic, tragic child. My God. Her grandfather get home?
No, he didn't.
When did this happen?
We found her about 10 minutes to 7. She hadn't been dead long.
I know.
How do you know?
My secretary spoke to her.
Why don't you come back inside, Mr. Blixen?
In Red's apartment, Detective Ames took a statement from a pale, perspiring René Ortiz, who protested he knew nothing. He'd come home with a severe headache, he'd taken 3 aspirins, and he'd been awakened by the police at 7.
I believe you have a roommate, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Leeds.
Oui. Bobby Leeds, oui.
Where is Mr. Leeds now?
I am sorry. I cannot tell you. He is no longer living at my place. We had a little disagreement.
Where does he work?
No. Bobby does not work. He is a lily of the field. Occasionally, he acts. You might say he is a mimic, a female impressionist.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. You may go. Oh, and send up the boy, Phil Waters, will you?
Oui.
Incidentally, Mr. Blixen, you said the little girl called your office tonight. At what time was that?
About 6:30, I should guess. I had looked at my watch at 6:25, and my secretary said Heidi had called a little before that, and then she phoned back about 6:30.
And you spoke to the child at that time?
My secretary spoke to her.
Your secretary's name and address, Mr. Blixen?
Miss Mary McGrath, 400 Willow Way, and that's in Glendale.
Uh-huh. Would Miss McGrath be familiar with the little girl's voice?
Absolutely. They'd spoken to each other many times.
On the telephone,
On and off the telephone.
There's no way she could be fooled, not even by a professional mimic like a female impersonator?
Well, my secretary certainly didn't say anything. It was Heidi's voice as far as she was concerned. And that's all I can go on. May I ask one question?
Certainly.
Do you have the murder weapon?
Nope.
Then why have you arrested Miss Redfern?
Well, Miss Redfern stated she arrived home at approximately 6:45. She said she noticed the Ellis door open slightly, called to Heidi, got no answer, and walked in. Now, we came along a few minutes later, heard someone cry out. Miss Redfern was standing over the body with blood on her hands.
Schreiber picked me up the next morning to go see Red where they were holding her at the Sybil Brand Facility for Women.
Well, in my opinion, Nils, it would have been better to concentrate on tying her to the Gladstone murder. Now they have to show a connection between Gladstone and Heidi, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
Is that your good news for the day?
Well, it's a try.
What are you dragging your heels about? Get her off the Gladstone murder. She bought a gun. Well, let him do a ballistics test on it.
Nils Frederick, I'm afraid there's a bit of a hitch there.
What do you mean?
You see, the other day when your boss Todd had Red fired, she went home, got in her newly repaired car, drove down to the pier, and took the boat trip to Catalina.
And threw the gun overboard.
Yes, that's right. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Nobody will ever find it.
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
Carry it with you. Bring Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Bring Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Bring Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Bring Swimmers. Carry the big fresh flavor wherever you go, whatever you do. It's the finest spearmint flavor. The great big taste, delicious to chew. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Absolutely. Lovely. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Brilliant.
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty.
Here, let me freshen up that drink.
Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
Oh, it's a great...
I don't care.
Such a drink.
I want to go home right now. Now
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
When I saw Red come into the visiting room, she seemed to have grown smaller. Behind her, the police matron who brought her in stood and gazed like a cat at a remote distance. There was a glass wall between us, and Red's voice came to me through a phone.
Like my outfit?
How are they treating you? Do you need anything?
Could you send me the trades?
Oh, sure. They'll be lucky if Schreiber doesn't sue for false arrest before it's over.
Don't tell me you two hamburgers still think I'm innocent.
As the day is long.
There's never a Kleenex around when you want one. How's Leonard Ellis?
Leonard, I don't know.
The police tell me he's been hospitalized. They found him in some bar. Told him about Heidi, and he began to get severe chest pains.
The poor guy. All right, I'll check into it. Red, did you notice anything out of the ordinary before you went into Ellis' apartment last night?
Just the door was open.
Was that usual?
Well, it was never open. They were all burglar freaks. They hear 'em every night. There are enough locks and chains and bolts to outfit a dungeon on every door.
Our time was up. The matron was approaching. I told Red I'd be back. She put her hand on the glass, palm flat, and I rested my palm on the other side against hers as though we were touching. I left the building. By the time I got back to the studio, I didn't think anything was worth too much. There was a strange secretary in my office. It took me a moment or two to remember that last night at the office, just before Jack and I had stepped out into the rain, Mary had told me she was flying out in the morning to Chicago to see her sick father. I smiled at the new secretary. She had the heat turned up and her coat over her shoulders, but none of it seemed to warm her in the least. I picked up all my messages from her desk, including one from Tibetan Research. It read, "The threatening letter, the words were cut out of Star Eyes Comics, April 15th, 1972 issue. Good man, Tibbet." I spent the next 10 minutes on the phone. Good Samaritan Hospital to check on Leonard Ellis. Learned nothing, except that he was in intensive care. Hung up and got a call from Ames.
Blixen?
Yes.
I wanted to talk to your secretary, Mary McGrath, but I got somebody else. Thought I had the wrong office. Where is Miss McGrath?
In Chicago. Her father's sick, didn't I tell you?
No, you gave me her address in Glendale, but there's no one there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was pretty shook up last night. I've got the number right here. Just a minute. 427-3099. I don't remember the area code.
I'll get it, thanks.
I spent the day at my desk going over all of the scripts that were ready to shoot. It was 5 o'clock when I got another call from Sergeant Ames.
We called the number you gave us in Chicago for your secretary, Miss McGrath. She wasn't there.
Well, her father's very ill. She might have been at the hospital.
Nope. Called a couple of her friends as well. No sign of her. So we went to the airline at L.A. here. She never got on the plane. Hey, Mr. Blixen?
I'm here. I'm trying to find an explanation. She was very close to her father. She told me he was dying.
Well, he passed away at noon, Chicago time. Well, I'd better notify missing persons.
I hung up and sat thinking about Mary and the two deaths that had already occurred. Mary? How could she be involved? Was I losing my sanity? Was there a straight line through Dan Gladstone, Heidi, Mary? Where would it end? And with whom?
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. He'd go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nuts the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time.
What's the secret? It's the way Beechnut just keeps getting better. Like Beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's Beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and Beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. With more and more people eating poultry these days, it might be a good idea to review some basic facts on how to buy and serve poultry. First of all, remember to look for the grade shield. The highest quality is U.S. Grade A. Grade A birds are fully fleshed, meaty, and attractive in appearance. But when you bring it home, remember that all poultry is perishable. Care and cleanliness should be used in the preparation, cooking, and serving of all poultry products. Keep frozen poultry hard frozen until time to thaw, and cook it promptly after thawing. Use fresh chilled poultry within 1 to 2 days. Completely cook poultry at one time. Never partially cook, then store, and finish cooking at a later date. Leftover cooked poultry, broth, stuffing, and gravy should be separated, covered, and refrigerated. Then you'd better use it within 1 or 2 days. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Jack was parked in his usual place waiting for me, reading the late edition of the Times and looking at the legs of starlets as they passed the checkout point at the gate.
Hi, Mr. Blixen. Hey, what do you hear from our girl?
I saw her this morning. She'll make it. Let the traffic clear a little bit, Jack. I just want to sit here for a minute.
You know, my wife, Dolores, she's got it all pegged. She says they're railroading Miss Redfern, and she says the kid's grandfather did it.
What's she based that on?
Well, for one thing, the paper said there were 3 or 4 locks on the front door, and all of them were open. And Dolores figures the kid was waiting for whoever lived there to come in. The paper said she was on the couch, so she didn't open the door herself. The locks were off, and the guy came right in.
Unless he picked the locks first.
Hey, you can't pick a lock without making some kind of noise.
Oh, but it was raining. That might have covered it.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want the old man to be guilty?
Something like that. Besides, he left the studio at the same time we did last night, 6:30 or thereabouts. He couldn't have gotten to the apartment, killed the girl, and split before Red arrived.
But when did she...
About 6:45.
Well, it'd be tight, but I think he could make it.
In 15 minutes?
I don't know. I have to run it myself.
Do it. Do it now. I want to go over there anyhow.
All right. You time it, but wait till I get out of the lot. Hey, I feel like Mario Andrade. Now, who's going to pay the fine if the cops stop me?
They'd better not stop you.
I hope you're right.
We crossed Santa Monica, turned right onto a congested alley, left a narrow street, and east again toward Vine. There were no automatic signals on Jack's route. At the boulevard stops, he paused and nosed at once into honking traffic. 12 minutes and 20 seconds later, we pulled to a stop in front of the fourplex.
Okay, how about that?
You're a professional driver, and you barely made it. Ellis was drunk. The streets were wet. No, I can't buy it. It's out of reason, all out of reason. Leonard Ellis was the only one in the whole house who couldn't have done it.
Except, of course, Miss Redfern, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. You better not wait, Jack. I want to pick up something from the garage, and no idea how long I'll be. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
On the walk, Boom Boom, wearing shapeless coveralls and a pith helmet, was using a small hand hoe to replant one of the rain-shattered rose bushes.
Ah, dear Frederick. You see, chérie, it is foolish to try to raise anything beautiful in this violent city. I loathe that little girl, that Heidi, but she was part of the house, part of the fun. And now she's gone. Joanna's in jail. Poor Leonard is in the hospital. Bobby's left. Nothing is the same.
Bobby's left? Do you know where he's gone?
He called. He want to know about the funeral. He's living with another boy in La Cañada.
I want to ask you a favor. I understand Heidi kept a number of magazines, comic books, in the garage.
Oh, to many. I was going to call the trash man.
Well, before you do, I'd like to go through them, if I may.
Bonne chance then, chérie.
As I walked along the root buckle driveway, I could hear Phil practicing. He was home. I paused under the ground floor window to listen.
It's not bad, huh?
It was Boom Boom's husband, Fred, pushing through the screened back door, coming down the warp steps with a glass of wine in each hand. He looked curiously clownish in wide, baggy pants, a gray undershirt, and loose carpet slippers. And that's how I pegged him, a quiet clown.
Compliments of the house, Mr. Blixen.
Thank you, Mr. Hayworth. I didn't want either of you to go to any trouble.
It's Fred, and you're a guest. And guests are no trouble to Boom Boom. They're the breath of life. Drink it. She makes it.
That's very good.
Boom Boom says you want to look through the comic books in the garage, huh? Come on, I'll help you.
The garage was ramshackle and unfinished, built for the thinner, taller cars of the 20s. It wasn't true that the comic books were piled to the roof, but there must have literally been thousands. Stacked along both side walls and the rear, some loose, some tied in uneven bundles, some torn and old, some recent.
Which one you looking for?
Star Eyes, April 15th, 1972.
Star Eyes. Star Eyes.
We tackled it from opposite sides, restacking as we went. Halfway through the first pile, I thought I heard footsteps outside. It sounded like someone paused outside the garage near the heavy raised door, perhaps to watch and listen. Fred, engrossed in the search, hadn't noticed. I swallowed the last of the wine, and I drifted toward the entrance. I looked casually down the drive and into the rear yard and along the porch. There was no one there. And the guitar practicing had ceased.
I'm up to March. April 1st, 8th, April 15th. Here it is.
Good, good. Let me see it. Fred, you see these holes in the pages? Now, I say that Heidi cut the words out of this magazine for the threatening letter she sent to Red.
But the writer threatened to kill Dan Gladstone. I know Heidi was a weirdo, but she wouldn't have killed nobody.
She could drive. She could have been out of the house that night.
Mr. Blixen, if you tell the police all this, you know what they're going to think?
No, what?
Well, if Red figured out that Heidi killed her great love, and if she came out here and found the magazine and put two and two together like you just did, couldn't the police say that was enough motive for her to kill Heidi?
Fred Hayworth wasn't a clown. I was. There was no answer I could give him. I just walked away. At 4:30 in the morning, I gave up the idea of sleep, and I stepped onto my balcony to wait for sunrise. At 8:30, I was in Walter Tibbetts' office in research, seated at the chrome desk under the cobwebs, comparing my mutilated copy of Star Eyes with the whole one that he had.
So, what do you expect to accomplish with this thing now that I, run it down for you?
I'm not sure. I was playing detective. I hoped that I'd be able to help my casting director.
You mean that nice kid they arrested Joanna Redfern?
Yes.
Help her. How?
Oh, that's too complicated. Just believe me when I say it didn't work.
Wait a minute there. What was that?
What was what?
Let me see your copy.
Walter, what are you doing?
Pages 17 and 18 are missing from your copy.
And they weren't part of the original cutout?
No, because I showed you those parts. Peter Lorre and the Bug-Eyed Monsters. What does that mean? And on page 18 as well, continuation of same story.
Oh, sure. They're a rock music group.
And stills of the real Peter Lorre on the back. You remember M?
Oh, yeah, beautiful. That was a gorgeous performance. Scared the hell out of me. It's been so long. Wasn't M a kidnapper?
No, he's a child molester, most despicable criminal in Berlin. Remember the police couldn't find him? Oh, finally the underworld took over. They captured him, executed him, I think.
Yeah, they talk about the movie here, in your copy.
Well, what's the connection? This wasn't part of the threatening letter that you showed me.
No. Unless there was another letter. Wait a minute. There's some other places cut out.
Yeah, let me see it. I'll compare them. Write this down. Go to the $300 cash each and every month for life. I will pay, or that's OAR.
OAR.
OAR. Police. That's it.
Well, no, wait, that's plain enough. Pay $300 cash each and every month for life, or I will go to the police.
You want to know something? A person could get killed sending letters like that.
A person did. I walked back to my office in a daze. My substitute secretary hadn't come in yet, but my phone was ringing. Blixen here.
Ames, I called your apartment. You left early.
What is it, Sergeant?
We found your secretary, Mary McGrath.
The bullet, fired at close range, had entered her left eye near the nose, shattered the back of the skull, and spent itself inches short of the kitchen drain board. The brackish odor of death permeated the small house from end to end. According to the deputy coroner, she had been dead for approximately 40 hours.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I had my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man, just trying to keep and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what did I learn? Don't wanna detract, wanna see things instead of all over the world. There's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Someone's Death. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by V8 Chews Wrigley Chewing Gum and Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes And listen here.
To the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. On a cold and gloomy day in LaGuardia Field, Ken and the chief stand watching a great transatlantic plane take off.
Well, there he goes, Ken.
Yeah, off to London. Sir Robert Beaumont. Chief, I don't know.
Don't know what? Whole thing simple enough.
Oh, sure. The British Air Ministry makes arrangements ahead of time. Their representative arrives here and presents his credentials. The Army hands him blueprints of the new supersonic missile. And he catches a plane back to England. I agree with the chief. It is simple.
Then why worry?
Oh, call it a hunch. Anyhow, we can't do anything here. Come on, Chief. Let's grab a taxi.
If you're looking for a taxi, if this isn't the one, then what is it?
Felschmidt.
Pagon, oh, no.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. It's about time you noticed.
What are you doing out here?
I just told you, driving a taxi. Come on, get in. Won't even put the flag down.
I'll bet the owner'd like to know about that.
Or him, it belongs to Uncle Ahmed, and he's in jail for reckless driving. Come on, I got special rate for very dear friends.
May as well get in, Chief. The only cab around.
Very surprised at you, Mr. Thurston. Saying goodbye to such a no-good crook like that Count Heeland fellow.
Heeland?
Why, Pagan, that was Sir Robert Beaumont.
Huh? No, when I knew him in Istanbul, he was a spy.
Good Lord, Ken, it can't be.
Oh, yes, it can, Chief. Pagan, drive to the office of the Bureau and make it fast.
That must be it, Ken. Here, you take it.
Thanks, Chief. Hello.
It's your call to Wimbledon, England, Mr. Thurston.
Good.
Hello? Who is it?
Sir Robert, my name's Ken Thurston. You don't know me, and I haven't got time to explain.
Well, in which case, sir, I fail to understand what business
Nor can I understand how you were able to pick up some blueprints here in New York, then be back in England to answer your phone 2 hours later.
You're mistaken, sir. I've not been away from Wimbledon.
What about the supersonic missile designs to be delivered to the British Air Ministry?
I know nothing of any such designs, Mr. Thurston.
Then I think I'd better call the Air Ministry.
No, I strongly advise you against any such foolish proceedings as calling the Air Ministry. In regard to the matter you mentioned, I assure you that everything is quite in order. Good day, sir. Well, Ken?
Pagan. You say you were a friend of that Heeland fella?
Well, not exactly a friend, Mr. Thurston. He's a crook, you understand, so of course it was a very slight acquaintance.
Oh, sure, yes. Well, starting right now, you're out of the taxi business. Come on. We're going to England.
Mr. Thurston, then where are all these tennis courts?
Pardon me, is this cab engaged?
Why, no, sir. You're welcome to its services.
Thanks. Get in, Pagan. Do you know where Beaumont Manor is?
Oh, yes, sir. It's about 3 or 4 miles from here.
Good. Well, that's where we're going.
Oh, I say, Jenkins, you're already engaged.
Well, sorry, Mr. Norman. But perhaps these gentlemen wouldn't mind sharing with you. They're going to the manor themselves.
Oh, it'd be a great help if you would, you know. My name is Winston Norman, down from London, you know.
My name's Ken Thurston, Mr. Norman, and this is Mr. Zellschmidt.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Be glad to have you along.
Oh, thanks very much. Awfully decent of you. I was so afraid that I...
Mr.
Thurston,
look. You dropped your gun, Mr. Norman, here.
Thanks. Clumsy of me. I'm not used to getting one, you know.
All right, driver.
It's not customary at all. I mean, I hope you don't think that I was...
Something fishy about you, mister. Maybe you're going out there to bump off old man Beaumont.
Sir Robert? Oh, I say now, after all, he's practically my father-in-law. I'm engaged to his ward, you know.
His ward?
Yes, Lisa. Lisa Thompson.
So that's why you're going to the manor?
No. Mr. Thurston, I have reason to believe something may be wrong up there.
Yes, I have one or two reasons like that myself.
Just what business are you in up in London, anyway? Packing a rod.
Oh, I'm not in business at all, Mr. Zellschmidt, if you mean the trades. As a matter of fact, I'm in the office of the Air Minister.
How long do we have to wait here, Mr. X? This room gives me the creeps.
I don't know, Pagon. According to the butler, Sir Robert wanted to see Mr. Norman first.
Oh. Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Norman?
Mr. Thurston, Sir Robert would like to see you in the billiard room, alone.
Fine. See you later, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, don't leave me here with this assassinator.
Talk to him. Entertain him. Tell him about your Aunt Tallulah.
But Mr. Thurston...
An excellent shot, Mr. Thurston. You're quite a proficient billiard player, you know.
Thanks. But, of course, I didn't come here to play billiards, Sir Robert.
I dare say you didn't. Perhaps against the far cushion with a slight spin. Oh.
It's too bad. Takes pretty steady nerves for a shot like that.
Quite so. Why did you come here, Mr. Thurston?
Let's say I didn't want a certain set of blueprints to fall into the wrong hands.
And what, may I ask, would you consider the wrong hands?
With a gadget as deadly as that supersonic missile, any hands might be the wrong ones.
It's your shot, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. Now, let's try for a cannon off the cush.
Amazing. You're either very skillful or very lucky, Mr. Thurston.
This kind of a game takes a little of both. Where are the blueprints now?
Don't you think that's really the concern of the Air Ministry? After all, the man who received the plans in New York carried the proper credentials, didn't he?
Yes. And he also carried your name.
I have no explanation, no comment.
I see. It's, your shot, Sir Robert.
What a spooky house. Probably haunted. I wish Mr. X would come back. Or even that Mr. Norman character. At least he had a gun. Such pictures they got on the walls. Dead people. Give anybody the heebie-jeebies. Huh? Somebody's there. Coming this way. Who's there?
Get your hands up.
But...
Don't move.
But...
Zellschmidt.
Huh? Oh, Count Heeland, my old friend.
Never mind that old friend stuff. What are you doing here?
Oh, I came here with Mr. Thurston. I mean,
Who's Mr. Thurston?
Why, he's the one... No, I can't tell you. Not for $1,000.
Haven't changed, have you? Well, it just happens that I have $1,000. Here.
Oh, I couldn't possibly hear... Ooh.
Who is Thurston?
No, I couldn't.
Who is he?
He's the man called X.
So that's it.
400, 500, and 600. Oh, sure. It's 700. What are you going to do now?
Nothing, Pagan. Just going to get my $1,000 back.
Huh? Oh, no. Wait. Oh!
Oh, too bad, Sir Robert. You've jerked the cue just as it hit the ball. Probably a nervous reflex.
It's out of the question, Mr. Thurston. I can't discuss it with you.
What, the billiard show?
You know quite well what I mean. I have very good reasons, but my ward, Lisa, I simply can't.
You dropped your cue, Sir Robert. Here. What about Lisa?
Can't you leave the subject alone? Won't you simply accept the fact that I can't talk to you about it?
No. With a secret as deadly as that on the loose, I won't accept any kind of lying.
I beg your pardon, sir.
With all due respect to your name and your age, one way or another, you're going to talk.
Very well. I'll tell you what it's all about. It means relying entirely upon your discretion, Mr. Thurston. It's a dangerous business. And if anything goes wrong, then heaven help all of us.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken's hard-driving questions at last paid off, and Sir Robert Beaumont agreed to tell what he knew of a certain highly secret set of blueprints delivered by the United States Army to a man posing as Sir Robert himself. But according to Pagon, that man is really Count Helan, a dangerous international crook. Just how dangerous, Pagon discovered later, much to his own misfortune.
Pagon, snap out of it.
Rather nasty blow someone's given him, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. Come on, Pagon. Wake up.
Huh? Mr. Thurston, I've been robbed. A whole $1,000 gone with the wind.
You're delirious. Where'd you get $1,000?
Why, for telling him that...
Oh, Healand, huh?
I didn't mean to tell him, Mr. X. He beat me. He threatened to kill me.
Pipe down now. Well, Sir Robert, he's been here now, and he knows who I am. You got to move. Move fast.
One thing must be clear, Mr. Thurston. We can't let anything happen to Lisa.
I'll go with you on that.
Lisa?
Pagon, your friend, Healand, is holding Lisa Thompson a prisoner somewhere.
I told you he was a crook. Yeah, but why?
To force me to turn over my credentials from the Air Ministry and keep still while he went to New York and picked up those plans.
What a lowlife. And then he stole $1,000 from me.
Healan used to keep a flat up in London in the neighborhood of Covent Garden, a few doors from the Tavistock Hotel. I have the address in my files.
Well, we've got to start looking somewhere. All right, Sir Robert. Let's have that address. Easy now. This is the house.
But maybe he's in there, Mr. X. Right behind the door. With the gun.
Well, I've got one, too, so we're even. Stand to one side.
Good. Nobody home.
Who is it?
Miss Thompson, are you alone?
Yes? Who are you?
I'm Ken Thurston, a friend of your guardian. I've come to take you home.
Oh, thank heaven. I can't let you in, you know. I haven't a key.
And stand back. We'll give it a try. Come on, Pagon.
Sure.
I've given up all hope of ever getting out of here. It's been more than a week.
Oh, well, it's over now, Miss Thompson. This the only room?
No. There are three. Just this one door.
Has Healan been here today?
Healan?
Yeah, the man who's been holding you here.
Oh, but it couldn't be. I didn't see this man's face. He disguised his voice, but it couldn't be Healan. I know him. He's Sir Robert's chauffeur.
Mr. Thurston, somebody's coming.
You're wrong, Mr. Zellschmidt. I'm already here. Put up your hands.
When?
Mr. Norman, that gun's going to get you into trouble.
Are you all right, Lisa? Am I in time?
When? Darling, Mr. Thurston just broke in to rescue me. Of course I'm all right.
But I
Miss
thought that
Thompson, this man with the disguised voice, could it have been Mr. Norman here?
You don't understand. When and I are engaged, we're going to be married.
Yes. A perfectly silly idea.
I guess it was of that. All right. Let's go back to Beaumont Manor.
Oh, my dear Lisa, you've no idea how I've suffered during the past week, not knowing where you were nor what might have happened to you. Thank heaven you're safe now.
Yes, thanks to Mr. Thurston. But I don't understand. He says it was Helan.
Yes, Lisa, dear, I'm afraid it was.
Was it for ransom or what?
Lisa, darling, you don't want to hear about it tonight. You must be terribly nervous after such an ordeal, eh?
I was, but now that I'm back home, silly, of course, I'm just hungry.
Well, we can soon take care of that. I'll have Arthur bring you something. We're very fortunate it all ended as happily as this.
I think you're forgetting something, Sir Robert. As long as those plans are on the loose, the thing hasn't ended. So, I'm going to sit up and wait for Helan to appear.
But I don't follow you, sir. Why do you expect Helan to come back here?
Oh, might be several reasons. Revenge, maybe. Or when he finds Miss Thompson's escaped, he might try to get her back. And, of course, it could be that he finds this place attractive. I do.
You seem to be quite fond of billiards, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, I am, yeah. Seldom get a chance to play, though.
Nice shot. Don't you want the champagne can? I poured it for you 10 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, I forgot all about it. Thanks. It's quiet here with everybody in bed. Isn't there at least a family ghost in the house?
I've never heard of one. You think he'll really come here tonight?
Who? Oh, Helan. Oh, I'm pretty sure of it.
I suppose I ought to be scared. But I'm not with you here.
And there's Mr. Norman, of course.
He's a nice boy. Would you like some more champagne, Ken?
No, thanks, Lisa. No, I feel a little, dizzy, as a matter of fact.
Dizzy? Something wrong?
I don't know. Oh, it's strange. I feel like...
Ken! Ken, can you hear me? Ken! Good. Shh, why not? Kamerad? Ik ben het, Lisa. Näher kommen. De billardzaal. Auf die Stelle. Herr Thurston ist unbewusst. Jawohl. Ende gut, alles gut. You.
That's right, Lisa. It's a gun.
You're not unconscious.
No, I probably would have been if I hadn't dumped that champagne behind the table.
All right, you're more clever than I thought. How did you find out?
Oh, Lisa. One look at that flat in London. I knew you had to be in on it. 2 street-level windows with a bobby walking his beat in front of them, and you claimed to be a prisoner.
We didn't count on anyone coming there.
Not even possible customers. He even turned the plans for that supersonic missile over to you, didn't he?
I don't remember. Did you care to search me, Ken?
I might later. After I get your partner.
What makes you so sure he'll come here?
For one thing, I heard you call him on the phone, remember?
So? What are you going to do?
Wait here for him, that's all.
It won't be a very long wait, Thurston. No, drop the gun.
What?
Well, Heland, you made a quick trip.
I didn't have far to come.
I suppose that's an inter-house phone. You were already here, huh?
Yes, at the gatehouse. What happened, Lisa? You said he was unconscious.
He was only pretending he knew all the time. Kill him now.
Well, that's an interesting suggestion.
It's probably the best idea.
Be all right if I try a shot or two here while you make up your mind?
Go ahead, if your nerve is steady enough.
better kill him now. I tell you, he's clever.
But, my dear Lisa, so am I. Nice shot, Thurston.
Steady nerves and a little luck. That's all it takes.
Maybe. Only your luck is all run out. In the language of your game, Thurston, you're right behind the 8-ball.
You must be thinking of another game, Heeland. There isn't any 8-ball in this one. Now, I suppose the idea is to sell the plans to the highest bidder, is that it?
Oh, it's a much better idea. I'm going to sell them to all the bidders. Any reason for the question?
No, just making conversation. It helps things. Oh, sorry.
Dumb cut.
Drop the cue. Maybe you're not so calm after all.
Oh, leave it lie. I'll use another one out of the rack. This one ought to do just as well. No, Lisa. I'll take that gun, thanks. I'll get back.
What are you going to do? You won't shoot me. You can't turn me in.
Oh, can't I?
Mr. Thurston, where are you?
In here, Pagan.
Well, I got it all taken care of, Mr. Thurston. We got the joints surrounded. Scotland Yard is all over the place. We'll catch this double-crossing. Hey, what's happened?
Argument over a billiard game. You're too late. It's all over.
It's Count Heeland, huh? Out like a wet blanket. Mr. X, did you find the blueprints?
Oh, I'm pretty certain Lisa's carrying them.
Well, then, that's that. And all's well that ends well.
Yes, what Lisa said. Ende gut, alles gut. Only it hasn't ended yet, Pagan. Because here and there, all over the world, there are people like these two who are always ready to sell out to the highest bidder. As long as fair-minded humans are being put behind the 8-ball, then we can't expect very many things in this old world to end well.
And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks, Wen. Tonight's something of an occasion because it marks the beginning of the second year with us of two people who've meant a great deal to our Frigidaire program. One is Johnny Green, whose fine composing and conducting have given us such outstanding music week after week. And the other is our director, Jack Johnstone, whose able guidance is seldom fully appreciated outside the studio. We owe a great deal to them. We think a great deal of them, and we would like you to know it. Next week, our story is called Spirit of the Snows, and I think it's a honey. As usual, of course, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Paul Muni. And so with Lucille Fletcher's play for broadcasting called The Search for Henri Lefebvre, and with the performance of Paul Muni, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Just set down the last note on paper. You know what it is to write a piece. The agony, the drudgery, the exaltation. A fever consumes one. Hours melt away at the piano. Time, people mean nothing. The world revolves around this rocking song, this tender magic. A heavenly feeling comes into your heart and nestles there. So it was with this music. I had just set down the last note on paper. I was happy and weary and full of peace. I lay down on the sofa to relax before Suzette brought my supper. There's a radio near the couch. That night I turned it on. It is to feel horror, true horror, the animal thing. I've seen horror many times grimacing at me out of the corner of my room, but this time it was upon me. It was in my brain. For that music on the radio playing now was the music I had just set down on paper. Suzette! Suzette!
Yes, monsieur.
Suzette, come here. Listen to this thing. You hear it, don't you? This is real music playing?
Yes, Monsieur Flynn. The radio's playing real music.
It is not an illusion, a hallucination of some kind in my own brain.
No, Monsieur Flynn. It is real music. And very pretty.
Pretty?
What is the matter, monsieur? Is anything wrong? Don't you like it? Then we will turn it off.
No. Leave it on. Leave it alone. Listen to it. Sit there beside the radio and I will get it for you.
What, monsieur?
My score. Look at it. Note for note. Even as they play, my tonality, the oboe solo. And I thought, it's a joke. A joke, an incredible joke.
Oh, monsieur, I cannot read music. I do not understand.
Perhaps someone in this building has heard me play. But no, this orchestration is the same, and the orchestration is a secret, quiet thing that one does alone. Perhaps they have stolen the score. Someone has copied it. But I only finished it this afternoon. It has been here in a drawer and on the piano. Unless someone else. There is someone else, someone like me. With my brain, my soul. A kind of double.
It is over now, monsieur. Do you want me to turn it off?
No. See what they announce.
So concludes another...
See what they dare to say.
Series. You've been listening to the Elegy for Orchestra, Opus 42, by Henri Lefebvre.
Henri Lefebvre? Henri Lefebvre!
Calm yourself, monsieur.
Henri Lefebvre? Why, I've never heard of the man. He's an imposter. And they're liars. Get me the broadcasting station at once. She slipped out of the room, and I sat there staring at the freshly written pages. My brain was reeling. It was my music, every little note, every turn of phrase. Before me, the silent radio faced me like a mocking, sardonic sphinx.
Adolphus, my good fellow, what's happened?
Monsieur Picard.
I thought it best to bring him, monsieur. Your good friend.
Did you call the broadcasting station?
Yes, monsieur.
And what did they say?
They said, monsieur. Oh, Monsieur Picard, I'm afraid.
They said, Adolphus, that it was a piece by Henri Lefebvre.
An old piece, written nearly 15 years ago. What? Adolphus, dear boy, now try to be calm. Dear me, you composers are so temperamental. Sit down and try to analyze this thing from a mental viewpoint.
15 years ago? But I finished it today.
The brain is such a queer thing, Adolphus. And a musician's brain, that is still a puzzle to us scientists. 10 years ago, perhaps even 15 years ago, you heard this piece somewhere. Perhaps your conscious brain scarcely noted it. You were thinking your own thoughts, but your subconscious reached out and grasped it for yourself. And now, 15 years later...
What are you trying to say, Monsieur Picard? That this piece is not mine? That I stole it from this imposter?
No, I assure you, my dear Adolphus, you've always been utterly original.
I wrote that piece myself, do you hear? I tore it out bit by bit from my own creative imagination. If I had remembered it, even my own subconscious, would it have come so hard? It would have flowed out like a dream. But I had to struggle. Look at these erasures and these cuts, this coda.
And you say it was exactly this way on the radio?
Exactly as though they had copied out the parts in the twinkling of an eye. And an orchestra was reading my score.
It's very strange.
The man either stole my piece somehow, or else there was some terrible coincidence. Some simultaneous crooked streak of identical inspiration that leaped across the world.
Adolphus.
Who is this Henri Lefebvre? I should like to know him, to confront him face to face.
Henri Lefebvre. You've never heard of him, Adolphus?
No.
He was a rather famous composer in my youth, a writer of symphonies and operas.
And what has happened to him? Is he still alive?
It is an interesting question, Adolphus.
I must confront him, do you hear, Monsieur Picard? I'm convinced that there's something unreal about all this. Fate has played me some trick. There is some horrible linkage between this man and myself. Some string vibrating in his brain which has caused a like vibration in my own. I must find him. I must somehow break the spell.
And supposing this Henri Lefebvre is dead.
Dead or alive, I must discover where this music came from. And what it meant to him. And what it may mean to me.
Tonight, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Paul Muni, whom you've heard in the prologue to The Search for Henri Lefebvre. Tonight's study in suspense.
Down in Bermuda, there's a famous club, renowned for its fine food and gracious living. Suppose we go there now to the exclusive Coral Beach and Tennis Club and observe a dinner party on the terrace. One of the party, a North American, has just raised a toast to his hosts. As he lowers his glass, another is raised by his Bermudian friend who says, "It has been a pleasure, my friend," and in a way, payment on a pleasant obligation to your United States. For your California has given us this superb wine in which we drink these toasts. So delicate, so excellent in flavor and bouquet that we import it, your famous Roma wine. Yes, that is true, for in Roma wines you will find the uniform qualities which make a wine truly magnificent. A delicacy so delightful, many foreign lands know Roma wines as an expensive special occasion treat. But for millions of Americans, Roma wines have long been a daily pleasure for greater enjoyment of meals, for delighting their guests. A pleasure which costs you only pennies a glass. For you do not pay high import duties nor expensive shipping charges to enjoy this delicacy, which brings you a combination of old world winemaking skill plus Roma's modern testing and quality controls. No wonder, then, that Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Ask for ROMA, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Paul Muni, in The Search for Henri Lefebvre, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Henri Lefebvre, born 1885, Rouen, France. Educated at the École Normale, fellowship student in composition, the Paris Conservatoire. Won Prix de Rome 1908 with piece entitled Étude contrapuntale. Studied under Saint-Saëns for 2 years. Made first great success with performance of opera Ectate, which was presented at the Paris Opera in... Do you want me to go on, monsieur?
No. These dictionaries tell you nothing. They make everything smell of dust and corruption. Has the mail come in yet?
No, monsieur. Only the package of music from the library.
His music?
Yes, monsieur.
Then what are we waiting for? Give it to me. Henri Lefebvre. Elegy. Opus 42. Incredible to think of all those years. Look, Suzette. The paper is already turning yellow. The engraving is old-fashioned, and yet it's exactly...
Adolphus.
Yes?
I have a letter from his publishers. He is still alive.
Thank God.
But there is some mystery about him. They would not give me his present address.
What do you mean?
They say they've not heard from him in 10 years. His musical output has ceased. He submits nothing, does not answer their letters.
Well, then how do you know he's still alive?
They occasionally hear from Madame Lefebvre.
Madame Lefebvre?
He has a wife who's been living in Rouen.
Good. We will write to her at once.
That will not be necessary, Adolphus. Now, calm yourself. This is the best news of all. Madame Lefebvre has arrived now in this very city. In fact, I brought her here to see you.
Bring her up at once.
Adolphus, I beg of you. Now, calm yourself. You'll frighten her. You must not be too hasty.
I will not frighten her. I will only find out where he is. Or perhaps even seeing her. Sometimes reality shrivels everything. The truth becomes drab,
This
commonplace.
This way, Madame Lefebvre. Over here. Yes, madame, this door.
I stood quite motionless in the center of the room. A woman dressed in black confronted me across the waist of the polished floor. She was thin, middle-aged, a little stupid. Her pale eyes looked washed out with crying. Yet there was another look in them, a look of some drowned in monstrous terror.
Monsieur Adolphus Flynn?
Yes.
I am Cécile Lefebvre. I have heard that you are searching for my husband, Henri.
Yes, madame.
Why do you wish to see him, monsieur?
Why do I wish to see him? You have not heard of my strange predicament, madame?
No, I have heard nothing. I arrived in this country only today.
You arrived alone?
Yes.
And your husband?
My husband remained in Switzerland, monsieur.
Switzerland?
Yes, monsieur. He has lived there for many years.
But why? I thought they said your home was Rouen.
Rouen was my home, monsieur. My husband and I have been estranged for the last 10 years.
Oh.
But there is much I know about my husband's work. If it is about that you wish to know.
10 years. You have not seen him for 10 years?
No, monsieur.
You know his Opus 42, his elegy for orchestra?
Yes, monsieur.
When did he write it?
About 15 years ago. Yes, I remember the piece well. I copied out the parts for him myself.
Then you would know the music when you see it. Is this the piece, madame?
Yes, monsieur.
I wrote this music, madame, a month ago, out of my own head.
Impossible, monsieur.
Impossible, but I tell you it is so.
How could it be? This is my husband's piece. I remember the night he wrote it. Hot midsummer night.
The windows were open. We could hear the bells of Rouen ringing the hours. He could not sleep. Our little daughter had been crying.
Your little daughter?
Does this distress you, monsieur?
No. Please go on.
He wanted to call the piece Pavin for Louise, after our little daughter. But I wouldn't let him. It was too sad, I said, and I made him call it just Elegy. But he said it was her piece, that he had been thinking of her crying all the time he set it down. It was as though all the sadness that was in his love for her had gone into the melody.
But I still don't understand. I wrote this music out of beauty, out of spring, sunshine, and happiness.
He could never understand why it was so popular. He didn't want to publish it. He hid it away, saying it was like a premonition. It had come to him like some hideous omen from another world. And he was right, monsieur.
How do you mean?
Our little daughter, Louise. She died a little while later.
Madame Lefebvre?
Yes, monsieur. I beg your pardon for crying.
I do not want to see your husband or hear this music ever again. My search is ended. Do you believe in ghosts, madame?
No, monsieur. I've been through too much to believe in poor, sad ghosts.
But I do. I believe that neither your husband nor myself really wrote that piece. There is some further horror, some demon force at work in this music. It captured him, and it has captured me. Tell me, Madame Lefebvre, did your husband write any music after he wrote this piece?
Not much more, monsieur.
You mean it racked his brain as it has racked mine? Leaving him without inspiration?
No, it was not that. He continued to write. He still writes. But nothing he has written for 10 years has had any meaning.
What do you mean?
Monsieur, have you not already guessed the truth? My husband has gone mad. He has been mad for the last 10 years, shut up in an asylum in Switzerland.
Oh.
I have told very few people. It is a form of horrible neurosis. Work neurosis, the doctors call it. He seems to have lost his heart. The events of his past life are meaningless to him. He has even forgotten our little dead Louise.
How terrible.
And now he sits in a bare room and writes music all day long. He's become a slave, a machine. They tell me that his shelf is packed with scores, but all of them are only an endless jumble of notes. Notes such as a child might scrawl across the paper.
And it was the music? The ghost music that did this?
Who knows, monsieur?
Yes. There were seeds of madness in this thing. Even from the beginning, there was something uncanny. Why should that radio play that music just after I had finished the piece? Why should you, a perfect stranger, have come here and found me? Perhaps I, too, am destined to go mad.
Monsieur, believe me, people do not go mad so easily. To be destroyed as my husband was destroyed, one must have deep sadness and love. One must have human ties, a wife, a beautiful little child. You have no such ties, monsieur.
No. I have no ties.
My husband went mad because he loved too much. When our little Louise died, he thought that he had killed her. She died of simple pneumonia, but he could never understand. He became insane with grief. He thought he was her murderer. Don't you see, monsieur? You who live here alone, whose life is so quiet.
Madame Lefebvre.
I beg your pardon, monsieur.
I have seen you before. Madame Lefebvre?
Hi, monsieur.
I have met you somewhere. I have heard your story. You have come here before?
No, monsieur. I have never come here before.
Then why should your face seem so suddenly familiar? And your words? There's something uncanny about this thing, madame. For a moment, I thought I knew.
Knew what, monsieur?
I thought I knew you and your husband and Louise, and that I had lived.
Monsieur!
Perhaps it was only in one of my nightmares. But somehow...
Try to remember, please.
Remember...
The little house in Rouen. The stone house. The tree in the garden. The coffee on Sunday afternoons. The Bechstein piano by the window. The bedroom with the calico curtain.
The little carriage underneath the stairs. Louise doll carriage. Louise! What have they done to her? They have taken her away. And I have killed her. A little doll carriage waits at the bottom of the stairs, but she will never come back. Never come back.
No. She's been dead for 10 years. You must not think of her anymore. You're getting better. Dr. Picard says you are getting well.
Dr. Picard?
Your doctor, Henri.
What are you talking about? I have no doctor.
Don't you see, my darling? Your long search is over.
I am Henri Lefebvre?
Yes, darling.
I am shriveled old man. I locked up in the walls of a lunatic asylum for 10 years, writing a jumble of notes like a little child. Then who is Adolphus Flan?
A name you made up, darling. A poor, mad name.
My symphonies are rubbish, you say? My adoring public are only shadows running across the walls? And these mountains beyond my window? These mountains? You are lying to me!
Henri.
I tell you, my name is Adolphus Flan.
Look, Henri, this room, these bare white walls, these bars across the window, this door one cannot open from the inside. For 10 years, Henri, for 10 years I have waited for a glimmer to come, for some little memory like that music. For 10 years I have prayed for you every day.
For 10 years? While I sat here? I do not believe it!
Dr. Pickard!
Henri, my dear fellow.
You call me Henri, too?
I cannot tell you how happy I am, Madame Lefebvre. The experiment has worked beyond our fondest hopes. I've been listening to every word, and you've handled it exactly
Monsieur
right.
Picard, am I Henri Lefebvre?
Yes.
I have been mad for 10 years? You have deceived me for 10 years? I am not Adolphus Flan?
Oh, Henri, if you could have known how my heart beat when Dr. Pickard first telephoned. And now...
Naturally. My poor fellow, it must be a terrible shock. After 10 years, one cannot be cured overnight. Rest, much rest will be necessary, and many little talks. But you will see, in a few months, we may hope for something quite remarkable, Monsieur and Madame Lefebvre.
He said, in a few months I would be able to go back. I would take up the threads of my own life as Henri Lefebvre. I'm still here in this room with its bare white walls and its door that locks from the outside. I'm still here, although I know now for sure that my name is Henri Lefebvre. A sadness is in my heart, an unutterable pain that I can never conquer. War has come back. The stone house, the little doll carriage underneath the stairs. And my arms ache with longing for a little dead child with long honey-colored hair. There's no music in me now, no music save that one tune which sings in my head all day long, my pavane for Louise. If I could only get it out of my mind, I might be able to work again. I might be happy as I once was happy. I might look out of my window and find a symphony in the sunset on the mountains. That is why I will not go back. I will not leave this room until I find him again. Until I find Adolphus Fleur.
And so closes The Search for Henri Lefebvre by Lucille Fletcher, starring Paul Muni. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Roma wine makes every meal taste better. That's the proven experience of those who have discovered the flavor complementing magic of these superbly delightful yet inexpensive wines. For a new mealtime thrill, try serving food with Roma wines, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry. Then simply place the bottle well chilled on the table with the meal. Serve it in any kind of glass. Once you taste the addition these delightful wines bring to the zest and savoriness of even the simplest dishes, you'll wonder why you've ever done without Roma wines. Remember, it costs you only pennies a glass to add the marvelous flavor complementing magic of Roma wines to your daily meals. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Paul Muni. It's been a great pleasure to appear in this distinguished radio play theater, which is devoted to the art of suspense. I should like to pass along to you the information that I just gleaned from Mr. Spear. The next week, at this same time, my friend, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will be your star.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm afraid the chairs aren't very comfortable, but that doesn't matter because in just a moment, you'll be sitting on the edge of them. For we'll be bringing you the tale of the thing inside. A strange and potent force sealed up and held in check that cried to be released. And once it was freed, brought terror and death to a whole countryside.
Sergeant, what's this all about?
Has there been any trouble over at Ezra's place?
I guess you could call it trouble, Mrs. Farrar. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Well, have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe.
Our mystery drama, The Thing Inside, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Robert Newman and stars Ralph Bell and Bryna Rayburn. What is evil? Is it abstract or concrete? Does it seek us out or do we seek it? Either way, there is something in all of us that senses its presence. And when we do, most of us draw back from it in fear. But occasionally, for reasons we do not always understand, we are attracted to it and come under its spell, thus freeing it to work its destruction on an unsuspecting world. Our story begins as John and Sarah Farrar get out of their car and walk towards a rather shabby and run-down antique shop in a small New England village.
It's not much of a place.
No. Still, you never know. Paul's picked up some pretty nice things in places like this. That tavern sign, for instance.
That's true.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Do you mind if we look around?
Nope, not at all. You looking for anything in particular?
Oh, no, not really. Possibly some dishes. Do you have any white ironstone?
Nope, I'm afraid not.
It doesn't matter. That's a rather nice painting there.
A schooner? Yes, it is.
Oh, well, do you know anything about it?
Nope, except that it's American, early 19th century.
John, look at this.
What? Oh, yes. Did you say early 19th century?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'd say it wasn't more than 20 years old. A copy of something earlier.
Why do you say that?
Because of the condition of the canvas and the varnish.
You a dealer?
No, I'm a painter.
Oh, well, you may be right.
I'm sure I am. Oh, hello.
Oh, have you found something?
Yes. Can you tell us anything about this?
Oh, a glass paperweight?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. At least I think so.
What do you think of it, Sarah?
No, it's interesting.
Yes, it is. Especially when you hold it up to the light. When you turn the ball, it moves. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Neither have I. Paul would probably know what it is.
Oh, he might. How much do you want for it?
$5.
What do you say, Sarah? Shall we buy it?
Oh, I don't know, John. It just looks like a glass ball to me.
Well, I like it. I like looking at it.
Yes, but $5 for something that may be nothing at all.
Well, why do you say it's nothing when I say I like it?
Well, because $5 is a lot of money. For us, anyway.
You don't have to rub it in.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I just meant...
I know what you meant.
If you really want it, you can have it for $3.
I do want it. I'll take it.
John.
I said I'll take it.
Hello? Anybody home?
Is that you, Paul?
Yes.
I'll be right down. Hi.
Hello, Sarah.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, my brother sent me a case of fruit from Florida, and I thought you and John might like some.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you, Paul.
No, not really. I'd never finish it all by myself.
Well, I still think it's very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Where's John?
In the studio.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, about the same. Not very good.
Still not working, huh?
No. He's trying. He goes in there every day.
Well, it's happened to almost every painter at some time or another. You hit a bad period, just can't seem to do anything.
Oh, Paul. I thought I heard your voice. How are you?
Fine, John. And you?
Okay. Where'd all this fruit come from?
Paul brought it over.
My brother sent me a whole case of it, and I thought you might like some.
Oh, it's very nice of you. I was hoping you'd stop by. There's something I wanted to show you, ask you about.
Oh, what's that?
This glass ball.
Oh, where'd you get it?
In a crummy little antique shop in Preston.
Oh, yes, I know the place.
The guy said it was a paperweight.
No, it can't be. It doesn't have a base. It isn't even flat on one side.
Well, that's what I thought. What do you think it is, then?
Hey, I have no idea. The only thing I've ever seen that's even vaguely like this are witch balls.
Witch balls?
Yeah, you sometimes find them down in Pennsylvania. They're like hex signs, supposed to keep witches away.
Oh, yes.
It's a very interesting thing. Beautiful piece of glass blowing.
Yes, isn't it? Take it over the light and look at it more closely. There's something inside it. Kind of shadow.
Oh? I don't see anything.
Well, hold it up. Turn it.
Oh, you mean that kind of a swirl?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's just an air bubble or maybe an imperfection in the glass.
I don't. I think there's something inside it that the glass was blown around it. Here, give it to me.
Oh, John!
It slipped out of my hands.
Well, it didn't break. Did it crack?
No. Look at that. Dropped on the fireplace, and there's not a mark or a scratch on it.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, look at it.
Well, you're right. I've never seen anything like it. It can't be ordinary glass. I'll tell you what, John. I've got a friend who's an expert, collects paperweights. If you like, I'll take it and show it to you.
No. It's not leaving this house.
John!
Well, I just thought that...
I say it's not leaving this house.
All right, John.
I'm going back inside. I'll see you, Paul.
Yes, John. Well, he really has a thing about it, hasn't he?
Yes.
When did he get it?
Oh, just yesterday. I don't like it.
Why not?
I don't know. I just have a funny feeling about it. I have had from the first time I saw it.
But how can I break it? I dropped it, and it didn't even crack.
Fire and water, John. Fire and water.
I don't understand.
You will. I know you will. I know you'll help me.
Just a second. Oh, hello, Paul.
Sarah, can I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, how are you?
A little down at the moment.
Why?
I just got some rather upsetting news. That's why I came over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Well, what's the news?
Well, it'll affect you and John more than it does anyone else.
Hmm?
You know those rumors that Ezra Tate was going to sell that 200-acre parcel of his to a developer? Well, apparently they're true.
Oh, no. But how do you know?
Well, I was just at the bank and Peterson told me.
Well, that's certainly not good, that Ezra is going to sell. But that doesn't mean that they can go ahead and build there. Well, they'd have to get the approval of the zoning board.
Have you forgotten that Harry Walker, the board chairman, is his nephew?
Yeah, but he wouldn't dare. You mean you think it really may go through?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, but that's awful. You know, we bought this place, put every cent we have into it, mostly because of the location and the view, and if the deal does go through, that will be the end of it.
I know.
And that's not all. But I wouldn't want to go on living here with a development right under our noses. And I don't think anyone else would want to either.
Well, I'm afraid you'd take a bad licking if you tried to sell the place.
Well, don't say anything about it to John until we really do know what's going to happen. He hates Ezra Tate as it is, and when he hears about this...
That's right. He has had a bit of trouble with him, hasn't he?
Oh, from the day we moved in here. First about the boundary line, and then about...
Sarah, do you... Oh. Hello. I didn't know you were here.
I was just passing by, and I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did. As a matter of fact, I was going to call you.
Oh, about what?
You know that glass ball I showed you yesterday?
Well, yes, of course.
If you wanted to break it, really break it, how'd you go about it?
Well, why on earth would you want to break it? It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yes, it is. But suppose I did want to break it.
I really don't know, John.
Can you think of any way it can be done with fire and water?
Fire and water?
Yes.
Well, I suppose if you put it in a fire and got it very hot, or close to its melting point, and then dropped it into cold water, that might do it.
Of course. Thanks, Paul.
John, wait. You mean you're really going to...
Yes.
Why?
Because I've got to. I got a feeling that if I do break it, can break it up.
What?
Never mind. I'll see you, Paul.
Don't look that way, Sarah. I know it doesn't make sense, but after all, there's no harm in it.
I'm not so sure about that.
Why do you say that?
I told you, I had a funny feeling about the thing from the first time I saw it.
Well, if he does break it, destroy it, that will be the end of it.
I wonder. John?
Yes.
Why have you got the door locked?
I didn't realize I had. Hi.
Oh, may I come in?
Of course.
Oh, it's awfully hot in here.
I know, it's the fire.
Oh, yes. Then you're really going to do it?
Yes. I've had the ball on the fire for about a half hour now. I was just about to take it out.
Darling, I don't like this.
I know you don't. What'd I do with the tongs?
Over there.
Oh, yes. Now, stand back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take it out.
And drop it in the pail of water?
Yes. Come on now. There we are.
Darling, be careful.
I will. You ready?
Yes.
Here goes. Wow. I really think I did it.
What happened to the ball?
Well, see for yourself. It practically exploded into 100 pieces.
Oh, yes. Well, are you satisfied now?
Yes. Now, wait a minute. Look at this. This is what was inside it. Its center.
Another ball. A small black one.
Yes, but it wasn't black before.
Oh, the heat must have turned it black. Well, what are you going to do with it?
Keep it.
Why?
Just so.
Now, stop looking so upset, Sarah. Things are going to be different now.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll see. Everything's going to be fine. Better than they've ever been before. With the help of fire and water, the mysterious glass ball has been broken. And though he should know better, John Farrar seems pleased about it. For there are some things that it is best to leave alone. Was he right in thinking there was something sealed in the ball? Will it give him the things he wants? And if so, at what cost? Dusk is a time of uncertainty. And though she could not have said why, Sarah Farrar was not just uncertain, but anxious as she stood beside her husband and saw the glass ball shatter. But now she's beginning to feel that perhaps she was mistaken. For when John woke this morning, he was in better spirits than he has been for months. He went into his studio early and has been in there all day. It's evening now, almost supper time, and he still has not come out.
Yes? Darling, it's almost 6 o'clock, and I wondered you...
It's what?
Almost 6 o'clock.
You're kidding. It can't be.
But it is.
Oh, good Lord. I had no idea. I kept thinking while I had it, I'd stay with it. Keep on going for just a little while longer.
You mean you've been working?
Have I ever?
Oh, can I look?
Of course. It's not quite finished. I want to do a little more with the background, but, what do you think?
Oh, darling, it's good. It's terribly good.
You really think so?
Oh, yes. It's the best thing you've ever done. In some ways, like summer morning, but different, stronger.
You're right. It is something like summer morning, and it is different, but, well, it would have to be, because I'm suddenly seeing everything differently. Feeling differently. It's as if I'd been handcuffed for months and I was suddenly free.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Oh, 6 o'clock. No wonder I'm starving.
But didn't you have any lunch? I went out around noon.
No, I forgot about it. What's for supper?
Oh, beef stew.
Oh, good. And wine?
Well, there's that bottle we were saving for a special occasion.
I think this is it, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do. Oh, darling, why don't you wash up and... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah.
Oh, Paul, hello.
Well, you sound pretty good.
Oh, I feel that way. John finally broke through, and he's working. Working beautifully.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, you don't sound so good. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. I just heard that the deal on Ezra Tate's land is definitely going through. The closing's tomorrow.
Oh, no. And there's no way of stopping it?
None that I know of.
Oh, then I guess I'll have to tell John.
Tell me what?
Are you going to do it now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
So am I, but it can't be helped. Goodbye, Paul.
What was that all about?
Oh, some rather bad news. Darling, you know that talk that Ezra Tate was going to sell the 200 acres across the road to a developer?
Yes?
Well, apparently it's true.
What? It can't be.
I'm afraid it is, John. The closing's tomorrow.
But he can't do anything like that. It'd ruin the town. And not just the town. We couldn't go on living here with a couple of hundred ticky-tacky houses right across the road.
I know. But I'm afraid nothing can be done about it.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
John, where are you going?
To talk to him.
No, John, wait! Don't! Wait!
Ezra Tate.
Who's there? Who's there?
John Farrar.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
Well, you can't right now. I'm eating supper.
Oh, damn it all, Ezra, it's important.
Okay, just a second. Now, what is all this?
Is what I heard true? That you're selling the land across the road from us to a developer?
It sure is.
But you can't do that.
Says who? It's my land. I can sell it to anyone I want.
Haven't you any feeling at all for anyone else? Don't you realize what it'll do, not just to me, my place, but the whole town? It can't take another couple of hundred people.
The deal's set, and that's that.
But can't you see? Okay, how much are they offering you for it?
Why do you want to know?
Because I'll buy it from you. I'll give you a couple of thousand over their price.
What? That's really funny.
What's funny about it?
Yeah, it just is. You haven't got a dime. You owe everyone in town money, and you want to buy...
Never mind about that. I'll get it somewhere.
Yeah? Where? From your friend Paul Chandler?
What's the deal where I get it?
I'd like to know, that's all. Just because he's got a thing about your wife, comes around with fruit and groceries for you, I imagine... You keep away from me, Farrar! You think I'd let you in here without precautions? This gun's loaded. Come any closer and I'll let you have a load of birdshot.
For 2 cents...
2 cents is just about what you can afford. Now, you get out of here.
Okay. But this isn't the end of it, Ezra.
Oh, John, thank heaven you're back. I was afraid... Well, what happened?
He laughed at me.
Oh, you should have known he would. He's a dreadful old man.
He's a monster. He doesn't give a damn about anyone or anything. I'd like to see him drop dead.
John!
Well, I would. Though just dropping dead would be too good for him. I'd like to have something really terrible happen to him.
Just a second.
Good morning. Mrs. Farrar?
Yes?
My name's Osborne. Sergeant Osborne, State Police.
Oh, how do you do?
Is your husband around?
Yes, he's in his studio.
Could I talk to him for a few minutes?
Well, he's working, but I think so. Come in.
Thank you.
Yes?
John, could you come out here for a minute?
Okay. What's up?
Oh, darling, this is Sergeant Osborne of the State Police.
Oh. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Mr. Farrar. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wondered if you could help us.
With what, Sergeant?
Were you home last night?
Yes, we were. We're here most nights.
What time did you get to bed?
Fairly early. About 10.
Yes, that's right.
And did you get up for any reason, or did you sleep right through the night?
Well, we slept straight through. At least I did. Why?
I was hoping that maybe you'd gotten up. That you could tell me if you heard or saw anything unusual. A car going up the road to Ezra Tate's place, for instance.
Well, I didn't. Did you, Sarah?
No. We'd had a big day, and I slept like a log.
You know Tate, don't you?
Yeah, we sure do.
I take it you don't like him very much.
Well, that's the understatement of the year. We've had nothing but trouble with him since we moved up here.
Sergeant, what's this all about? Has there been any trouble at his place?
I guess you could call it trouble. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe.
No, That's not a nice way to kill someone, not at all. And whoever or whatever did it didn't waste very much time. For it was only last night that John Farrar said, "I'd like to see something really terrible happen to him." And what did happen was horrible enough to shock even him. The question is, was it a coincidence, or is there more to it than that? Could it have something to do with the shattering of the glass ball? There is a finality to death. Even the death of the unloved and unmourned, that we all find sobering, for it reminds us of our own mortality. It's late afternoon now, and Sarah Farrar is in the kitchen of the old farmhouse when a car drives up, stops outside. She goes to the door, opens it.
Oh. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Well, I've been better.
I gather you heard the news then.
About Ezra? Yes.
Who'd you hear it from?
The state police. One of them stopped by this morning. He wanted to know whether John or I had heard or seen anything last night.
And had you?
No. We were both pretty tired. John had been working like a maniac all day, and we slept right through.
I see. How's John?
Well, of course he's upset. It's a scary thing when something like that happens so close by, and you don't know who did it or why. But he'll get over it.
I hope so. I've been worried about him.
Why?
Well, he certainly wasn't in very good shape the other day. That whole involvement of his with that glass ball.
Oh, that. I was pretty worried about that myself, but, well, once he broke it and snapped his painting block, it started working.
Well, he really feels there was some connection there.
Apparently.
Well, as long as he's working. I take it he still is.
Oh, yes. Yes, he finished one painting. He's already started on another.
Oh, good. The reason I stopped by was because I wanted to find out if the two of you were free Friday night.
Oh, yes, we are.
Then would you come over for dinner? Benson of the Benson Gallery is coming up from New York. And if John is working again, I thought he ought to meet him.
Oh, Paul. You really are a very good friend.
Oh, come on, Sarah. Now, you know how I feel about you. Both of you. You've had a pretty rough time since you moved up here, and if I've done anything to help...
Oh, Paul, hello.
Hi.
I didn't hear you cry. You been here long?
No, just a few minutes.
Oh, Paul stopped by to invite us over for dinner Friday night. Benson of the Benson Gallery is going to be there.
Oh, that's nice. What do you think of our big local news?
Ezra Tate's death? That's pretty shocking.
Yes, it is. On the other hand, it did take care of a pretty serious problem for us.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, now that he's gone, that's the end of that housing development.
I'm afraid it isn't, John.
Well, why not?
His nephew is his only living relative. He'll inherit everything Ezra had, including his land, and he's already telling people he intends to go through with the deal.
What? Well, he can't do that. He's head of the town zoning board.
Yes, he is, but he was willing to push the thing through when it meant money in his uncle's pocket. Don't you think he'll be even more anxious to do it when it means money in his own?
But that's even worse.
Well, a little more direct and obvious, but no worse.
And nothing can be done about it?
I'm afraid not. The zoning board is his baby. Does just what he says.
Wow. It would serve him right if the same thing happened to him that happened to Ezra.
John, that's a terrible thing to say.
Is it? I don't like violence any more than you do, Sarah, but when a man is willing to destroy a whole community out of sheer greed, I say the world's better off without him.
John? Oh, you are in here.
Oh, yes, of course I am. Why?
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened to you. You said you were going into work for just a half hour or
That's
so.
right. What time is it?
It's almost 11.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
I must have fallen asleep again. I worked for a while and started feeling tired and sat down here.
Well, you've really been at it these last few days.
I guess I have.
John, why are you keeping this thing here?
What thing?
This black thing that was in the center of the glass ball.
Well, I told you I was going to keep it.
But why?
Because I like it. I like looking at it.
What? Was that what you were doing before you fell asleep?
Yes.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't. I wish you'd get rid of it.
Oh, don't be silly, Sarah. The day I found the ball, or rather the day I broke it open, was one of the most important days of my life. Hasn't everything been different since then?
Well, if you mean you've been working well, yes, but I...
But what?
Oh, never mind. Are you coming up to bed now?
I guess so. Just let me clean my brushes and put them away. Oh, who on earth is that?
I have no idea. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah. Did I wake you?
No, Paul. I was upstairs reading. I just came down to see what was keeping John.
Is he there with you?
Oh, he's in the studio. Why?
Well, I wasn't sure whether I should call or not, but I finally decided I would. Sarah, I've got some more news that's just as shocking as the last. Harry Walker was killed tonight.
What? Where? And how?
In his home. His wife was out, came back, and found him dead in the kitchen.
Oh, no. And they don't know who did it?
Not any more than they do who killed Ezra.
Hi.
Oh, good morning, darling. I couldn't decide whether to wake you or let you sleep.
Oh, I haven't been asleep for some time. I'm just lying there thinking.
I know, but I thought you might doze off. You didn't sleep much last night.
No.
Well, how about some breakfast?
I don't want any.
John, you should eat something.
I can't. I feel awful.
Because of what you said when Paul was here about how Harry Walker deserved to die, too?
Partly.
Well, you shouldn't. All right, it was a horrible thing to say, but you were angry, upset.
Yes, I was, but don't you realize that the same thing happened before with Ezra? I said I hoped something terrible would happen to him, and it did.
Yes, it did, but we often say things we don't really mean.
But I did mean it. I meant it both times. That's what makes it so frightening.
Why frightening? Look, you don't think that just saying it had anything to do with their deaths, do you?
Yes, I do.
John!
Well, I do. Do you remember what I told you about the glass ball?
That there was something in it?
Yes. What if there was? And what if, when I released it, it began doing things for me in return?
Oh, John, that's ridiculous. It was just a glass ball.
Was it? I told you that I had to break it, that it was very important. And it was right after I did that I started working again.
Yeah, but that could have happened anyway.
Maybe. But then twice after that, when I said I hoped something would happen to someone, it did.
That was just a coincidence.
When the same thing happens twice in the same way, it's not a coincidence. But that's not the worst of it. What if the same thing happens still again?
Oh, John, that's insane. Things don't happen just because we want them to. There's no connection between what happened to either Ezra or Harry Walker. And even if there were, how could the same thing happen again? You don't feel the same way about anyone else.
Don't I?
Well, who?
You've no idea?
No. We don't know that many people up here. You don't mean Paul?
Yes. Good old Paul, who's always doing things for us. Only it hasn't been for us. It's been for you. He's in love with you, isn't he?
Oh, John, this is terrible. I've been concerned about you, worried about you for some time, but I never realized you really are sick.
Are you saying it's not true?
Of course it's not true. He's just a friend, a good friend.
I wish I could believe you.
Meaning you don't?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
But there's nothing to think about. I tell you, John, where are you going? John, wait a minute. You can't. John!
Hello?
Oh, Paul, it's me again. Any sign of him?
No, Sarah.
But it's been over 2 hours.
Well, you said he didn't take the car. If he walked, it would take him some time to get over here.
Not this long, Paul. I'm scared. I told you what he said.
I know, but I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. The longer he has to think about, the more chance there is that he'll realize it's ridiculous.
But suppose it's just the opposite. Suppose
Now, don't do that, Sarah. I'm not worried. I hope he does come here. I told you there's something I want to tell him.
What?
I don't want to go into it now, but I think it may make a difference. Help him.
All right. But if he does come to your place, will you call me? Let me know.
Of course, Sarah.
Thank you, Paul.
A good friend. Can I believe her? He's been there all the time, whenever we needed him. No, not just when we needed him. Whenever he could do anything to help. Why? There's only one way to find out.
Hello, John. I've been expecting you.
Have you?
Yes, Sarah called. Twice, as a matter of fact, and said you might be coming over here. Come on in.
Thanks.
Can I get you something? Some coffee or a drink?
No.
Well, sit down. There's something I want to tell you.
About you and Sarah?
What? What could I tell you about that?
How you feel about her?
I feel the same way about her that I do about you. I like you both very much. What I wanted to talk to you about was that glass ball.
What about it?
Well, I'm afraid I was the one who got you started on it, saying it was something like a Pennsylvania Dutch witch ball. Well, I was wrong. There was nothing strange or mysterious about it. It wasn't even old. It was made 7 or 8 years ago by the New England Glass Company.
That's impossible. How do you know that?
Because I called a friend of mine, the man I wanted to show it to, and he told me. The company was trying to develop a new kind of glass, practically unbreakable and impervious to heat. They did it by bonding 2 kinds of glass together, and the ball was one of their samples.
That's not true. It's a lie. You don't just want to take Sarah away from me. You want to take that away, too. The feeling that breaking it just gave me, the freedom, the sense of power. When you're not going to.
John, put down that poker.
No.
John, put it down. I'm not finished yet. I'm not denying that something happened to you after you bought it, but I think I can explain that, too. Now, look, when you brought it home, you used to sit and stare into it, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, don't you see what could have happened? When you stare into something clear or shiny, you can hypnotize yourself. But in your case, the self-hypnosis took a special form. You started identifying with it. And when you finally broke it, you released something. Not in the ball, but in yourself.
Released what? Lies? Everything you've been saying has been a lie?
It hasn't, John. It's been the truth, John. Keep away from me.
No, I came over here to find something out, and I have. You're no friend of mine. You never were.
John!
Who's that?
I don't know.
Well, don't open the door.
John, now stop that. Whoever it is must know we're here. I've got to.
Paul, I'm warning you.
Mr. Chandler?
Yes?
I'm Osborne, State Police. Is Mr. Farrar... Oh, yes, I see he is. Good morning, Mr. Farrar. Your wife said she thought you might be here.
My wife?
Yes, we stopped by at your place first. Mr. Farrar, would you come with me?
Where?
To headquarters. We'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Several things, but mostly about where you were last night about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? But that was...
That was what?
About when Harry Walker was murdered.
How do you know that?
Because Paul called us shortly after that and told us. You're all against me. Not just my wife and Paul, but everyone. Plotting against me.
No one's against you, Mr. Farrar, and we're certainly not plotting against you. We just want to talk to you and...
No!
Farrar, stop! Come back here, Farrar!
Aren't you going after him?
Oh, we'll catch up to him. I have another car and 2 more men out on the road there, just around the curve.
Why did you want to talk to him?
Well, someone saw him leaving Harry Walker's house last night, shortly before Mrs. Walker came home.
Oh.
We just got a general description. Weren't sure who it was at first, but... Farrar, look out! That truck!
John! Oh, good Lord.
Seek, and you shall find. John Farrar came to his friend's house seeking what? The truth, he tried to tell himself. But the truth was exactly what he did not want to hear. Not when it stripped away his illusions and did not confirm his jealous imaginings. And so he found what we find so often when we reject the truth and everything else of value: death. Now we see through a glass darkly, says the Bible. That was what John Farrar was doing, seeing something in the strange glass ball that wasn't there. But he wasn't completely wrong. At least it wasn't all imaginary. For as his friend Paul said, there was a thing inside. Not inside the glass ball, but inside John himself, that never should have been tampered with. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Caliban, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
In the Arabian room of QQF Incorporated, Ponsonby Hopkirk was instructing his client, Vincent East.
No, man. You're not putting enough into it. How can you get any satisfaction out of your fantasy unless you really believe in it? Now, think properly, murderously. Lift the camera gun a little higher. Oh, it's still not very good. You won't get anywhere unless you concentrate. Now, fix me with your eye and think. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Ah, much better. Much more realistic.
Vincent didn't even bother to look at Hopkirk. He crossed over to the table and picked up the top file.
QQF Incorporated.
Fantasy number 3. Subject, the assassination of the Crown Prince of Bahrain. Well, thank you, Mr. Hopkirk. Thank you for planning it all so nicely. Well, don't worry. I'll see that it's all carried out to the letter.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I've tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Keep your complexion soft and young-looking with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Like Claudia Cardinale, choose Lux. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 5 of this story, in which Emma Peel ponders over the assassination plot thought out by QQF, and John Steed gets to meet Prince Ali, the proposed victim of the fantasy game. John Steed and Emma Peel had held a council of war in Steed's apartment, trying to work out not who had committed 3 murders, but why. It wasn't until they'd pooled their knowledge regarding their separate visits to quite fantastic Inc. that they suddenly had an idea. The Crown Prince Ali of Bahrain was visiting Britain, and strict security precautions were being taken to protect him. Emma Peel remembered that Hopkirk of QQF had told her he's often had the task of planning several fantasy assassinations for the relief of tension of several of his clients. Steed and Mrs. Peel had looked at each other, and without saying a word, agreed it was time to pay another visit to Mr. Ponsonby Hopkirk. They made good time to number 10 Beaver Street, but by the time they got into the Arabian room, Vincent had gone, and Hopkirk lay on the floor, dying.
Gently now, gently. Fantastic. Quite fantastic.
Steed, look at this file on the table. QQF Fantasy number 3. Subject, the assassination of Crown Prince Ali of Bahrain. And the file is empty.
Hopkirk. No good.
Hopkirk, this fantasy, the murder of Prince Ali. Now, when's it to take place?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow night.
But how, Hopkirk? How? I've got to stop it. Tell me how.
Too late. The plan's been taken. It's already underway. It's too late to stop it now. Just too late.
Back in Steed's apartment, Steed mixed a hefty drink. You're getting as bad as Mother, Steed.
Cheers, Steed.
Cheers. Although at the moment there's really not much to cheer about, is there, Mrs. Peel? What are we going to do?
Well, why don't you just go to the Crown Prince and tell him there's going to be an attempt on his life tomorrow?
Oh, I can't do that.
Well, it seems simple enough.
Well, look what it says here in the newspaper. You know why he's come over here.
To sign over the oil concessions in our favor.
Exactly. In return for which we will give his country full military protection.
Well?
Well, what faith will he have in our military protection if we admit that we can't protect him, one man, right here in our own country?
Oh, point taken, Steed.
It could ruin the whole deal. He'd take his business elsewhere. No, we'll have to be more subtle. Think something out.
I wonder what Hopkirk planned. Steed, do you think the killer will use a gun?
Gun, knife. Yes, remember that ornamental dagger? It does all seem to fit in.
Or poison.
Why poison?
Well, I was thinking about those wretched jars of honey. They've got to fit in somewhere, too. They're important somehow.
Well, whatever method the would-be murderer employs, he's got to get close enough to use it.
And one thing's certain. Prince Ali won't step outside the embassy once he's in there.
I agree. That means the killer's got to be smuggled in. Well, that's it, the major difficulty. He has got to get into the embassy somehow. And so have I.
The reception hall of the Bahrainian embassy is large, opulent, and beautifully furnished in a Middle Eastern style. A gong crashed out. Along the corridor hurried a large man wearing traditional Arab robes. He approached a dais in the hall and prostrated himself on a large cushion.
I crave pardon for this intrusion, Your Majesty.
And what is it, Grand Vizier?
An effendi from the British government, most high and gracious one. He begs to be admitted to your most high, illustrious presence.
Is he to be trusted?
His credentials have been checked once, twice, thrice times over, O High One. His person has been searched for offensive weapons. I, who am only a speck upon the camel's back, a lowly, ignorant toad in all-seeing eyes, think he can be trusted.
Then admit him.
At once, Master of Wisdom, with all speed.
The vizier waddled out and whispered to John Steed.
You enter with the head bowed. Do not speak until His Highness addresses you. Advance with head bowed.
Steed nodded and was ushered into the presence.
Effendi Steed, Your Majesty.
Now, what is your business, Mr. Steed?
A social call, Your Highness. I'm with the Ministry of Eastern Affairs. We merely wish to ensure that Your Majesty is enjoying his stay in this country.
Thank you. You may gaze upon the royal features.
Steed raised his head and looked at an extremely nice-looking young fellow of 30, boyishly handsome, dressed in flowing robes and traditional headcloth.
On behalf of my peoples and my country, I, Ali Belshazzar Moham Gabar, Crown Prince of Bahrain, defender of the faith, soother of all souls, lighter of dark corners, maker of men's destiny, fountain of wisdom, welcome thee. Vizier, you may retire.
Yes, so great one.
The vizier backed carefully through the curtains. The prince got up from the dais and said,
That's got rid of him, thank heavens. Do you play cricket, Mr. Steed?
Oh, well, yes, I do, but...
Bowler or batsman?
Well, a bit of an all-rounder, Your Majesty.
Oh, jolly good.
The prince tossed aside his traditional robes and appeared dressed as an ordinary young Englishman in white slacks and an open-necked shirt.
Henry?
Your Highness.
The guard at the door snapped to attention.
Set up the wicket and get over to the far door to keep an eye out for the jolly old Grand Vizier. He's one of the old school, you know, Mr. Steed. Bit of a stickler for tradition.
The prince reached behind the throne and produced a cricket bat and ball.
Harold, Herbert, take up fielding positions.
2 guards leapt forward at the command. The prince tossed the ball to Steed and took his place at the wicket.
Right. Send him down good and fast, Steed. Come on, that's a royal command from the Fountain of Wisdom and all that stuff.
Oh, very well, Your Highness.
Steed shrugged his shoulders, paced away to the end of the hall, and started to bowl.
That's the style. Keep 'em coming, keep 'em coming.
While Steed was playing cricket with the Crown Prince, Mr. Arkady, the curiously healthy Turkish gentleman, was in the health centre again. He was lying on a slab under a sunray lamp and wearing nothing but dark glasses. Vincent entered.
I have been reading the QQF's plan. I have no doubt that if we follow the instructions as laid down, you will penetrate the security of the Bahrainian embassy, and it will all work out very smoothly. Now, Hopkirk certainly knows his business.
Knew his business?
Quite. As you say, knew. Are you ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Arkady. I've overlooked nothing, except the payoff.
Arkady regarded him distastefully through his dark glasses and picked up a towel. He unrolled it and revealed a pile of notes. Vincent picked up the pile eagerly, then reacted amazed. The notes had been neatly cut in halves. Arkady gently retained one half with an elegant finger.
A half now, and the other half when the job is done. Those were the agreed terms.
Yes, but when you said half, I thought you meant... I expected half the amount. And
we must try to trust one another, my dear Vincent. We really must. Now, take your time about the job. A sure aim. And one nice big bang.
John Steed had to admit that Prince Ali was a far better batsman than he was a bowler.
Yeah, I think a break for tea is clearly indicated. You would like some tea, Mr. Steed?
Oh, thank you, Your Highness. Yes, I would.
You summoned, oh great and high one.
I certainly did. Tea, Vizier, for myself and my guests.
Instantly, Your Highness.
The Vizier clapped his fleshy hands, and instantly the curtains parted. Two heavily veiled harem girls appeared through the drapes, carrying trays of tea and various things to eat.
Well, I've heard of instant refreshments, but that really is service.
Oh, we don't stand any laxity, you know, Steve. These are a couple of my wives, by the way.
Oh, really?
Number 4 and number... let's take a closer look at... number 33. Charming girl. Cost me a bag of salt and 4 goats. I got lots more out the bag.
Goats?
Wives. Matter of status, you see, having a lot of them. Vizier, how many wives at the last count?
239, Your Mighty One.
I should think you would have to be mighty, too, with that lot.
I see your eyes flashing at the prospect, Mr. Steed. But did you stop to consider that a man with 239 wives also acquires 239 mothers-in-law?
That's a very sobering thought.
Well, then, here are hot scones. What would you like with them? A little goat's cream? Papyrus jelly?
You haven't had any honey, have you?
Honey? I loathe the stuff. Vizier, honey for Mr. Steed. And make sure you taste everything on the trays before we eat. I'm sorry to insist on this, Mr. Steed, but you see, so many people want to kill me. Would you believe that?
Your dog gives you a lot of pleasure. Now here's something you must do for him. Give him all new Procos health food for dogs. It's complete. New Procos contains all the energy-giving vitamins and protein a healthy dog needs. So with New Procos, you need feed him nothing else. New Procos health food is all he needs. Care for your dog. Give him New Procos health food for dogs. It's complete, and he'll love it.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water Omo. And sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The people of Dodge City will argue their heads off on most any subject you bring up. But one thing they all agree on is the climate. They don't like it. In the fall, it's too windy and dry, and in the spring, they cuss the mud. And all through the winter, they say it's too cold and business is bad because the trails are closed. And now summer comes along, and they figure it's too hot and dusty. The town's overcrowded with trail drivers, and the flies are so bad they carry you off alive. Of course, they just talk. They don't really do anything about it. Except Chester. Sometimes Chester turns into a man of action. Chester, what are you...
By hokies, I finally got him.
Got what?
That cussed fly.
Oh, fun.
Well, I don't care, Mr. Dillon. I killed all of them in here except that one, and he kept pestering me continual. Smart as a fox. I couldn't lay a hand on him.
So you haul out a gun and blast a hole the size of your fist through the roof of the office, huh?
It did sort of make an opening up there, didn't it?
Oh, well, it'll be handy when the rain starts. We won't have to go outside for our drinking water.
Well, I'll get up there and fix it, Mr. Dillon. I didn't even stop to think.
No, I guess not.
I reckon it's this heat. I swear I have never seen it this hot and dry.
No, not since last summer.
Oh, it's worse, Mr. Dillon. Every pump on the plaza is dry. Only place you can water a horse is that trough back of the livery stable. I remember one summer in Newton, summer of 71 or 72, I think it was, while the heat and the bugs...
Is this Marshall's office?
I'm the marshal, son. Come on in.
And shut that doggone screen door, quick.
My name's Brian Beck, Marshal. My father and I got in town this morning.
Oh?
We brought a herd up from the Big Bend country.
Oh, Lazy Bee Bar?
Yes, sir, that's our brand.
I saw some of your riders around town trying to wash the dust off of their tongues. Have a rough trip?
Yes, sir. Half the water holes are dry, fences across the trail in North Texas, but that's not what I came in about.
Oh?
The fact is, Marshal, I'm trying to head off some trouble.
What kind of trouble, son?
Well, you see, the colonel, my father, is a fine old man, but sometimes he just doesn't get along with people too well.
Colonel?
U.S. Cavalry, 25 years, retired.
Oh.
You see, that's the trouble, sir. He tries to treat the cowboys like an army command. They don't like that. This morning, when he paid them off, one of them warned him to go armed while he was here. Told him he was going to shoot him on sight.
Oh, which one?
Bud Stark, the range boss. Short, stout fellow with a...
Oh, yeah, I saw him in the Texas Trail a while ago.
Marshal, my father was probably fast with a gun once. He thinks he still is, but he's not. He wouldn't have a chance.
Well, what you want me to do, then, is try to keep them apart, is that it?
I reckon so.
Well, 10 to 1, it won't work. If Stark's got his temper up, he'll find a way to make his call.
Well, maybe in that case, you better tell me where I can buy a gun.
You, know how to handle one?
No, sir. I grew up back east with my mother. I guess I can learn, no?
Yeah, sure you can. But a gunfight's not exactly the place to start practicing.
He's my father, sir. I gotta do something.
Tell me something, Brian. How old are you?
18.
All right, now you listen to me. Don't go buying any gun, and don't go messing around Stark. I'll look into it and try to straighten things out. But you get this through your head, Brian. Whatever happens, you stay out of it. You understand?
First room at the head of the stairs, the clerk said. This must be it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess so.
Reach. Don't move now.
You're Colonel Beck?
I am, sir.
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal here. This is my partner, Chester Proudfoot. What's the gun for? You expecting somebody else?
Well,
Bud Stark, for instance?
Who told you? Stark been talking to you?
How long are you going to be in town, Colonel?
Oh, 3 or 4 days, maybe a week. Long enough to sell my herd and long enough to call that mouthy little foreman's bluff.
Well, why don't you just limit it to selling the herd?
I think you've been misinformed, Marshal. This man threatened me. I'm only aiming to protect myself.
Well, suppose you leave the protection to me.
By thunder, it was Brian. That's who told you. Just like that sniveling whelp to go whining to the law.
I didn't notice any sniveling. He seemed like a pretty decent kid to me.
A milksop, Mr. Dillon, raised by a woman. Never had a boot in a stirrup before a year ago. Well, he's never had a gun in his hand.
Well, he's trying to get one in it now. He asked me where he could buy one.
Stark. He's planning to go up against Stark.
He was. He kind of figured he was protecting you.
Why, the lily-fingered young cub. Why, I'll...
You'll what? Have him court-martialed, shot at sunrise? He's your son, Colonel. He's not some soldier in a cavalry troop. Neither is Stark nor the rest of your men.
I'm not obliged to listen to this kind of talk, Marshal.
And if you go out gunning for Stark, and if you're lucky enough to live through it, I'll jail you and you'll stand trial. Now, you just sell your cattle and stay clear of Stark. Come on, Chester, let's go.
Place sure is crowded. Hot, too.
Last January, you were looking forward to this, Chester.
No, I must have been loco. See him anywheres, Mr. Dillon?
No, he was over there at the end of the bar earlier.
Hiya, Matt. Chester.
Well, hello, Miss Kitty.
Kitty, how do you do it? Chester's starting to melt and run down in his boots, and here you are looking as fresh and cool as the 12th of April.
It's a trick, Matt. I just stopped worrying and cut out all serious thinking from the end of May until the snow starts to fly. You ought to try it, Chester.
Oh, I'm sure ready to try something, Miss Kitty.
How about a pitcher of beer?
No thanks, Kitty. I'm looking for the range boss of this Lazy B Bar outfit. Fellow named Stark.
Oh, yeah. He's been here most of the day. Getting set to howl, I think.
Well, that's what I want to see him about.
Well, he's over there in the alcove at one of the draw tables. And you know who's sitting in the game with him? Cottonmouth.
Cottonmouth? That crooked little tin horn?
Yeah. Silk shirt, shiny boots, fancy hat and all. He hit town this morning.
Well, he'll head back out tomorrow morning. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I got $401 in double eagle right here in this boat here. And I figure on upping it to about 4,000 before this night's over. Anybody ain't figuring on seeing the game through might as well pull out right now.
Words like that, Mr. Stark, do nothing but arouse my natural enthusiasm. I regard them as a clarion call to a battle of wits. Cut the cards.
Yeah, you better cut him, Stark.
Dillon.
And with Cottonmouth in the game, it wouldn't be a bad idea to count him.
Marshal, you are maligning a reformed man.
Or you'll have to reform in some other town, Cottonmouth. You got till tomorrow morning to get out of Dodge. And this time you stay out.
No, I just don't get what you're up to, Marshal, breaking up a friendly game of cards this way.
Stark with Cottonmouth in it. It won't be friendly and it won't be a game.
I'll take my chances, Marshal.
All right, suit yourself. You've been warned. But before you start this friendly game, I got something to say to you.
All right, say it.
We'll take a little walk, if you don't mind.
All right, Marshal, sure. I'll be right with you, gent.
All right, I'll go for a walk.
Stark, I understand you threatened Colonel Beck this morning.
Oh, he come a-crying to you, huh?
You know him better than that.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, now, supposing I did, Marshal, maybe I wasn't the only one making threats. Beck was going to have me strung up and horsewhipped.
Like I told the Colonel a few minutes ago, Stark, I don't stand for any grudge killings here.
There's people might call it self-defense.
I wouldn't, and I'm the one who will be calling it. If you pull that gun on Beck, it'll be a long time before you see Texas again. All right, Stark. You can go on back to your game.
Yeah.
It appears to me that's pretty hard talk for a hot day, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Chester, it's the only way I know how to handle it. Just to lay it on the line.
Yeah, and more than likely, that's not enough to keep him from mixing.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look there.
What's that Beck kid? And he's wearing a gun, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and he's heading straight for Stark. Come on.
Mr. Stark, I reckon you can draw any time now.
Crazy.
So the old man sent his cop out to get me.
He don't know nothing about this.
All right, hold it now.
Huh?
Brian, you get out of here. And don't draw, Stark.
Draw? What, this mama's boy? Here, now, give me that gun.
Leave me alone.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, now, you little smart aleck. Now, let's see if a boot in the head will teach you some sense.
Don't kick him. I told you not to kick him. Don't you go. You had no reason to hit me, Marshal. That kid called me. You heard him. Forget it. Now go on back to your game. All right, come on, Brian. Get up.
He wouldn't even draw. He just made a fool out of me in front of everybody.
Come on, Brian.
They'd be laughing at me all over town. They're laughing at my father, too.
Forget it.
I'll kill him, Marshal. So help me, I'm going to kill him.
Now you listen to me. Stark knocked you down, yes. He kicked you in the head, but he could have killed you. He could have drawn and put a bullet in you before you knew what hit you. No, I told you not to buy that gun. Why did you do it?
You know why.
Sure, protecting your father, that's fine. Only you saw how far you got. So I'm telling you for the last time. Now you stay out of it and leave it to me. Now go on back to the hotel and stay there. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's your gun. Now stick it in that holster and don't pull it except to practice. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And just one thing more. Don't worry about anybody laughing. When a half-grown kid who's never had a gun in his hand stands up and calls a fighter like Stark, nobody's going to laugh. You've got a lot of guts, Brian.
Well, Mr. Dillon, you think they're going to stay away from each other?
Stark and the Colonel? I don't know, Chester. About an even chance. If it holds off for a day or two, they'll probably cool down and forget about it.
Well, that kid sure was spunky this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, he's dying to have the old man respect him. Yeah. Too bad Beck's so bullheaded.
Matt!
In here, Doc. Thought it'd be cooler with the lamp out.
Well, don't bother about lighting it now. We've got a job of work between us, Matt.
Well, what do you mean?
Some of the boys just found a body lying by the horse trough behind the livery stable. Been shot in the back.
Who?
A trail driver. Name of Bud Stark.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's no place like home, and there's no place like your home. Don't destroy it with fires caused by careless smoking in bed, careless disposal of lighted cigarettes, or the use of inflammable cleaning fluid. 90% of fires are caused by carelessness that destroys lives and properties. Don't let it be your home, your life. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The livery stable is down at the east end of the plaza, across from the Dodge House. And the watering trough is out back at the edge of the corral. Stark was lying face down in the mud, and his horse was standing a few yards away with the reins trailing on the ground. Some of the boys from the railroad yard held lanterns so Doc could see to work. The flares of heat lightning were coming a little closer together. A light breeze had sprung up, but there was no smell of rain in it. The air was hot and dry.
Hold that light down just a little bit lower there. Put your head. That's fine. That's fine.
It's a bad business, Mr. Dillon. Shooting a man in the back that way. Must have slipped up behind him while he was sitting there on his horse waiting for it to drink.
Yeah, it looks that way. Well, as soon as Doc gets through there, Chester, you better go through his pockets. Collect all of his effects for the nearest of kin.
Yes, sir.
Well, he can get at it right now, Matt. There's nothing more I can do here.
No. Whoever did it had him pretty well centered.
All the time in the world. When you're aiming at a man's back. Probably never knew what hit him.
Well, I wish it had happened some other way than this. Any other way.
Yeah. Got any idea who did it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Doc. Well, what do you got, Chester?
Well, not much, Mr. Dillon. His gun, of course, which hasn't been fired, a jackknife and a gold watch, a sack of makings and some papers, a box of sulfur matches, and that's it.
Well, he was traveling light. Matt, I thought Colonel Beck paid off his boys this morning.
Yeah, he did, Doc. Stark got in a draw game with a gambler named Cottonmouth. I warned him he'd get cleaned up.
Well, he sure did. Not a cent on him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he doesn't need any money, Chester. No.
Think we'll have any trouble, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, the odds are against it.
Who is it?
The marshal. Open up.
Oh, I was about asleep, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't figure who was knocking.
Where's your gun, Brian?
Well, it's over there on the bureau. What do you want it for?
Been doing some shooting, son?
Yes, sir. I was following your advice. I was over in the river bottom practicing. Drawing, mostly. Too dark to shoot at anything. I fired a couple of times, though.
Pretty good shooting, Brian, to be as dark as it was. One of the shots caught him right in the center of the back.
What are you talking about?
Murder, son. That's what we always call it when it's in the back.
Well, I haven't killed anybody. I haven't been out of this hotel since 9 o'clock.
Got a witness to that?
No, sir. The only one would be my father, and he's been gone somewhere all evening. But I'm telling the truth, Mr. Dillon.
Well...
Who was it, sir? Who got killed?
Yes, who was it, Marshal? I'd like to know myself.
If you've been out around the town, you must have heard it by now, Colonel.
Well, I figured I'd better stay clear of things. I walked out along the railroad, watched the lightning. Who was killed?
Bud Stark.
Bud Stark?
He was shot in the back about a half hour ago over at the watering trough behind the livery stable. Well, Brian, I guess we better be getting along.
Just a minute now. What makes you think Brian had anything to do with it?
The facts, Colonel. He bought himself a gun this afternoon, called Stark in the Texas Trail about 4 o'clock and got knocked down and kicked in the head.
Brian, is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
He swore then he'd killed Stark, and about 8 hours later, Stark's found dead.
Oh.
It adds up, Colonel. I wish it didn't, but it's too late now to wish. That's why I told him to stay out of it. Told you both to stay out of it.
Went out and bought a gun. Didn't say a word. Stood up to Bud Stark. Why, Brian? Why did you do it?
Well, I figured maybe you'd think different of me, sir. I mean, if I showed you I could, well, pitch in and help when you needed it. Stand up and face things.
Marshal, what would you say if I told you you're after the wrong Beck?
Are you telling me?
Yes. I killed Stark myself.
Father.
Well, I'd say you're making a nice effort, Colonel. But you should have learned to appreciate the boy sooner. It's a little late now.
You're making a mistake, Marshal.
Father, you're wasting your breath. The marshal's right. There's no use trying to lie. I killed him. I'm ready any time, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
Matt, I'm buying.
No, I guess not. Thanks, Doc.
Might say this is on that fellow Stark. It'll come out of my coroner's fee.
Yeah. Fine.
No, I don't see what you got to be so glum about, Matt. An hour after a killing, and you've got the killer locked up tight and snug in jail. Oh, relax. Your job's over.
Yeah, I guess so. I sure wish it had been anybody else but that kid, though. I liked him. Figured he was all right. And then he... in the back, Doc.
Well, he's only a young'un. You can't blame him too much.
I got him bedded down for the night, Mr. Dillon. Put him in the corner cell. It's a little cooler back there.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
Doc, did you ever in all your born days see a spell of heat as bad as this?
Never did. It's a corker. Well, I thought earlier we might get a drop to a rain or something.
Heat lightning, Doc, just heat lightning.
Here, you settled that Stark thing in a hurry, Matt.
Yeah, I've got the Beck kid locked up, Kitty.
I'm sorry it was him, Matt. I guess he sort of disappointed you, huh?
Yeah, a man can be wrong, Kitty.
Well, it's been great for business. Everybody in town's been crowding in. They want to hear all about it and take a look at the chair Stark was sitting in before he pulled out of that poker game.
And I guess that poker game was half to blame for it. If it had been honest, Stark would have had enough in his poke to carry him through the night, instead of winding up broke before midnight.
He wasn't broke, Matt. He left here with $4,000.
He what?
Sure. That's why he broke up the game and pulled out. When he'd made what he said he'd make, he quit. Cottonmouth almost had a stroke. Most of it was his money.
But Stark didn't have a cent on him when we found him. He was... Kitty's Cottonmouth still here?
Yeah, he's back over there in the same game. He went out to eat, but he
Chester?
came...
Yes, sir.
Come on.
You think he might have, Mr. Dillon?
Maybe.
Gold is still a cheap commodity, and you can't carry it off in your pocket. My bet's in, so let's put up a shutter.
That's exactly the way I look at it, Cottonmouth.
Dillon, I still got till morning. That's what you said.
Did I? How's your luck running?
Oh, not too bad. I've had a few good hands.
Better than they were when Stark was in the game, huh?
Oh, we couldn't touch him. Took $4,000 off the table. He was pretty lucky.
Not too lucky. He's dead.
Yeah, I know. It's too bad. I figured that kid would get him. There's trouble with a green kid like that. They don't have any sense. Can't tell what they'll do.
Yeah, sure. Where were you when Stark was shot?
Well, I was over at Delmonico's getting a bite to eat.
How do you know you were?
What?
Nobody seems to know exactly when it happened. How do you know where you were?
Well, I was there about when it must have happened. Either there or back here in the game again.
You weren't near the livery stable?
Marshal, I know you don't like me, but that's no reason to try hanging a thing like this on a man.
Were you over at the stable, Cottonmouth?
No, I wasn't anywhere except where I told you. Straight up to Delmonico's and straight back here.
I see. And where'd you get the mud on your boot heels?
What do you mean?
Every pump in the plaza's been dry for days. Dust 6 inches thick. There's only one mud puddle in town at that horse trough back of the stable where Stark was killed. You couldn't stand to see that money get away, could you?
No. Look, I tell you, Marshal, you're just...
Cottonmouth, you're under arrest.
Look out, Mr. Dillon!
You made a mistake, Cottonmouth.
No, Marshal. You did. I robbed him, but I didn't kill him. I was going to. I followed him, but he was dead when I found him.
What's the point of lying now?
I'm not lying, Marshal. It's the truth.
He's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I reckon the boy will be mighty glad to get out of that cell.
Yeah, and I'll be glad to let him out, Chester.
He's a good boy. Trying to cover for his father and all.
Yeah. He'll make out all right. When he calms down a little.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, Chester.
What is it, Mr. Dillon?
Listen.
Say, that's coming from the back of the jail.
Yeah, come on. Quiet now.
There's a couple of horses tied there.
Yeah, sure. For the getaway. Colonel's trying to pry him out of jail. You're going to a lot of work for nothing, Colonel.
Marshal, don't shoot.
I'm not going to shoot, Colonel.
I couldn't let him down.
Even if he did murder Bud Stark.
It's all right, Colonel. Everything's all right.
This was his last chance. I'm sorry, Brian. You'll have to face it out.
Listen to me, Colonel.
No use to lie anymore, Marshal. I saw him.
What?
I was out walking along the railroad like I told you. I saw Brian come up behind Stark and shoot him.
No.
I can't admire a man doing that. But he's my son. I tried to protect him. I've done what I can. Now they'll hang him.
Is this true, Colonel?
He's not a bad boy. He was just trying to help me. Just trying to help me.
I guess it is, Chester.
Yes, sir. But what about Cottonmouth?
It looks like Cottonmouth wasn't lying after all.
And he got himself killed for nothing.
He tried to kill me. And he would have killed Stark.
Too bad he didn't beat Brian to it.
Yeah.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Joe Duvall, and Lou Krugman. Parley Bear as Chester, Georgia Ellis as Kitty, and Howard McNear as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible cigarette test, and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable camels are. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond, come in, sir.
Well, thank you, Francis. How's the pantry Einstein tonight?
Oh, my goodness, sir. That was a dandy.
Oh, you like that, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, chuckle along and tell Miss Asher Sweet and Frostbitten is downstairs.
Right away, sir.
I'll be in the study.
Yes, sir.
The snow is snowing. The wind is blowing. But I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Hi.
Hi. What's new?
Nothing with me. I want to know about you.
Nothing much with me either, honey.
What have you been doing for the last couple of days?
Case.
Oh.
Got a nice big fat retainer.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. Look at the eyes light up.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want your money.
But now that I'm independently wealthy, you figure you don't have to feed me anymore.
Rick.
Don't have to take me to any more shows. Stake me to an occasional chocolate malted.
Oh, don't be silly. You know I don't mind.
Just because I made a couple of $100.
Couple of $100?
Stop kissing my hand.
Rick. You idiot.
I have tickets for the ballet tomorrow night. Dinner at 21 after the show.
Oh, Rick.
Afterwards, we neck.
I love you.
Of course. Now, I suppose you want to hear all about the case.
Well, not unless you want to.
Well, as long as it's
If
optional.
you're too tired, some other time.
It all started 3 days ago.
You don't really have to. I can hear about it any time.
I was sitting in my office.
You don't have to put yourself
Oh,
out.
shut up, woman. As I was saying, the whole thing started 3 days ago. I was sitting in my office reading Gaylord Hauser and soaking my feet in a tub of blackstrap molasses when the door opened and then walked 6 feet of mink cape wrapped around 5.5 feet of what little girls are made of. I remember thinking about the sugar and spice and everything nice, and even with the mink cape covering most of it, I decided that this little girl could have given a bee farm a nervous breakdown.
Mr. Diamond,
You have been reading the sign on the door.
I'd like to hire you.
Well, I'd like you to. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
I want protection.
From what?
My husband.
What's the matter? Can't he stand the pace?
He's getting out of prison at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and he's threatened to make trouble.
I think you better tell me the whole thing, Miss...
Connors, Marilyn Connors.
Okay. Who's your husband?
His name's Joe Connors.
Oh.
You know him?
Helped send him up 10 years ago. Armed robbery, wasn't it?
Yes. He hasn't served all of his time, but he's being paroled.
Go ahead.
Well, since Joe was sent up, I had to find work. A man Joe used to work for gave me a job in his club.
Martin Cope?
Yes. Do you know him?
Slightly. We're hating acquaintances.
Mr. Cope has been very wonderful to me.
I'm sure he has.
I don't think I like that.
Your husband doesn't either, huh?
You're very blunt, aren't you?
Like the front of a streetcar. I don't like your boss, and I don't like your husband. I think it's better that you know now before you make any investments and then have to fire me.
You're the best private detective in New York.
Only because I'm brilliant, shrewd, and loaded with talent.
And a little ridiculous.
Oh, sure. Add that on and just think what you're getting for a lousy $100 a day in expenses.
Even though you don't like Joe and Mr. Cope, you'll still take the job?
Look, Mrs. Connors, I've been honest with you about your husband and Cope. I never let personalities interfere in my business. A job's a job. Besides, I'm starving to death. She gave me a slow smile, complete with a high fever, handed me a retainer, and swayed out of the office like Mata Hari leaving an atomic research stag party. We agreed to meet again at 4 o'clock, so I spent the next hour on the roof, relaxing in 3 feet of snow, and around 4 o'clock, walked my frozen blood pressure down to Martin Cope's nightclub, the only king-size safe decorated by Bergdorf Goodman, complete with an intellectual piano player, a $15 minimum, and enough intrigue to make a scented investigation look like a taffy pole. The girl who had been to my office earlier was standing on the edge of the empty dance floor rehearsing a song while the piano player was trying his best to overdo the accompaniment. I grabbed a chair and sat down to listen.
Something wrong?
Look, if you'd like to do a single, why don't you say so?
You're unhappy?
When you're playing for me, I would appreciate it if you just backed me up quietly, simply. Stop hating Art Tatum.
Darling, I'd be happy to do anything you say except for one thing.
Yes?
You can't sing.
Why, you anemic excuse for a musician. You couldn't get a song right if you ran it through a player piano.
Temper, darling.
You listen to me, Bernie. I put up with you for a long time.
You've put up with me?
Yes, with you.
Oh,
I've let you mess me up night after night.
You did that all by your little lonesome, honey.
You just better remember who's paying your bills, honey. I get out here and break my neck to try and give a good show. Don't you get cute with me. You better wise up, Buster, or you're going to end up playing for your meals down on Skid Row.
For Pete's sake, Marilyn.
No, Bernie, I'm...
They kept going round and round. And about the time the piano player looked like he might possibly throw caution to the wind and stamp his foot, a door opened at the other side of the room, and Martin Cope, big-time gambler and owner of the club, walked over to the piano.
Look, if you two insist on raising the roof, take it to the back room where nobody can hear you.
I'm sorry, Martin, but Bernie just won't...
Mr. Cope, I can assure you that it wasn't
You stay out of this.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You two can kick the walls in when I'm not in my office. But, honey, when I've got work to
It
do...
won't happen again. What's the matter?
Who's that?
Who?
Sitting over there.
Well, I'm surprised, Cope. I thought you'd spot my blue eyes.
Oh, it's Mr. Diamond.
Diamond.
Yes, he says you know each other.
Diamond, the private detective?
Sure. You remember, Cope, all those times down at the precinct, playing 20 questions?
What are you doing here?
I got tired of talking to nice people.
Beat it.
I asked Mr. Diamond here, Martin.
You did.
Well, I know you're not worried about Joe, but I am.
And you had this two-bit gum shoot?
Temper.
Mr. Diamond's supposed to be the best private detective in the business.
Says who?
Well, I did mention it a few hundred times.
Did Sloan put you up to this, honey?
Martin, with Joe getting out this
I
afternoon...
told you not to worry about Joe. Did Sloan tell you to hire yourself a bodyguard?
He thought it would be a good idea.
He did, huh? Everybody's got a good idea. Nobody thinks I know what I'm doing. I just happen to run the place.
Sloan was thinking about you, Martin.
Yeah? But I'll give him something to really think about.
Now, Martin...
No,
it's-
I'm tired of the whole mess. Everybody's scared stiff of a two-bit punk who's getting out of stir. Hiring an ex-cop who couldn't protect an old lady from a Boy Scout.
Have you been tested for rabies lately?
Look, Diamond...
Martin, I'm afraid of what Joe might do.
Oh, but hiring a private cop, and to top it off, you gotta pick this one.
Look, Mrs. Connors, I don't want to cause a lot of trouble.
Well, you're trying real hard.
Maybe you'd better just take your retainer and we'll forget the whole thing.
That is the only bright thing you've ever come up with, Mr. Diamond.
How about it, Mrs. Connors?
Well, you keep the retainer, Mr. Diamond, but maybe under the circumstances it would be better
Sure,
if we...
keep the money, Diamond. Go buy yourself a new joke book.
I don't want it. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll donate it to your restaurant's hospital fund, Cope.
We haven't got one.
That's the trouble with you, Cope. No vision. You should always have a little insurance in case of a bad accident. I left the club with Martin Cope stretched out on the dance floor and Marilyn Connors looking too startled to say much. Bernie, the piano player, accompanied my exit with a fast course of the funeral march, and I headed for my quiet little apartment. I napped for the rest of the afternoon, and by 8 o'clock, I was appropriately dressed in my best blue suit. The other one being a casual sienna and suitable only for badminton and grunion hunting. I had paused to admire myself, surreptitiously humming a few bars of Temptation when, Yeah?
Richard Diamond?
Depends on who wants him.
My name's Sloan, William Sloan.
I'm Diamond. What can I do for you?
I'm here because Miss Marilyn Connors asked me to come by and talk to you.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
I believe Martin Cope mentioned your name earlier this afternoon.
In all probability, he did. I'm Mr. Cope's attorney.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Cope seemed a little unhappy with you, Sloan.
That was because I suggested that Marilyn hire herself a private detective.
I gathered as much.
I picked you because of your reputation. I had no way of knowing that Martin didn't like you.
Why are you here, Mr. Sloan?
To ask you to go back on the job. Protect Marilyn until we're sure that her husband is not going to cause trouble.
I'd like to know something, Mr. Sloan. Why do you expect Marilyn's husband to cause trouble?
Isn't it obvious?
Maybe I'm a little dense.
Why, Marilyn and Martin Cope have been in love since Joe Connors was sent to prison.
You think that's enough to make Joe Connors try something?
Well, it goes a little deeper than that.
How deep?
Joe Connors used to work for Martin.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. I'm beginning to remember. Joe Connors swore Cope had him framed.
That's correct. He swore that when he got out, he'd get him.
Well, it's a little tough under the circumstances. It'll just cause another argument between Cope and Marilyn if I show up again. Why don't you get yourself another boy? A lot of good private detectives in New York.
Because you'd be about the only one who wouldn't be afraid of Martin. And Marilyn has a great respect for you.
Even after I belted her boyfriend?
Well, I think that convinced her you were the one for the job.
Joe Connors got out this afternoon, didn't he?
That's right, at 4:30.
Where's Mrs. Connors?
At the club.
Well, if I go down there, there's going to be more trouble.
Martin went out about an hour ago. That's why we want you to come down. Martin got a phone call. He seemed worried. Marilyn was in the office with him. She said that when he left, he didn't say where he was going, but he took his gun with him.
Sloan and I went downstairs, climbed into his car, and headed for Martin Cope's nightclub. When we went in, Marilyn Connors was on stage. So we went to the back of the building and sat down in her dressing room. About 10 minutes later, Marilyn came in. She was wearing something thin enough to make a silkworm commit a harry-carry.
Hello, William. Mr. Diamond, I'm so glad you reconsidered.
I think we both reconsidered, didn't we?
Has Martin come back yet?
I'll go see. I'll be right back.
I'm worried, Mr. Diamond.
How long ago did Cope leave?
About half an hour before I went on. If you'll excuse me, I have to take off my makeup.
Oh, sure, go right ahead.
He's back.
Martin?
Yes, and I'm sure something's happened. He's worried sick about something.
I'll go see him.
Mrs. Connors.
Yes?
Do you want me to stay?
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Why don't you go over to my apartment and wait? It's 48 West 74th Street, number 3. It's a walk-up.
All right.
Wait, you'll need a key. Here.
She handed me her key and left with William Sloan. I walked out of the club, grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was walking upstairs to her apartment. The room was in darkness. I felt around for a light switch near the door. Then I froze. The room was still and quiet, but there was a smell in the air, a heavy, pungent odor that a gun leaves after it's been fired. The smell was cordite. I flipped the switch on and looked down at the dead body of Joe Connors, lying on his back, shot through the head.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
One sniff won't tell you.
One puff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to judge the mildness of a cigarette, to see how well it gets along with your throat.
Make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days, and you'll know how mild Camels are. Pack after pack, week after week. Yes, for 30 days, enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test, and see for yourself why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Who is it?
The police.
Oh, goody.
Otis,
Yeah?
you're standing on my foot.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant Levinson.
Who's dead, Diamond?
Right over there, name's Joe Connors.
Shot in the head, Lieutenant.
Well, Otis is getting brighter.
Who did it?
How do I know?
Whose apartment is this?
Mrs. Marilyn Connors.
Same name as the dead man.
No, his name's Joe.
Oh, I mean the last name.
Look, meathead.
Well, it is.
Well, he's right, Walt. They were married.
What are you doing here?
Me? Well, I come with you.
Otis.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what are you doing here, Diamond?
Well, Marilyn Connors asked me to wait for her.
And let's all wait.
Walt, have you noticed all the windows are locked?
So it's cold out.
Well, let's not wait. Let's go over to Martin Cope's nightclub.
What's Martin Cope got to do with it?
Leave Otis here until the coroner arrives. Put a tag on him so the coroner will be sure to get the right body, and I'll tell you about the whole thing on the way over to the club.
Lieutenant Levinson to see you, Martin.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Hi.
What are you doing here, Diamond?
He's with me, Cope. You own a gun?
What is this?
He said, do you own a gun?
Yeah, so what?
Mind if I look at it?
Okay. It's loaded.
Let's see. Been fired.
You're nuts.
Rick.
Has been.
What is this? I haven't fired that gun since I owned it.
You took it out of here with you, didn't you?
What's that to you, Diamond?
You took it out tonight, didn't you?
Don't answer that, Martin.
Now, look.
Let's go down to the station.
What for?
Martin, you knew Joe Connors, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, somebody shot him.
You think
Martin, don't say any more.
Well, I'm surprised at you, Sloan. You were the one who told me Martin took the gun with him.
You did?
How the devil did I know Diamond would go to the police?
What were you doing with Diamond anyway?
Marilyn hired him.
And fired him?
She hired him again tonight. He was working for her. Anything I told him was in confidence.
Murder just isn't confidential, Sloan.
Look, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. I went out to see Joe Connors. He phoned me.
Martin.
I didn't kill him, though. Yeah, I took my gun, but I didn't use it. He was dead when I got there.
You went to Marilyn Connors' apartment?
That's right.
Well, let's all go down to the station and have ballistics check on this gun.
And in the meantime, Cope, I'm holding you on suspicion of murder. Well, here's the ballistics report, Rick. Cope's gun was the one that did the job. Slug they took out of Connors matched.
Now let's talk to Marilyn Connors and Sloan again.
Why? We've got our boy.
Just want to talk to them.
Send in Miss Connors and Mr. Sloan. Now, what have you got on your mind, Rick?
Oh, I was just thinking about all the windows being locked.
So what?
You want to see us, Lieutenant?
Mr. Diamond does. Have a chair.
Mr. Diamond, I'm sorry things worked out this way.
Well, so am I. Oh, here's your apartment key.
Thank you.
How many people have a key to your apartment, Mrs. Connors?
What? Martin has the only other one.
Mm-hmm. What time did Martin get that phone call?
Oh, about 7:30, I guess. I got to the club about 7:15. Martin usually comes in about 7:30. I met him in his office, and he got the call.
And he took the gun and left right away?
It's all right. Martin has already admitted taking the gun.
Yes, he took the gun and left almost immediately.
Mm-hmm. Where were you, Sloan?
At home. I got to the club just after Martin left. Marilyn told me what had happened, and I came right over to you.
Oh. Well, all right. Thank you very much.
That's all?
Are you going to defend Mr. Cope?
I doubt it. I don't think he wants me to.
Well, thank you very much. We'll be talking to you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
So long.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, what was all that about?
I want to talk to Martin Cope.
Rick, now look.
I want to talk to him. I want to find out how Joe Connors got into a locked apartment without a key.
I don't want anything to do with you, Diamond.
You better cooperate. Diamond's got an angle that's worth listening to.
I didn't shoot Connors no matter what that ballistics report says.
You have a key to Marilyn's apartment.
Yeah.
Connors was dead when you got there.
Yeah, I told you that.
You left the club about 7:45.
That's right, about 7:45.
Connors had been dead about 3 hours when I found him, Walt. I found him about 9:30.
By gosh, that's right.
And that part of your story stands up, Cope. He was dead when you got there.
What about the gun?
You always keep that gun in your desk, Cope?
Yeah.
Who was in the club with you?
Oh, the usual people. Waiter, bartenders, busboys.
Marilyn?
Yeah. Now, wait a minute.
Who knew you kept the gun in the desk?
Oh, half a dozen people, maybe.
You think somebody lifted that gun, killed Connors, and put it back in the desk?
You always come in about 7:30, don't you, Cope?
Yeah, every night.
According to the death certificate, Connors had been dead about an hour before you came in. What time did you leave the club this afternoon?
Right after you slugged me.
Oh, you got up rather suddenly. It was about 4:30, wasn't it? Somebody could have gone into your office, taken that gun, killed Connors, put the gun back before you came in at 7:30.
Then I'm cleared?
No, not a bit. You have a key to Marilyn's apartment. The killer had a key to let Connors in.
Miss Connors said there were only 2 keys.
Well, Walt, let's go talk to Mrs. Connors. Mrs. Connors, where were you around 7 this evening?
7?
Where were you?
Why, downtown.
You weren't in your apartment?
No.
Did you come back from downtown before going to the club?
No.
Who was in your apartment?
Why, no one that I know of.
Have you ever given your key to anyone except Cope and, me, of course?
Yes?
Who and how long ago?
My piano player. About a week ago.
Hello, Bernie.
Hello. Oh, hello. You're the nice man who slugged Mr. Cope this afternoon. Let me buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Bernie. This is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Hi.
What time did you get to the club this evening, Bernie?
Oh, about 7:30. Why?
The cook says he saw you come in around 7:15.
15 minutes one way or the other.
Where were you at 7 o'clock, Bernie?
My house, I guess.
Bernie, we checked with the state prison. They censor letters up there.
Do they?
Mm-hmm. A man named Joe Connors got a letter 2 days ago telling him to meet someone at Mrs. Connors' apartment around 6:30 this evening.
What's this all about?
Well, we'd like to have you come down to the station for a paraffin test, Bernie.
A paraffin test?
Yeah, we can determine if anyone has shot a gun in the last 48 hours.
Oh.
When did you take Mr. Cope's gun, Bernie?
Right after he left this afternoon.
You had a duplicate key made from the one Mrs. Connors gave you several days ago?
Mm-hmm. The Green Hardware Shop, I believe, over on 64th Street.
Why'd you do it?
Oh, love, hate, lots of reasons. What difference does it make? For a week now, I've heard him talking about Joe Connors and what he might do when he got out. I saw a chance to get rid of Martin Cope, so I had the key made, wrote Joe Connors a letter, and killed him with Mr. Cope's gun.
After you killed Connors, you came back, put the gun back in the drawer. When Martin Cope came in, you called him and said you were Connors.
From that phone booth right over there.
Were you in love with Marilyn Connors?
That is an extremely earthy question that can do no good at all. Well, let's go, Lieutenant. I was getting tired of playing the piano anyway.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah. In a way, it's too bad it didn't work. Think what Marilyn Connors in for when she marries Martin Cope.
Oh, speaking of Marilyn Connors, you certainly did take a lot of pains describing her attributes.
Oh, really? Well, it wasn't painful at all.
Was she really that pretty?
Pretty.
Well, I'm jealous.
Well, don't be. She had one thing that was wrong.
What was that?
She had long blonde hair that hung all the way down to the floor.
Well, that sounds beautiful.
But it was her mustache. Better sing something, huh?
I think you'd better.
What would you like?
Anything that will make up for that last remark.
I thought it was pretty clever.
Just sing.
Okay. How about this? Maybe I'm right, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm weak, and maybe I'm strong. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you. Maybe I'll win, and maybe I'll lose. Maybe I'm in for crying the blues. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, but left with a heart that is breaking. Maybe I live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you.
Oh, that's better.
Thank you.
Rick,
Hmm?
I'll bet she really did have pretty hair.
Oh, I guess so, but she kept it all rolled up on her head.
Well, what's the matter with that?
I like yours better.
I wear mine up.
Yeah, but I've seen you with your hair down.
Rick.
Come here.
Rick?
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Among the millions of Camel smokers, there are many stars whose voices are their fortunes. John Wayne, Risa Stevens, Martha Tilton are a few. They find that Camel's cool mildness gets along fine with their throats.
Friends, make your own 30-day Camel mildness test and see why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no one deserves the appreciation of the American people more than the men and women who have served in our armed forces. The Camel people send weekly gifts of cigarettes to those servicemen and veterans who are hospitalized. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Martinsburg, West Virginia, and Coral Gables, Florida. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Hood, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, Chelsea, Massachusetts. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack.
Pipe smokers, enjoy the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert. Yes, PA is made from choice tobacco, rich tobacco that's naturally flavorsome. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimped cut for smooth smoking. So get PA in the handy pocket tin or the pound size. It's America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Before this afternoon's adventure with the Shadow begins, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. When you order your next supply of fuel, ask for blue coal. Then you'll enjoy steady, dependable heating comfort and satisfaction such as you've never known before. Countless thousands of American families have found from experience what a tremendous difference blue coal makes. It burns down to a fine ash, leaving no wasted, unburned coal. And it gives steadier, healthier heat with less furnace attention. So if you want the solid fuel for solid comfort, insist on blue coal by name. Call your dealer for your supply tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, The lovely Margot Lane is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Valley of the Living Dead.
This desert scenery is simply magnificent, Lamont. Why, this alone was worth the trip.
Yes. And I think that's the mountain range over there that I've been looking for. Sort of saw-teeth edge to it.
Looking for a mountain range. The whole thing seems silly to me. It's a long trip just because you heard of a rumor that there's a valley someplace behind a sawtooth mountain where people act peculiarly. What's behind this rumor?
That's just what I'm going to find out, Margot.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want some gas.
Huh?
And I also want to know the best road up that mountain over there.
Oh, there ain't no road over that mountain you can drive on, mister.
No road? Well, what's the matter with that one right ahead there?
That's no good. It's dangerous. You see, ain't many folks besides me has been in that valley. And, brother, I'm going to live there someday.
Well, if you go, you can go alone, Timothy Hicks. I'll have plenty of time to rot when I'm dead and in my grave.
What's that you said?
I said I'd have long enough to rot when I'm in my grave.
Don't pay no attention to the missus. She don't know nothing. Why, on the other side of that there range, they got the slickest place you ever seen. Put it in a round valley. There's only one thing, though. Got to be busted to live there.
You can't have any money?
Yep, busted. Why, the folks in there get the houses given to them and food, everything.
You mean a sort of a state poor farm?
Nope, nothing like that. It's private. Owned by Mr. Maxim. Kindest man that ever was. Yes, indeed. Well, there you are, mister, all fixed up.
About how many people live in that valley?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly. There's maybe 800, 900. I ain't been in since they prospected for gold. Boy, they sure hit a vein.
Well, then they must have plenty of money in there.
Nope, they ain't. See, while Mr. Maxim was in the east, those folks got some capital in from the outside to work the mines. Yep, but then he came back. Maxim come back too soon. Gosh, was he mad. Put a stop to it as quick as scat.
Gold, and he put a stop to it?
Yeah, ain't supposed to have no money in there.
Probably can't tell a nickel from a dime, but now. Me, I can't see myself without a bit of change in my hand now and then. Not me. Ain't got nothing in there I want. No radios, theaters, stores, nothing.
Well, Lamont Cranston, there's certainly no great wrong here to right. I suggest we give up the whole thing and make this a pleasure trip for a change.
Sorry, Margot. Here you are, Hicks.
Oh, thanks, mister. Hey, mister, be on the watch for boulders rolling across the road there.
Well, here's where we leave the paved road and start climbing.
There's a sign. Danger, drive up this road at your own risk.
Oh, yes, I see it. And I assure you it interests me, Margot. In view of what our friend back there just warned us.
There comes the boulder now, Lamont. Bigger than this car.
You're right. Well, strange. It missed us anyhow.
Now will you turn back? The road isn't safe.
Well, that one might be just coincidence, Margot. It's a fine road. Nothing wrong with it. Good all the way up, far as I can see.
There's another boulder.
Yes, coming right down this path. Yeah, hold fast.
Oh, thank goodness that missed us, too. Lamont, there's no coincidence about those boulders rolling down.
No, you're right, Margot. Unless I'm mistaken, it's an electric eye. And it starts them as surely as it would open a door.
Well, then, for pity's sake, let's get out of here. We'll be smashed to bits. I've had enough of this whole thing.
Before the sun sets, Margot, we're going to be in that valley. But we're going in by plane.
But it all seems so unnecessary, Lamont. Going and getting this plane, there can't be anything wrong. Not with this man Maxim on the job. Say he's so kind and all that.
Margot, never in my life have I felt a more compelling certainty that something was wrong.
At any rate, we'll know the moment we're over the jagged teeth of this ridge below. Yeah. Look, Margot. There's the valley. I'll fly lower. Look closely.
Lamont, this is low enough.
Yes, 100 feet. And look. Look at those people closely, Margot, as they move along the streets. The lifelessness of them.
Well, no traffic to keep them jumping. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong.
Children half-heartedly at play. No work being done anywhere. Men sprawled on the grass.
Well, what of it, Lamont?
Cut off from the outside world. No work to do, no amusements, nothing for mind or muscle to feed on. Why, Margot, that place is like a stagnant pool covered with green slime. Beautiful to look at, but filled with decay.
Well, maybe you're right, Lamont. If even the women don't stop to talk to one another, they don't even look up at the sound of the plane.
And over there, just beyond the dam, are the gold mines, latest equipment lying idle.
And a chance for everybody to make a lot of money. Look, what's that back against the hill? Oh, it's a sort of castle.
Now, wait a minute, Margot. That standard flying from the turret there. It has a name on it. I'll try to get closer and make it out. See, Ingram A. Maxim. Ingram Maxim. Why, I know who this fellow is now.
You do?
In college. I was just a freshman. He was taking postgraduate. A bald, thin little man, always helping some of the fellows. Why, he was rich as Croesus even then. Hang on, Margot. I'm going to set her down on the other side of the dam and find out what this is all about.
Why don't they answer, Lamont?
We'll keep on knocking until they do. Oh, wait. I saw the curtain move from the window up there.
Please, Lamont, let's go back to the plane. I feel weak. What was that?
I don't know. It's horrible. Margot. Good heavens, Margot. Here, you're not fainting.
Oh, the lady has fainted.
Mr. Maxim, please. I prefer to carry her.
I will carry her. No one here dictates to Maxim. There. Now, precede me into the house, if you will, sir. And now, with the little lady well taken care of, we shall dine together. Cranston, we talk over the old days. You see, I remember you. Indeed, I have the faculty of remembering everybody I ever see.
I couldn't forget you, naturally. Always doing such kind things to help the less fortunate chaps at college.
That was nothing at all. Now, here, of course, I have much larger opportunities.
Yes, undoubtedly. Something's been puzzling me, Maxim. Those boulders rolling down into the road. I'm curious to know how you work that.
I have my own ways, Mr. Cranston, of protecting this valley of mine from intruders. I want nothing from the outside world to touch my people. Nothing.
Well, Smother, I can't move.
You're all right, Margot. I'm right here.
Keep your arms under the blankets, little lady. That's it.
But I'm not cold. I'm smothering.
Too much exertion, my dear, coming down that steep path from the dam. Women's delicate bodies were not built for harsh exertion. You see, Serena, what are you doing here? Why did you leave your room in your wheelchair without my help?
Is the lady sick, Maxim? Are you sick too, my dear?
No. No, nothing wrong with me. Just a little chill.
Miss Lane, my wife,
How do you do?
Mr. Cranston.
How do you do? Did you suffer an injury of some sort, Mrs. Maxim? That you should have to be in a wheelchair?
No. Oh, no, I've always been strong. But after the birth of my son, I think that was when
My dear, you are exerting yourself too much. You must go to your room.
But Maxim's always taken such good care of me. I never have to lift a hand. He carries me and puts me in my bed. He feeds me. He's always so kind. Kind.
It is the privilege of all strong people, my dear, to take care of the weaker. Come, my dear Serena. Off to bed with you.
Maxim, the lady heard it too. It's not my
It's
imagination.
the wind, my dear, in a faulty flue. I shall have it fixed tomorrow.
I tell you, it has the sound of my son's voice.
Now, that imagination of yours again, my dear. You know that Paul is off at school. Now say good night to Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
Good night, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
Good night.
While we're waiting for the second act of The Valley of the Living Dead, here's a word to the wise. Homeowners, when you order fuel, keep in mind that there's just as much of a difference between the quality of various kinds of hard coal as there is in an automobile, radio, or washing machine. This difference lies in the location of the fields from which the coal comes and the care in mining and preparation. That's why it will pay you to insist on blue coal when you order your next supply of fuel. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the richest part of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite field. Each ton of blue coal as it comes from the mines is screened and re-screened many times for perfect sizing. Then it's washed to remove any existing impurities and laboratory tested by trained inspectors. Only the coal which passes this thorough laboratory test and meets Glen Alden's high quality is shipped to blue coal dealers. That's why you can be sure of perfect heating comfort and satisfaction when you order quality-tested blue coal by name. You'll find that blue coal gives you steadier, more dependable heat. So call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Father? Oh, I thought you'd never come.
But, Paul, my son, don't I always come?
Oh, this steel cast. Can't we take it off?
Not yet, my boy. To remove it too soon would mean that you'd never walk again.
I don't care. I don't care. It's now. It's the pain now that I can't stand.
I know what is best for you, Paul.
But it's getting worse. I can't rest. I can't sleep.
Come now. You must.
Oh, if I only could and never wake up.
That is better. Patience. Patience. I'll turn the light low. There. Good night, my son. Sleep. Sleep.
I'm glad he's gone. I'll get this cast off somehow. Even if it does cripple me. I don't care.
Let me help you, Paul.
Who spoke? Where are you?
Don't be frightened. I've come to help you.
Nothing can frighten me anymore. But I can't see you.
I can sometimes help people better because I'm not seen.
Oh, I don't know what you mean, but can you really help me? I mean, take this cast off.
Yes, Paul, right away. Tell me, how long have you had it on?
Nearly 2 years. I was away at school and had an accident. My father came to see me, and well, I don't remember much about that part, but a doctor said that I would have to have this cast put on.
A doctor said that?
What? Oh, yes. My father told me he did.
Yeah, trust me now. I want you to try to stand.
But I can. My father says I can.
I want you to try.
All right. I'll try. Oh, I'm standing.
Good boy. That's what I wanted to know. You have 2 strong, healthy legs. They're growing against steel that clamps them like a vice. This cast is coming right off.
It's off. Oh, but my legs, they feel numb.
Steady, Paul. The pain will soon be gone. You'll be well again. Well again, boy. Oh, yours is not the only bondage to be broken tonight.
Ah, Margot, it's good to get out in the air. Now, down these stone steps. Watch out. Steep.
Lamont, tell me, that dreadful cry, was that...
Yes, his son, Margot. I was able to relieve his sufferings, though.
thank heaven for that. But down in the village, all those people, what can you do for them?
Their suffering has been great enough. I'll make them help themselves. Watch out. This last step. Yeah, that's it.
There isn't a light anywhere. Everyone in this village is asleep.
That's it, Margot. Everyone has been asleep too long. But with luck, I hope to awaken their minds to this living death.
Not a sound anywhere, Lamont, except that coyote off in the hills.
The villagers sleep, Margot, but they do not rest. Come, I'll show you how their tortured subconscious minds react.
This place of living dead, this silence beats on my ears like the drums of eternity.
And in the next house and the next, Margot, I must go to them as they sleep in the shadows. Try to free them from this bondage of submission.
The mills. I hear them. The good, honest roar of machinery. The white heat of the furnaces. There's a fine strength in me. And I'm to have a raise of $1 at the end of the week. No, that's past and gone. I've become as soft as something that lies rotting in the sun. There is no hope. I am dead. Dead.
No, my friend, you're alive. And you can be strong again.
What? Who spoke? Who said that?
God put muscles in a man's body for use, for work.
Work? Yes, work. But we are dead.
Not while there is work to be done, and you can do it.
No, I've dreamed that dream until I'm nearly mad.
Then go to the mines. They wait only for your courage to start them working.
No, we can't do that. Mr. Maxim has forbidden it.
Wake up, man. He has given you what only money can buy. He has taken from you what only God can give. Your freedom. Start working the mines tonight.
Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight.
Lamont, there are lights now in every house.
Yes. And over there, lanterns swinging to the quick step of men hurrying to the mines. Give me your hand, Margot. We've no time to lose. We're almost at Maxim's castle.
To think in a single night you will have destroyed Maxim's self-created world.
As well as that, Margot, everything on which his ego has fattened. Listen, the people are wasting no time. Hurry. Here, I'll help you. Up these steps. Quickly. Quickly, Margot, quickly. This is Maxim's room, Margot. You stay back. I don't know what danger lies behind this door, but as the shadow, I'll soon find out.
After all I've done for them, they betray my generosity. Men and women alike. They're crowded down at the mines with the hundreds. I'm going out to the balcony to observe them more clearly.
Maxim, what's happened? Why are you so angry?
Mrs. Maxim,
Oh,
don't be startled. I'm here to help you. Listen closely. This is a fight for freedom.
Who speaks? It's all such a strange dream.
Do as I tell you without questioning. Rise out of your bed, out of your weakness, and fight as those people down at the mines are starting to fight.
But I can't rise. I can't walk. Not without Maxim's help.
You can. You shall. You've got to fight out of the weakness to strength and freedom.
Yes. Fight out of weakness to strength and freedom. I can. I will stand.
I see their game. They want a freedom apart from me, but they shan't have it. I stopped them before. I'll stop them again.
No, Maxim. Don't stop them this time. Don't.
Serena, you standing alone. How dare you stand alone without my help?
I'd rather die, Maxim, standing alone as God intended me to stand, than go on in a living death of the weakness that comes of your constant support.
You two, After all I've done, devoted my life to you. What madness is in this place tonight?
Madness is lifting from this place tonight, Maxim.
What is that voice? Who speaks?
Perhaps it is your conscience speaking, Maxim. Your conscience.
Serena, what is that voice? Do you hear it? Or is this whole thing some crazy dream?
I only know that I can stand alone and move alone. And if it's a dream, I hope I never wake.
Listen closely, Maxim. Your conscience speaks again. You gave these poor creatures the things your millions could so easily buy. You felt great and noble and princely in the giving. And for that you robbed them of their strength of will and muscle and heart. It is a crime. Just as stealing money is a crime.
This is how they repay me, is it? They hurl my liberality back into my teeth and make it a reproach.
Maxim, you are consumed by selfishness. A selfishness so great that it has sacrificed 1,000 people and your wife and your son to its greedy demand.
It's a lie! My whole life has been devoted to others. My people know I love them. I'll go to them. I'll talk to them.
Will you also listen to them?
They will listen to me. And I will give them their choice of life or death. I shall always provide for you. I have promised that. I have proved it.
We want to earn money again to buy food that we earn to care for our family.
And I say you shall not. This valley is mine, and all who live here shall live as I order.
Let us work the mine. There's a way. Let us feel we've earned the right to live.
Have you so soon forgotten from what I saved you? That world outside where every man sets his hand against every other man? For money?
At least we live. Better that than this, where we grow soft with a rotting softness, and the hills and the silence close us in. We want no more.
This valley is a fulfillment of a dream for you.
It's a dream and nothing more. There is no life in it.
I tell you, I know what is best for you. You will not accept life as I have given it to you. Then you shall have death as I give it to you. I shall save them from themselves. A quick, merciful death. Yes, one turn of this lever, and in a few minutes the valley will be a deep and silent lake. Yes, one turn of the lever.
For the second time, Maxim, your conscience speaks.
Let it speak. I know what is best for my people.
You care nothing about those people.
How wrong you are, voice. I care enough about them to exterminate them all, rather than submit them to the corruption of an outside world. Just one turn of this handle.
Just one turn of that handle, and you would be a murderer.
The ungrateful have no right to live.
Close those gates before it is too late. You have no right to pronounce death. For if there's a guilty man in this valley today, you are that man.
I guilty? Of what am I guilty?
You attempted to buy the freedom of 1,000 people, Maxim. To force them to the knees before you, and to keep them there for the rest of their lives.
No! No, I didn't mean it that way. This lever. Oh, I must turn it back. The rush of water against the gate is too strong. I can't turn it.
Maxim, I'm here. Cranston. Lamont Cranston. They're beside you.
Oh, Cranston,
I'll help you.
Before it's too late.
Yes, together, our combined strength.
They shall live.
Maxim, what's wrong? There's blood on your lip.
Something in me is broken. The weight of closing the gate.
Here, lean on me.
Wait. Look. Oh, Cranston, look. Coming there. Walking toward me. Look. Walking. My wife and my son.
Yes, walking. Here, Maxim, take my arm.
No, Cranston, I am dying. I gave my life closing those gates, saving my people. Tell them that. Tell my wife and son.
Please lean on me. Let me help you to your feet.
No, look. The weaker I grow, the more strongly they walk. My wife and son, they are getting back. what I took away.
You're a great man at this moment, Maxim. And listen, down by the mines as the water recedes, they're cheering you, Maxim.
Yes, I hear them cheering me.
And they are the cheers of a living and a free people.
Before you hear a preview of next week's Shadow Story, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with more of his time and trouble-saving hints on furnace care and attention. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. A great many homeowners are under the impression they can save money by putting only a little coal on the furnace. On the contrary, that's one of the surest ways I know to actually waste money. A flimsy, shallow fire is apt to go out. It won't give you enough heat, and it causes constant trips to the cellar to refuel the fire. The economical way to fire your furnace is to keep a deep fire bed at all times. Build the fire up to the level of the bottom of the fire door. Of course, in milder weather, you can leave a little heavier layer of ash on the grates. This keeps the fire burning slowly, yet it keeps enough coal burning to give plenty of heat if the temperature should suddenly drop. And remember, if you feel your furnace isn't giving you 100% heating results, here's what you do. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to look over your furnace. These men are trained heating experts. They're fully qualified to locate the source of any possible furnace trouble and show you how it can be corrected. This John Barclay service is yours without any charge or obligation of any sort on your part. So always feel free to call your Blue Coal dealer. I thank you.
And now for a preview of next week's exciting shadow adventure entitled Prelude to Terror. The eminent scientist, Professor Baker, is sitting in his study late one night when there is a knock on the door. Thinking it is his butler, Cooper, he says, "Come in, Cooper."
Oh, I thought it was Cooper.
Shut up, Professor Baker. I got a present for you. Here's what the boss wants. And before he's through, the people of this city will wish they were dead like you, Professor Baker.
Why did this man kill Professor Baker? For what reason does he say an entire city will welcome death? Be sure to find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Prelude to Terror. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again...
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marta. Now, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is firing me to Casablanca. Yeah, that's the place in North Africa they made that movie about. No, they don't plan to star me in a picture, but if I behave myself, they may use me in a frame.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the broken key.
According to the encyclopedia, Casablanca is a seaport on the Atlantic coast of Morocco.
situated 33 degrees, 27 minutes north, 7 degrees, 46 minutes west, which shows you how little the encyclopedia knows. What does that tell you about Casablanca? Does it conjure up the romance and intrigue? Does it say if you peek behind the beaded curtain in the Café Tangier, you'd find both there personified by Helene Grant? And though Helene may not be Ingrid Bergman, it works out even, because the boy who just parted those curtains isn't Humphrey Bogart either.
Mademoiselle Grant?
Yes?
I am Moulay Hafid. I was told to meet you here.
Of course, you can identify yourself.
My credentials, comrade.
Mm-hmm. Well, they seem to be in order.
You are disappointed?
Very. These papers show you're Moulay Hafid, but how do you know I'm Helene Grant?
I naturally assumed.
You had no right to. A Comintern agent takes nothing for granted.
Forgive me.
Sit down. Would you care for a drink?
I am a Muslim, comrade.
Oh, yes. I forgot.
You find it strange a follower of Mohammed can be a member of the Communist Party?
I don't care who you follow, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. You cabled Paris that Robert Foch is in Casablanca.
He is.
You're sure you've got the right man?
Yes, I took this photograph of him last week.
Mm-hmm. It's Robert, all right. Who's the girl?
She arrived with him from Marrakesh. Her name is Yasmine Marin.
So, Robert has gone native.
Pardon?
I meant no offense, Moulay.
It was a natural reaction.
You're annoyed.
Disturbed is perhaps a better word. I have a problem, comrade. I would like to disaffiliate myself from the party.
Oh, ridiculous. Just because I hurt your feelings.
My feelings count for nothing. I made this decision many months ago. I joined the party hoping it would improve the lot of my countrymen.
You're an idealist, Moulay.
You are amused.
Oh, I realize such people exist.
Even among ignorant natives.
I apologize for my remark. Now, about Robert Foch and this woman.
Mademoiselle has not answered my question.
Mademoiselle has the same answer for you she has for Robert Foch. Why do you think we're looking for him?
I have no idea.
Comrade Foch was a member of the party in France, a valued member. 10 months ago, he asked to resign. Naturally, the party couldn't release him, so he disappeared. Now he turns up in Casablanca with a...
native girl.
Yes. And I've been sent here to reason with him.
Mademoiselle had better work quickly. He leaves tonight from Kazes Airport.
What?
He purchased a ticket this afternoon for Cairo.
Oh. Well, maybe I can talk him into canceling out. Get a car, comrade. We'll try.
Messieurs, mesdames les passagers, attention, s'il vous plaît. Numéro 23, Casablanca.
Why, Robert Foch.
Helene.
Now imagine finding you here. Well, it certainly is a small world.
Much too small.
You going somewhere?
Why?
Well, if you are, I'd avoid Cairo. I don't think you'd like it this time of year.
Well, if I knew you were in Casablanca, Helene,
You'd have arranged to stay.
Naturally.
Oh, that would have been lovely. Still, it might have posed a problem. What about Yasmine?
Yasmine?
Isn't that her name? She's beautiful, Robert. Moulay showed me her picture.
Suppose we leave her out of this discussion, eh? She knows nothing of my activities.
Why, comrade, you haven't gone middle class and fallen in love.
I said we will leave her out of this.
Yes, you will. Now, here are your orders.
I refuse to accept them.
I wouldn't get on that plane, Robert. I don't think you'd like the welcoming committee in Cairo. Do you remember Émile Rousseau?
Émile?
Mm-hmm. He's waiting for you at the airport there. Now, personally, I never believed those stories that he learned his trade working for the Nazis at Dachau. Still, one never knows, does one?
You win.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to stay. And won't Yasmine be pleased? Suppose I drop you at the hotel and you can break the news. Yes?
Have I the privilege of speaking with Yasmin Marin?
Who is this?
I am called Mulai Hafid.
What is it you wish?
For myself, nothing. I merely desire to be of service to Mademoiselle. You are acquainted with Robert Foch?
Are you a friend of Robert?
I am a better friend of yours. Did you know Monsieur Foch plans to desert you?
You lie. Robert would never leave me.
Did he ever mention a European lady named Helene Grant?
Why are you torturing me? Why are you telling me all this?
Because we have a great deal in common, Yasmin. We both have been betrayed by foreigners.
I do not believe you.
But you are not as certain as you were before.
No, you are lying.
If it pleases you to believe that, so be it. But I suggest at least an investigation might be in order. May Allah be good to you.
Robert. Robert, open up, Robert.
I told you 1,000 times, Yasmin.
Oh, Sherry, I should have known he was lying.
What?
Imagine I almost believe him.
What are you talking about?
That man who called the one who gave his name is Mulai Hafid.
Mulai Hafid?
He said the most awful things, Robert. That you were running away with some woman, and I was jealous enough to...
What are you staring at?
Those suitcases.
Well?
He was telling the truth. You are planning to leave me?
Don't be a fool, Yasmin.
Then why are the bags packed?
Well, this is none of your concern.
I suppose Helen Grant is none of my concern either. What is she to you?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yet you were going away with her.
Look, Yasmin, there are certain things you will never understand.
Because I am an ignorant native.
That has nothing to do with it. It's true I was running away.
So you admit it? I'll kill you. I'll kill you both.
Oh, you little fool. Put that down.
I'll show you.
You are insane. Put it down. Put it down. You idiot. Now get out.
Oh, no, Robert, please.
I never want to see you again.
I did not mean it, Sherry. I would never do anything to hurt you.
Will you get out or must I make you?
Put me down. Put me down.
Not till you are outside.
I'll kill you.
You will never have another opportunity.
Robert, please. Let me in. I did not mean it, Sherry.
Go away.
Not unless you say you forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive.
Promise you will call me. Otherwise, I will not go.
All right.
You promise.
I promise.
You won't be sorry, darling.
Women can be difficult, can't they?
What? Where did you come from?
Your bedroom. I suppose I should apologize, but I didn't want to be spotted coming up here.
Who are you?
Take a card.
Michael Waring, Private Investigations, New York.
Oh, it's the wrong one. Here, try another.
You are with American Intelligence?
Uh-huh. Now you can understand the reason for my dramatic entrance.
What do you want?
Well, I thought you might be interested to know there are several Comintern agents looking for you.
Oh, that's absurd.
Oh, I suppose Helene Grant is in Casablanca for her health.
What has this to do with you?
We want you to come over to our side.
Well, you think I would betray my friends?
I think the shoe's on the other foot. They betrayed you.
What?
Well, they sold you a bill of goods about what the party stood for, and you discovered they were all lies. Isn't that why you left? Well, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. We'd like you on our team. You're in a position to tell the free world what communism really means.
You do not realize what you are asking. They would kill me.
No, they won't. We'll get you out of Casablanca.
How? They're watching my every move.
Oh, we'll manage somehow. I don't suppose Trailways runs out this far.
Huh?
Wait a minute, I got it. Isn't there a railroad that runs between Fez and Tangier?
Yes.
All right, I'll rent a car and drive you to Fez. You use my name. When you get there, look up a man named Abd Ilkrim. He'll know what to do.
And what about Yasmin?
That little bundle of trouble who was just in here?
Yes. Can she go with me?
No, she'll have to wait. You can meet her later in Algiers.
Well, she would never understand. You saw...
Now, let me take care of her.
And Helene Grant?
Well, this seems to be my day for girls. I'll take care of her, too. Now, you hurry up and pack. We leave first thing in the morning.
Votre service.
This is Helene Grant in 412.
Oui, mademoiselle.
I don't want to make a noise like a tourist, but 1 hour ago I called room service. I haven't heard from them yet.
1,000 apologies, mademoiselle.
Well, what do I have to do to get... Oh. Well, never mind. They finally made it. Just a second. I said just a second. Well, what do you... Oh, no. No, you mustn't. You can't. You don't know. No.
Summer is just about hitting its peak, and we still have the Labor Day weekend to look forward to and plan for. That's fine for most of us, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays are often tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. More than 1,300 American families will lose one or more of their loved ones in accidents on the highways. At all times, and particularly on long holiday weekends, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's Casablanca for you. Not a bad place if you want to live it up, but a horrible spot if you've got to die. But then what place isn't? Well, I don't imagine it made much difference to Helene Grant and her condition. The first I knew of it was some 4 hours later when I remembered my promise to Robert Forsch and hustled over to Conrad Grant's hotel room to meet her. Well, when nobody answered, I walked in, and that was my first mistake. She was lying on the floor under the big ceiling fan, and in the dim light, the blades made like a windmill above her head. The effect was almost hypnotic. And then the spell was broken.
Pardonnez-moi.
What?
Forgive me, monsieur. I am afraid I startled you.
Yeah, I guess you did.
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Henri Boulanger at the prefecture.
Oh, well, I can't say this is exactly a pleasure, Inspector.
I can understand that, monsieur. Monsieur...
Waring, Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
I don't think the name would mean anything to you.
You are too modest. Correct me if I am in error, but you are with American intelligence.
How did you know that?
We too have our intelligence. Cigarette?
Oh, thanks. You know who she was?
Mademoiselle Grant? But of course. She was a Comintern agent. You were, as they say, on opposite sides of the fence.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Inspector. If you think I had anything to do with her murder...
Why, monsieur, it would never occur to me. I'm a most unsuspicious type. Still, as long as you mentioned it, what are you doing here?
I wanted to talk to her.
I should have guessed that for myself. And at the time of her death?
I was in my hotel room reading.
It's very strange. You are ready with an alibi when you have no idea when she was murdered.
No, it's pretty obvious. She'd been dead about 3 hours, which would put it around 9 o'clock.
How do you arrive at that conclusion?
A state of rigor mortis.
Oblige me, monsieur. In addition to your other talents, you are also a doctor?
I don't have to be, Inspector. Look at her arms.
Most interesting. I wonder if you would be kind enough to accompany me to the Place de France.
And in the meantime, the killer gets away.
I don't think there is much danger of that.
Look, I tell you, you're making a mistake.
Then I shall have to pay for it.
No, thanks.
Stay where you are, monsieur. Another step and I shall be compelled to shoot.
Well, I think you mean that.
I most assuredly do.
Well, in that case... Oh! Sorry, fella, but you left me no choice. You mind if I borrow your gun?
You will regret this, monsieur. Au revoir, mon ami. I'm sure we will meet again.
Who is it?
Mike Waring, Robert. Open up.
Just a moment. Come in.
Try and keep me out. I'll lock it.
But why?
Just humor me.
You secured the car?
Huh?
You were to drive me to Fez.
Oh, yeah. Well, the situation's changed somewhat. Helene Grant has been murdered.
No.
Yes. Do you mind if I borrow that drink? You don't seem to be using it.
Well, how did it happen?
Around 9 o'clock tonight, someone walked into a room at the Bonaparte and shot her 3 times.
Oh, how awful. Have they any idea who was responsible?
Well, if you ask Boulanger...
Boulanger?
He's head of the local prefecture. He suspects me.
But why?
Well, for one thing, he found me standing over a body. And for another, he knows we work different sides of the street.
I see.
Well, good for you, then maybe you can explain it to me. Where were you at 9 tonight?
Oh, surely you don't think that...
Why not? Your motive is every bit as good as mine. Helene Grant was a threat to you.
But you promised to end that.
Well, you might not have had much confidence in me. Now, where were you?
At the Rouge et Noir.
Rouge et Noir?
It is a café near the Place de France.
I thought I told you not to go out.
Then it is most fortunate I ignored your instructions. Otherwise, I would not have an alibi. I went there to say goodbye to Yasmin.
You agreed to let me handle her.
The situation was much too delicate.
Oh, but you felt sure I could handle Helene.
Apparently, I was right.
Thanks. So, you were with Yasmin?
From 8 till 10.
All right. Nice long goodbye. You mind if I check that?
Yes, I do. You are not to disturb her.
Oh, well, I wouldn't advise you to try to stop me, Robert. If I dumped a police inspector who tried it, figures a mere civilian wouldn't stand a chance. I'll be seeing you, fella.
Entrez.
Hello, Yasmin.
Yes?
Well, nice dressing room you've got here. You must sing well to rate it.
What is the meaning of this?
I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but it's important I talk to you.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy.
Well, this won't take long. My name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Yes, I'm a friend of Robert Foch.
Robert never introduced us.
Well, naturally. There was no need to.
I do not believe you.
Okay. And how would I know you two pitched a battle royal in the Hotel Splendide over Helene Grant?
Robert told you that?
Oh, Robert tells me everything. Incidentally, you don't have to worry about Helene anymore. She's dead.
Not really.
You don't seem very upset.
Why should I be? She was my enemy.
You don't realize what you're saying.
But you knew this. You say Robert told you everything.
Yeah, he also said you came back to the hotel again between 8 and 10.
Robert said that?
Yes, why? Isn't it true?
No.
I knew it.
Je ne comprends pas.
It's all right, Angel.
But why should Robert say I was at his hotel when he was visiting here with me in my dressing room?
He what?
I said something wrong?
Well, that depends on where you're standing. In my spot, it couldn't have been worse. You sure Robert was here between 8 and 10?
Positive.
Well, then he was telling the truth.
Pardon?
Nothing. How did you find out about Helene Grant in the first place?
A man told me.
This man got a name?
Yes, he called himself Mulai Hafid.
Mulai Hafid, Mulai Hafid. Where did I hear that? Sure, he was Helene's contact in Casablanca.
I do not understand.
Well, that's just as well.
Oh, that's my cue. I'm sorry. I must go.
That's okay. So do I. Knock 'em dead, Angel. That's just what I hope to do for my customer.
Cigarettes, candy, all American kinds, monsieur. You like to buy, monsieur?
No, thanks.
Maybe some postcards? Very lovely lady.
No, I'm sorry. I stocked up in Paris. Where can I find a coppersmith, Mulai Hafid?
You are sure you would not like to buy the postcards?
Oh, well, come to think of it, I guess I would. I forgot my grandmother collects them.
Oh, she will like these, monsieur. That will be 500 francs.
There you are. Now, where can I find Mulai Hafid?
That is his shop over there, by the sign of the Iron Jug.
Oh, thanks a lot.
If your grandmother would like more postcards...
I'll keep you in mind.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
What can I do for you, monsieur?
Well, that all depends. Are you Mulai Hafid?
Your servant, sir.
I'm Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
I'm a comrade from America.
Oh.
Where can we talk?
Here.
A little public, isn't it?
I shall lower the shade.
That's a nice place you got here. You do all your own metal work?
As my father and his father did before him. So, now we may talk.
Well, I guess you know why I'm here. The party's awfully disappointed in your work, comrade.
And I am disappointed in the party.
Why did you tell Yasmin Marin about Helene Grant?
You know this?
We know everything.
Then you are aware I informed Mademoiselle Grant of my desire to leave the party.
Well, it's getting to be an epidemic. First Robert Foch, and now you. What's your reason?
I explained that to Comrade Grant.
She found it unsatisfactory.
It was her privilege.
So you killed her.
Monsieur is pleased to jest.
You knew she was murdered?
All Casablanca is aware of this.
Yes, I know, but I think you had inside information. How would you like to take a little ride with me?
I do not think I would care for it.
I'm afraid I'll have to insist, Moulin.
First, allow me to show you something. This copper flask was fashioned by my father.
Well, what's that got to do with...
Permit me to finish. If you met a friend, you might offer him a drink by removing the stopper, so...
Well?
But if you met an enemy, you again removed the stopper, only this time you pressed this plunger to reveal...
Oh, a knife, huh?
Oui, monsieur. A knife. And I have met an enemy.
Here, monsieur, permit me.
Huh?
I think a little brandy would not harm you.
Oh, Inspector Boulanger.
I told you we would meet again.
Ow.
You are in pain?
I'll live. How did you know where to find me?
A friend of our department advised us.
Well, his name isn't Moulay Hafid.
It is indeed. Would you like to tell me what happened?
Yes, I'd like to very much. He tried to kill me.
It is understandable, n'est-ce pas?
Not to me.
You posed as a Comintern agent.
So?
So naturally, Moulay thought you would come to his shop to avenge the murder of Mademoiselle Grant.
Then that proves he killed her.
Why? Because he desired to protect himself from one he considered an assassin?
I tell you, he murdered her, Inspector. He wanted to leave the party, and she wouldn't let him.
That is true of Robert Foch, too.
Well, I grant you that, but Foch has an alibi.
So has Moulay.
What?
9 o'clock last night, he was stationed in the lobby of the Hotel Splendide, accompanied by one of my men.
But that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't?
No, if Moulay, Robert, and Yasmin have alibis for the time of Helene Grant's murder, who does that leave?
You, monsieur, as I maintained all along. I am so glad we are finally in accord.
Are you looking forward to a vacation or to holiday weekends filled with carefree relaxation? Unfortunately, a lot of us will never have those pleasant plans come true. Yes, for thousands of those dreams will turn into tragic nightmares because of a traffic accident. Highways are more crowded than ever, and make no mistake about it, that means greater danger whenever you drive. You can't prevent all of the traffic accidents that are taking place all over the country, but you can prevent that one accident that may happen to you. Follow the simple rules of driving safety all the time. The life you save may be your own. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, I guess Mama was right. She always said if I didn't watch that big tongue of mine, someday I'd trip over it. But who knew it was going to be in the shop of Moulay Hafid? While I lay there on the floor, Inspector Boulanger made like Florence Nightingale.
Just raise your arm a little higher.
I figured there was no percentage in getting up.
That's fine.
After all, I was only due to fall flat on my face again.
And voila. I think this will prove satisfactory. Now, if you will take my arm, monsieur, I shall be only too happy to assist you.
No, wait a minute, Inspector.
If you're thinking of making another escape, I beg you not to attempt it. I have 3 men stationed outside, all of whom are fleet of foot and excellent shots.
No, you don't understand. You say you had one of your detectives with Moulay Hafid in the lobby of the Splendide last night?
I did.
Why?
We were keeping Robert Foch under surveillance. We anticipated a little difficulty with the gentleman.
Obviously, it never developed.
Obviously.
And Moulay was never out of your man's sight?
Never once. They were together till midnight.
Well, they couldn't have been... Oh, could they?
Pardonnez-moi?
Oh, brother, am I a chump. Listen, Inspector, I think I see it all now. Just give me 10 minutes with Robert Foch. That's all I ask.
It is not unreasonable. After all, why shouldn't you have Foch for 10 minutes when I expect to have you for life? Allons, mon enfant.
Hello, Yasmin.
Monsieur Waring?
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Ask me better what didn't. We'd like to see Robert.
You cannot.
Well, maybe I cannot, but this gentleman can. He's Inspector Boulanger of the prefecture.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Where's your boyfriend?
I tell you, he is not here.
Then you won't mind if we search the place?
You are wasting your time.
Now, let's try the bedroom.
You're right ahead. It will avail you nothing.
I fear she's telling the truth. Regard, his clothes are gone. I'm afraid you will not have your 10 minutes with him.
Well, I'll settle for a couple with her. All right, where did he go, Yasmin?
I do not know.
You're lying. You must have planned to meet him somewhere.
You will never find out.
Oh, I wouldn't bet on it, Angel. Why did you lie to me about meeting Robert in your dressing room last night?
I did not lie. He was there.
No, he wasn't. That alibi was strictly a phony.
No.
Boulanger had a couple of men downstairs. They would have seen him go out.
He did not kill that woman.
No one said he did.
But you claim his alibi was fabricated.
The one he volunteered was. He said he spent the evening with Yasmin.
But if he was lying?
It follows she couldn't have been with him.
Then where was I?
Over at the Bonaparte, killing the woman you thought was your rival.
You are insane.
Oh, no, you're the one who's insane. And it was that old green-eyed monster that did the trick.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
No, you don't.
Let me go.
I'm sorry it had to work out like this, Angel, but it was either you or me. I guess when you come right down to it, I'm no gentleman.
Well, it merely goes to prove, Waring, the poets knew what they were talking about. What is that line again? Oh, yes. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
Oh, like a woman who thinks she's scorned. Actually, Helene wasn't Yasmin's rival.
Perhaps she was. A man who embraces the Communist Party can afford no other love.
Well, you got a point there.
So I was not completely wrong when I said this was a political murder.
No, not completely.
Let me assure you, Waring, we of Casablanca are forever in your debt. If there is any way we can ever repay you...
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, Inspector, because there is. While I was looking for Mulai Hafid, I ran into a peddler who made me buy some postcards before he'd give out with any information.
I see.
You think you could locate him for me?
You wish to have him arrested?
No. I promised to mail these to Grandma, and it just occurred to me I better get a set for Grandpa, too. Good night, Inspector.
The Case of the Lonely Hunter. The Case of the Lonely Hunter. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring takes a trip down the Nile and learns some cruises can be murder. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ann Shepard as Yasmin. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is lamp. L-A-M-P.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Say, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we invited some dental assistants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Judy Garvin. Her partner is an industrial designer from the audience, Mr. Hunt Lewis. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. like to find you around the house. Miss Judy Garvin, weren't you at the Palace in New York?
No, that's a different Garvin.
Oh, Garvin. Oh, I see. I don't hear very well. How old are you, Judy?
I'm 18.
Where are you from, Judy?
I was born in El Centro, California.
Oh. Mr. Lewis Hunt, where are you from, Mr. Hunt?
My name is Hunt Lewis.
Oh. I've never hunted, Lewis. I've hunted bear, but that was in the summer, and it was okay. You mean Hunt is your first name?
What I usually use for a first name. Actually, it's my middle name.
What's your first name? El Centro?
Cicero.
Oh, Cicero. Isn't that a town in Illinois?
Yes, well, it is, but it's the name of a Roman senator, too.
That's the trouble with those senators. They should stop Rome and spend more time in Washington. Where are you from, Mr. Lewis?
I was born in Portland.
Well, which Portland? Is that Portland Hopper or Portland Cement?
Portland, Oregon.
Are you married, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I am.
Where'd you meet your wife? Did Portland introduce you to her?
No, I met her when I was in college in Princeton.
Oh, you're a Princeton man, huh? What was she studying?
No, she wasn't studying. It's a boys' college. Didn't you know that?
Is that so? Well, Einstein is in Princeton, and he's 72 years old. You better explain what she was doing then. You better explain pretty fast. Because Mrs. Einstein might hear of this.
Well, she was living in Princeton in those days with her father.
Was it a case of love at first sight?
Well, not exactly that. As a matter of fact, she was 12 or 13 years old when I first met her. It wasn't until about 10 years afterwards that we began to get romantically inclined. I suppose in those 10 years I probably grew up.
Either that or she grew up. Now, you say you're a dental assistant?
Yes, a student dental
Oh,
assistant.
you're a student?
Yes.
Where is this?
Lawton School for Medical and Dental Assistants.
Where is that?
That's on Beverly and La Cienega here in Los Angeles.
Well, what is a dental assistant, specifically?
Well, most people think she's, they confuse it with a dental technician, but she
They do,
isn't.
huh?
Yes. She is.
You wouldn't think so offhand, would you? Are there any boy students at your school?
No.
Why not?
Well, dentists usually prefer girls.
Really? In a recent nationwide survey, more dentists prefer girls than any other cigarette. Well, Judy, you can't trust those dentists. You never know when they're gonna pull something, can you? Now, Mr. Lewis, what does an industrial designer do?
Well, he designs practically anything that's manufactured.
Like what?
Oh, anything from a safety pin to a locomotive, I always say.
That can get pretty dreary, can't it? Now, wait a minute. Why would a locomotive need safety pins? I guess when they change engines, they would need something. Is there much demand for your type of work?
Yes, there's a lot. I can't think of anything around us here that really couldn't take some better design. In fact, I think it's...
Judy, that's a direct slap at you.
Well, of course,
You think
I
everything can be improved, is that it?
Well, I'm thinking of something I think Raymond Loewy said, which was that basically in design, the only two things that he couldn't improve were an egg and a woman.
Well, Hunt, you can play around with an egg, but touch one hair of that woman and you die like a dog. March on, he said. Well, it's been interesting talking to you two, and the first thing in the morning, I'm going to get a new hairdo. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, here's something of interest to everybody.
Feature after feature makes the new 1952 DeSoto a really great value. Take, for example, DeSoto's waterproof ignition. Maybe you've heard about the rigid water tests given the electrical system of the new DeSoto. In one, a 1952 DeSoto was driven through a pool of deep water. In another test, a heavy stream of water from a fire hose is trained directly on the engine, full force. Yet the engine starts up immediately and keeps right on running without missing a single beat. These tests demonstrate clearly how the exciting new 1952 DeSoto with waterproof ignition operates smoothly in spite of rain or snow or splashing or heavy condensation. Waterproof ignition. Just one of the countless exciting features that make the 1952 DeSoto, your very best car value. See it. Ride in it. Drive the great new 1952 DeSoto, the car that's designed for you and your budget, too. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
Says
And
this
the couple
every
that
week.
earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Hey, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs of the 40s as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
17.
How much?
17. I
17. You got to talk real loud because this show goes all over California. All right, this tune was one of the big novelty hits of the 40s. Give me the title of it. Jerry?
Pistol packing mama.
Pistol packing mamas. Pistol packing mamas.
You're off to a good start. You have $37.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 37 will you risk?
35.
35. What's the name of this song? Okay, Jerry. Talk it over, and if you don't know, guess. All right, kids, what is it?
We haven't decided. I don't know.
Well, take a stab at it.
Is it something about...
Well, it's the breeze and I.
They now have $2, Groucho.
$2. Now, well, here's your third question. How much of the $2 will you bet?
Bet one.
Bet $1. All right. Play, Jerry.
You now have $3.
Now you've climbed up to $3, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 3 you going to bet?
Should we bet all?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay. What's the name of this song? The Great Big Wonderful World is right.
Well, I wind up with $6, Groucho.
Well, we don't leave anybody. Nobody leaves here with $6. Nobody leaves here with less than $25. So I'm going to give you one question for $19. Think hard now, and please, no help from the audience. You ready?
Yes.
All right. What color is a red herring?
Red.
Red is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we go any further, there's something I want to mention. If some of you rascals out there are curious to see your old quizmaster in a sailor suit, then see a girl in every port, the picture I made recently with Marie Wilson and William Bendix.
We invited some carpet dealers to the program tonight, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Mr. Jack Danelian just before we went on the air, and his partner is a grandmother, Mrs. Margaret Laird. And here they come. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Margaret Laird and Mr. Jack Danelian. Mrs. Laird, can I call you Margaret?
Yes.
Can you talk?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'll call you Maggie, and you can call me Jake, huh?
No.
No? No, Maggie?
No, Maggie.
I'll call you Maggie. I'll call you Margaret, huh? How's that?
That's right.
All right. How old are you, Margaret?
I'm 84.
84. Yeah. What is that? I thought you were about 39.
I thought it was 16.
Now that she looks younger than Benny. Huh? Mr. Danelian, I'll just... What'll I call you, Margaret?
Call me Jack.
Call you Jack,
Yes,
huh?
that's right.
Where were you born, Jack?
I have born Eintop, Turkey.
You were born in a turkey?
I suppose so, yes.
Who do you work for, Mr. Danelian?
Well, my brother and myself, we own the Zant Carpet Company. You ever heard of it?
Zant? Where did you get
Carpet.
Zant? Did you get him from Charlie? You know Charlie Zant? No groaning, please. This is all free, you know.
We bought good old name Zant in the auction for $850.
You bought your name in an auction?
Mm-hmm, we did.
Well, for only $8, you can have the fine old name of Groucho Marx, would you? Did you really plunk down $850 just for a name?
Not exactly. We didn't have the money at the time.
Well, that's a good way to go in business. What happened after you acquired the name?
Well, after we acquired the name, brother and I, we worked many hours, and then we leased the building for $20,000 to enlarge and expand our business. And we did.
You spent $20,000 to enlarge the
No, we
business?
didn't spend it. We leased the place to expand.
Well, where'd you get the $20,000 from if you didn't have $850 for the name?
We didn't have that either, brother.
Have you ever thought of running for Congress?
If I have a chance?
Where were you born, Margaret?
In Mulmer, Ontario.
Ontario, huh? Could you tell us what it was like when you were young, Maggie? When you and I were young, Maggie? Margaret? What was it like up in Canada when you were born, or when you were a young lady, a girl, child, a tot?
Well, I don't hardly know how to start at it, but I'll try and make a stagger at it. We lived on a farm, and we raised ducks and chickens and pigs and cows and horses. I think that was all.
I think that's enough. Well, what was it like in those days on the farm?
Well, you had to work for everything you got, what they don't do today.
How are the girls today compared with those when you were a little
They
child?
don't know they're living.
Why do you say that?
Because they don't do anything. Everything's handed to them. They push a button here, and they push a button there, and they push a button here, and nothing more.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you. I've been out with some pretty dead ones lately myself.
And here I thought you were a real nice man. Margaret, I'm disappointed.
Margaret, I am a nice man, and a nice man always goes out with dead ones, I've discovered. Now, Margaret, this may be a man's world, but I'm happy to say it's women like you who are running it.
Thank you.
Well, it's been enlightening talking with you. Now, if you want to be enlightened, just visit your DeSoto dealer and see the new 1952 DeSoto.
Are you going to give me a car?
I may start off with an inner tube and then go on from there. Well, that goes inside the tire.
Oh.
And you can hold me to that. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The dental assistant and the industrial designer won $6. The secret word is still lamp.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bill you $20. You selected Islands of the World. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19. What's this?
No, Margaret. I have the answers. He has them. How much you going to bet? $19? Is that all right with you, Margaret?
That's all right.
All right. What country owns the island of Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico is owned by...
You can guess, too, you know.
I don't know.
Puerto Rico. South America.
No, it's the United States owns Puerto Rico. Huh?
They bet $19?
I'll have you on the carpet in a little while now.
They now have $1, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the buck will you bet on your second question?
90 cents.
All right. What country owns the Bahama Islands?
India.
No, I'm sorry, England. Well, so far you made a clean sweep of this.
They have 10 cents left.
You've got 10 cents. All right, here's your third question. How much of the dime are you going to bet this time?
9 cents.
9 cents. What country owns the Azores? A-Z-O-R-E-S. Take a guess.
France.
No, No, it's Portugal. Now you've got 1 cent left. How much you going to bet? You want to bet a halfpenny? You're going to bet the whole thing.
Only thing left is the poor house.
All right, you want to bet the poor house. Huh? All right, 1 cent. Huh? What country owns the island of Sicily?
England.
No, you've certainly been consistent. It's Italy.
They went broke completely.
Nobody leaves here broke. We're going to give you one chance to win $25. Now, this is a pretty tough question, and we don't want any help from the audience. Who was buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant.
General Grant! It's a good thing you had Margaret helping you, Jack. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we have a couple of young people that we selected from our studio audience just before we went in the air. They never met before, and they're both single. I'd like you to meet them now, Miss Pat Burrows and Mr. Joe Woods. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house, I think. Pat Burrows and Joe Woods, eh? Where are you from, Joe? I bet you're from Nebraska?
No, I'm from Norwalk.
Is that where you were born?
No, I was born in Holland.
Is Woods a Dutch name?
No, it's a real Yankee name, I guess. I converted my real name and shortened it a little bit and made it an American name.
I see. Well, what is the Dutch equivalent of Woods?
Well, my baptized name was Joseph Antonius Wilhelm Lodewijk Skunderwoord.
Well, I can see now why you took to the woods. How old are you, Joe?
30.
30, huh? You're not married?
No.
Well, don't go away. Maybe I can get Pat here, lost in the woods before the night is over. Pat Burrows, eh? How old are you, Pat?
24.
24, huh? And where were you born?
England.
Married?
No.
Planning it? You know, Noel Coward could write 4 or 5 plays around this dialogue. What part of England were you born in?
Quorn, Leicestershire. An agricultural district and the home of the Quorn Hunt.
The home of the what?
The Quorn Hunt.
The corn hunt?
The Quorn.
The Quorn hunt. Well, is a Quorn hunt anything like a corn hunt?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're back with Noel Coward again. Well, explain. What is the Quorn hunt?
It's a pack of foxhounds for hunting foxes.
Oh, and these Quorns go out and chase the foxes?
No, the hounds go hunting
the
the
hounds
foxes.
go and chase the Quorns? Is that it? I got Quorns, but I never chase any foxes. That's known as the Bunyan Derby, huh? What are you doing in America? Have you come over here to chase foxes?
No, I'm an iffy.
I beg your pardon?
I'm an iffy.
Really? Well, if you keep your shoes on, nobody will notice it. What is an iffy? Is that anything like an effie or a oofay? Or?
It stands for IFYE, the International Farm Youth Exchange. It's a program arranged for the exchange of farm youth to live with the different farm families in the different countries.
Oh. And you coming over here to live with a farm family?
That's right.
I'm going out in the morning and buy 5 acres. And raise corn, huh? Does anything embarrassing ever happen to a farmer's daughter, Pat?
Oh, yes.
Well, give out with something, Pat, will you? Was this in Arkansas or in California?
Well, I think I'd better go back home, if that's all right. I was in charge of...
What do you mean you're going back home?
To tell you of just one of those little embarrassing moments.
Oh, I
okay?
see. Yes. Rather. Are you there? I could go to England. I speak the language like a native. Well, tell me what happened to a farmer's daughter in Surrey.
No, Leicestershire.
Oh, Leicestershire. Isn't that stuff you put on liver and onions?
You mean Worcestershire?
Oh, Worcestershire.
I was in charge of a model farm in Leicester when the Duchess of Kent came to open the proceedings, and I was in charge of the different animals, which included a litter of pigs. This litter of pigs escaped and ran amok amongst all the
Ran a
officials.
what?
Ran amok.
Ran amok, huh?
You know.
How far is that? I ran amok in 1 mile and 2/6. Well, what is amok?
Disorderly, I'd say.
Oh, I see. Well, go on. There you are.
I say, they ran, I won't say it again.
No, let's have another go at it.
Actually, yes.
So, there you are, chasing the pig around. Was this a grease pig?
No, it was a litter of pigs. A litter of little pigs.
Oh, a litter of pigs. I see. And what happened?
I caught it. Them. It was a litter of pigs.
Oh, you
I
caught
told
the whole crowd, eh? Now, were you riding a fox at the time, or?
No, just Shanks' pony.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, what were you riding, eh? Now, Joe, stop daydreaming over there, Joe. Do you think you could get to like a farm, or are you the city slicker type?
No, I'm a farm boy.
Yeah, huh? Well, hey. Pat, let's get back to you. By the way, do you find Schoenderwald more attractive? He's a farm boy, you know. How does he strike you?
He's different from the farm boys at home.
In what way? Pat, are you panting? I think Pat's ready to go corn hunting. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The dental assistant and the industrial designer still lead with $6.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected important foreign cities. All of these cities are over 500,000 in population. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
17.
17. In what country is the city of Bombay?
India.
India.
India is right. India.
They're on their way. They have $37.
India. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $37 will you try this time?
35.
35. In what country is the city of Bucharest? Talk it over.
What?
Hungry.
Hungary.
No, I'm sorry. It's Romania.
Oh.
You were close, but not close enough.
You now have $2.
Oh, here's your third question. How much of the $2 will you bet?
Oh, all right, $2.
You're going to bet the $2. In what country is the city of Glasgow?
Scotland.
Scotland is right.
Well, you're on your way again. You have $4.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
$4.
$4. In what country is the city of Sao Paulo? S-A-O, capital P-A-U-L-O.
Brazil.
Brazil is right.
And you wind up with $8. And that means that you people get the chance of the $1,000
Not far from where you live, there's a neighbor of yours who has a mighty big investment in the community. His offices, his service shop, his showroom are probably familiar to you. Yes, he's your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And whether you're acquainted with him or not, remember this. He's always glad to see you, always glad to serve you. He considers it a pleasure to show you the two great cars he sells, the beautiful new DeSoto and the handsome new Plymouth. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is proud of his fine line of used cars of all makes and models. And he invites you to see his service shop, where master technicians, using the most modern tools and equipment, do a really top-notch service job and do it faster, which means a saving to you. Not only that, you'll notice the folks who work in his place really believe in courtesy. So drop in and say hello, because you're always welcome wherever you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here comes the young couple again, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, you look strangely familiar to me. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. A book titled Up From Slavery was written by an outstanding leader and educator. His finest memorial is the famous Tuskegee Institute. For $1,000, what was his name? Talk it over. You have 15 seconds.
I'm out. Not even a guess for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Booker T. Washington. That's the correct answer, Booker T. Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
They won only $8, and they shouldn't go away with less than $25.
Nobody goes away with less than $25, so we'll give you one question. This is for $17. Who composed Beethoven's Fifth Symphony? Ludwig Beethoven is right. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Friends, maybe you can wait till next week, but I can't. Because that's when DeSoto is going to announce the most spectacular new car they've ever built. Right now, it's a big secret, and if they knew I was telling you...
Wait a minute, Groucho. Hold everything. You can't tell them yet. It's too early. Folks, you'll have to tune in Groucho Marx next week to find out all about DeSoto's big history-making announcement.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. A really safe speed depends on conditions. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of The Secret of the Hard Luck Mine. Talk about good eats. There's nothing tastes better than the talking cereal Kellogg's Rice Krispies. They're fun to eat, and you know, they tell you how crisp and fresh they are.
Yes, sir, when you put the milk or cream to them, they talk right up. Snap, crackle, pop. That's what they say. Listen to them tomorrow morning. Have a big bowl of them tomorrow morning. Ask Mom to get you some from the store today. Gold is where you find it, they say. But in the Old West, there was gold where nobody could find it, in a lost gold mine. Until United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles went to a birthday party at Walt Mason's ranch and stumbled into the secret of the Hard Luck Mine.
Well, Nugget, ain't you going to make a speech to the folks on your first birthday? Come on, baby. Now, come on, say something. Bill, did you hear that? She said jingles, plain as day.
Well, Walt, who's going to cut Nugget's cake for?
Well, I reckon that's Jimmy's chore. Seeing as how he's her big brother. How about it, Jimmy?
Sure, I'll do it.
Yeah, and I'll help you, Jimmy. Come on.
You've sure done a good job, Walt, taking care of Jimmy and Nugget since their dad passed away.
Oh, shucks. Jimmy's the one should get the credit. That boy's bringing us both up properly.
Say, mister, I'm a stranger in these parts. Hope you don't mind me horning in on your party.
Oh, it ain't my party, son. It's Nugget's. But she's mighty glad to have you. The more the merrier.
Oh, thanks. My name's Clover, Leroy Clover. Well, most folks call me Four Leaf. Count if I'm so lucky.
I'm glad to know you, Four Leaf. I'm Walt Mason, and this here's James Butler Hickok. Well, most folks call him Wild Bill.
Oh, howdy, Marshal. Didn't know you without your 6-gun.
Yeah, hardly know myself. But this is one party where everyone checks their hardware at the door.
Nugget, don't stick your fist in that cake. Doggone it, Bill, she's getting to the age now she's just got to go poking into everything.
Well, that kid, Mason, she ain't yours, is she?
Well, almost. You see, Jimmy's all the kin she's got left. First they lost their ma, and then their daddy when he was trying to find that lost gold mine over by Arroyo Diablo.
Oh, yeah, the Hard Luck Mine. I heard about that. Fact is, that's what really brought me to these parts.
How do you mean, Clover?
Well, I figure with my luck, I might just find it. Knock on wood.
Well, son, lots of folks have tried. But the only kind of luck they ever had was bad. Like Nugget's paw.
Well, Nugget, it's time to open your presents now.
Oh, pretty.
Hey, now, pretty, she says. Wait till you see what's inside it, honey. It's a pair of little silver spurs, Jimmy.
Oh, boy. Open it, Nugget.
Hey, come back here, baby. Where you going?
Doggone it, Bill. There she goes again. She's always trying to get that engine pot down off on the table. Oh, look out. Oh, Nugget.
Oh, now you done it, Nugget. Busted that pretty pot. Now, ain't you ashamed of yourself? Well, I reckon she ain't. Now, come back and open your present.
Oh, I'll get her. Come here, kid. That's right. Hey, what's this you got here?
What is it, mister?
Well, I'll be... All right, stand back, everybody.
Huh? Hey, now, what's wrong with you, you loco sheep herder? Where'd you get that gun? Now, put it down before I take it away from you.
Easy, Jingles. Too many people here. Somebody might get hit.
Yeah. Just like I told you, Hickok, I'm lucky. You know what's on this paper? A map. A map her daddy hid in that pot. He did find the Hard Luck Mine after all. Yeah, only when I find it, I'm changing the name. It's the Lucky Nugget from now on.
You better put away your gun, Clover. There's no need for that. Let's take a look at that map.
Not on your life. I found it, and nobody's taking it away from me. Just stand back, like I said.
Hey, Wild Bill, we gotta do something. He's backing out the door with the map.
Can't take any chances with these people here, Jimmy. Not yet. Hold on now, folks. Stay back. That's a trigger-happy hombre, but we'll catch up with him.
Yeah, and when we do, Bill, his luck's sure gonna run out.
Slim and I have been a-wondering, kids, do you know the sure way to have a rip-snorting good day? Well, first thing to do is start it off right with, you say it, Slim.
Start off right with a breakfast.
Wait, Slim, you sing it.
Oh, sure enough. Good Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies. We do.
Yes, sir, and I hope you have those good Rice Krispies at your ranch, too, partner. They're real fun. When you pour the milk on them, they talk. They go snap, crackle, pop. That's their way of telling you how crisp and fresh they are. And once you taste them, you'll know how good they are. Try them with berries or sliced fruit. My, they're good that way. Now, you better have your mom get some. Don't you think so? Just ask her to get
good Rice Krispies. They snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies. We do.
That's the dish for breakfast tomorrow morning, bucko. Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Remember that for sure. Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. At her birthday party, when little Nugget broke an Indian vase, Lucky Leroy Clover found a map inside of it. A map to the lost gold mine. Pulling a gun on the startled crowd, Clover has escaped with the map. Now Bill, Jingles, and Jimmy are following his trail, but a sudden rainstorm has slowed them down.
Doggone the doggone luck, Bill. This doggone rain's blotted out them doggone tracks already.
Yeah, can't see a sign of his trail anymore.
Sure looks like Clover's luck is holding out.
Oh, how are we ever going to catch up with him, Bill?
Well, he's looking for the hard luck mine.
Golly, Wild Bill. Nobody knows where that is.
Your dad knew, Jimmy, when he drew that map.
Yeah, we were living by Arroyo Diablo then.
Well, I reckon we better ride for Arroyo Diablo. Now, what in tarnation is that?
Hold on. Somebody's coming around that bend. Ooh, watch out. Ooh.
Whoa, Joker, whoa. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat.
What kind of rig is that, Wild Bill?
Pots and pans hanging all over. The stovepipe sticking out of the roof.
Looks like some kind of a traveling store.
Yeah. Hey, there's some writing on the side, too.
It says, Tobias Llewellyn, dry goods and notion.
All right, let's stop him. Maybe he's seen Clover. Howdy, mister.
Whoa, Josephine, at ease, pet. We have customers. Greetings, friends. A lovely day.
Huh? I think this concern rain's pouring in my ears so bad. I thought you said it's a lovely day.
And so I did. Without the showers, we'd have no flowers. Am I right?
Huh? Well, maybe so, but this ain't no time for that.
Look, mister. My name's Hickok. I'm a federal marshal. This is my deputy, Jingles.
Yeah, and this here's my deputy, Jimmy.
Officers of the law, I salute you. My name is Tobias Llewellyn, but you can call me Toby. Now, how about a bottle of silver polish? Shine up those badges.
Not today, thanks. We're looking for a man. Thought you might have seen him.
A fugitive from justice, eh? Well, he'll come to no good end, friend, for he who takes what isn't his'n sooner or later lands in prison. Am I right?
Well, did you see him or didn't you?
Not a sign of the rascal, and I see everyone. And those I don't see saw me first.
Now, what do you mean by that?
They hear me coming. My slogan is, from dawn to dusk, from night to morn, Tobias Llewellyn blows his horn.
Whoa, Joker, now cut that out. Bill, make him stop that infernal tootin'.
Now, wait a minute. You've just given me an idea, Toby.
Huh? You mean like wrapping that trumpet around his neck?
No, listen to this, Jingles. Clover made tracks for the hard luck mine on short notice, partner. And it takes a lot of things to work a mine. He's got to get supplies somewhere.
Yeah, but he don't dare show his nose in town for 50 miles around. They're all on the lookout for him.
Don't you see, Jingles? With that bugle of his, Toby can make Clover come to him.
Huh? You mean that terrible tootin's good for something after all?
Sure. He'll hear it and come out of his hiding place.
Yeah, then Toby can lead us right to him, huh?
Right. How about it, Toby? You want to help?
Why, nothing could give me greater pleasure. Let's see now. I ought to have a slogan for that. Yes. From coast to coast and border to border, Tobias Llewellyn for law and order.
Yeah, that's a spirit, Toby. And here's one for you. If you get in a jam, which you probably will, just stop and holler for Wild Bill.
Been in this shaft for near 4 hours now. It's getting dark outside.
Forget it, Red. Just look at that gold. Pure yellow gold. Here. Let me lift this lantern. Now. Yeah. Look at that vein.
Yeah.
Thick as a fence post and stretching back down that shaft halfway through this mountain. There's just no end to it.
Yeah, Four-Leaf. Just like you always said. We're the luckiest men alive.
Sure, and this is my luckiest day. Imagine them calling this the hard luck mine.
Hey, look out.
Hey, what's going on? What's making them rocks fall in here?
Here's a mighty old diggings, Four-Leaf. Them timbers is awful rotten. When we blasted them boulders loose of the opening, we must have shook the supports loose.
Yeah? Well, I'll shore it up with new timbers tomorrow. Tonight I'm staying here with my gold.
Huh? What do you mean, your gold? Ain't we partners?
Not this time, Red. Nobody's getting my gold. Not you, nor nobody else.
But I helped you. I planted the dynamite to blast them boulders away from the opening. You never could have done it without me. I got something coming for that, ain't I?
Huh? Yeah. I reckon you have got something coming at that, Red.
Sure. I knew you'd see it my way. 'Cause now I know where the gold is, you gotta cut me in. Hey, Four-Leaf, what's the gun for?
3 guesses, Red. Now just start walking down that shaft.
No. Now, wait a minute. You gone loco or something?
No. You see, it ain't only that I'm lucky, Red. I don't take no chances neither, and I ain't taking no chances on you.
Oh, Four-Leaf, let me out of here. Wait. Don't. You gotta give me a chance.
We can't all be lucky, Red.
Let's see now. Well, here comes somebody now. Whoa, my pet. And oh, what an ugly brute he is. Strange-looking things crawl out of their holes after the rain, Josephine. Greetings. Good morning, friend.
Howdy, mister. What you selling?
Anything your heart desires, friend. Pistols, porridge, pots and pans, skirts and shirts, tobacco cans, soap and rope and shoes and spats, boots and saddles, coats and hats.
All right. You got coffee, beans, canned cow, flapjack flour, stuff like that?
The best in the West, friend.
Well, what do you know? Talk about luck. I need a pick and shovel, too, and a couple of lanterns and a few sticks of dynamite.
Why, you don't say. Sounds like you've got a sweet little claim hidden away up in those hills, eh? Well, whoever would have thought it?
Huh? Never mind what I got up there. You're too nosy, mister, and you talk too much, but you ain't talking to nobody about this. Now climb down off of the wagon.
What? Oh, but friend, why, that gun, friend, that's not friendly.
I'm taking your wagon, loudmouth, and you're taking a one-way trip to Boot Hill.
You mean
Just what
that...
I said. Climb down and say your prayers, mister.
Well, so be it. You know, my motto is, when it's time to go, go. But you wouldn't deny me a last request, friend?
Such as?
I should like to commemorate this solemn occasion by playing taps on my trumpet, sir.
Well, go ahead. It's your funeral.
Yes. Well said. Now, let's see. How does that start?
You better get it right. There ain't gonna be no encore.
Well, here goes.
That's the cavalry charge. That ain't taps.
It is for you, friend. Look, up in those rocks.
Well, it's Hickok and 2 others riding this way.
Yes, fast, aren't they?
So, trick me, did you? Well, take that! Listen. Stand still so I can plug you.
Take your time and try again, friend. Hickok's nearly here.
All right, but I'll get you yet, mister. Come on, boss. Let's go.
Jingles, James, and William in the nick of time.
Oh, Buckshot. Oh, boy. Good work, Toby. Oh, Joker, you all right, Toby?
I think so. Did I flush your pigeon, boy?
That's him, all right.
Yeah, come on, Bill. He's heading up in them rocks.
Let's give him a good start, Jingles. He's leading us to the mine.
Yeah, come on, Bill. Let's smoke the buzzard out.
Right. You stay here, Toby.
With pleasure, William. Discretion is the better part of valor.
And Jimmy, you better stay with Toby.
Oh, gee, Wild Bill. I want to come with you.
Well, all right, but stay back of us. Let's go, Jingles.
Hi, Buckshot. All right, keep your head down, Jimmy. That maverick up there means business.
Right, Jingles.
Yeah, Clover can cover all this narrow pass from that cliff.
Yeah, and we can't see him inside the shaft to shoot back.
Hey, Wild Bill, look. The rocks above the mine are starting to fall.
That storm must have washed them loose.
Yeah, if that local critter don't get out of there, why, the whole mountain's going to come down on him.
Clover! Listen! Stop
shooting and come out. There's a landslide starting up there.
Who you bluffing, Hickok? Nothing's gonna happen to me. I'm lucky, see?
Look out, Jimmy.
I tell you, that old hoot's gone plumb crazy, Bill.
Yeah, gold does that to a man sometimes. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe I can reach him after all.
Huh? What are you talking about, Bill?
It's 1,000,000 to 1 chance, but I gotta take it. You see that dead tree stump sticking out of the rocks just above the mine?
Yeah?
I see it, Wild Bill.
All right. If I can work my way up in the rocks on this side of the pass, I might be able to reach that stump with my rope.
It's a long throw, Bill, and if you made it, what good would it do?
If I can swing across the pass on the rope, drop into the mine opening before Clover knows what's happened.
Yeah, Yeah, I savvy. But what if the stump don't hold?
It's got to hold, partner.
Look out, there goes the local buzzard again. I don't know if he's gold crazy, gun crazy, or just plumb crazy.
Wild Bill, if he sees you swinging over, he'll pick you off the rope. You'll be a perfect target.
Grease lightning, a good target, Jimmy. It's a long chance, Bill, but it's a chance. What can Jimmy and me do to help?
Stay here and shoot high to keep him interested. I've got to get halfway up this side of the pass without him seeing me.
We'll do it, Wild Bill. Good luck.
Hey, Clover! How much gold you got in there? Ha! Bet you never found no gold at all.
I found it all right, and I'm keeping it too.
Good shot, Four Leaf. You're getting closer every time. Hey, Jimmy, can you see Bill yet?
Yeah, Jingles. He's just crawling out on a rock up there, filling a loop with his rope.
Yeah, if Clover sees him, we're sunk. I gotta get him looking at me.
No, Jingles, don't stand up.
I'm gonna see how good a shot that polecat really is. Here I am, Clover! I'm coming over there and fill my vest pockets with some of your gold.
I'll fill them with lead for you, fat boy!
Woo, he's a pretty fair shot at that. I nearly put on weight sudden that time.
It'll work, Jingles. Look, Bill's hooked the stump with his rope.
Yeah, if only Clover don't see him now.
He's pulling the rope tight, getting ready to swing.
I see you, Hickok!
Look out, Wild Bill!
Too late, Jimmy. There he goes.
Start shooting, Jingles.
Friends, this is Charlie Lyon and Slim, the singing cowboy again. I've been asking Slim if he ever did any bronco busting, and he says...
I say that in my day I've been tossed off some highly flexible horses, which is one reason I'd rather talk about Rice Krispies right now.
Oh, you would?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tell us something we don't already know about Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Well, sir, now, if you've been eating breakfast regular-like, you should know practically all about Rice Krispies. You know how good they taste, how fresh and crisp. You know they're the talking cereal. Why, they're the only talking cereal in this whole doggone world.
Why are Rice Krispies the talking cereal?
Because they talk. You know that's why. When you pour milk on them, they just talk right up to you. Snap, crackle, and pop to tell you how fresh and crisp they are. Remember that little song about them? Good Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, and pop. Kids, it's a wonderful thing to hear the talking cereal. It makes you want to sing all about snap, crackle, and pop. Rice Krispies good for you. They're fun to listen to and they're fun to eat. Eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies. We do.
Yes, you'll enjoy Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Have some soon. Fruit or berries combined with them deliciously. How about having them that way tomorrow morning for breakfast? Now back to Wild Bill Hickok. Wild Bill lassos a dead tree stump above the mine shaft in a desperate trick to reach the opening and come to grips with the crazed gunman Leroy Clover. As Bill swings across the pass on his rope, Clover sees him and fires. But Bill lets go of the rope and drops down on top of the killer, feet first.
Heads up, Clover, here I come. Looks like I'm lucky too, Clover. Drop that gun.
Got him, boy, Bill.
Hold him, Bill. We're coming.
You'll never get my gold, Hickok.
I didn't come for your gold, Clover.
You're not taking me, neither.
You'll see about it.
Look out, Bill. Them rocks are coming down again.
Stay back, Jingles. Jimmy, get back there. Don't come any closer.
Let me up, Hickok.
Clover, now listen. We'll have to run for it while we can.
I ain't leaving my gold law, man.
We'll be burned alive here if this avalanche starts.
I'm staying.
I'm going to save your neck whether you like it or not. There's no time to argue. There. That'll pull him off. Now to pack him out of here.
Wow, Bill, you made it.
Are you all right, Bill?
Sure. But we got to get away from here before that avalanche comes down.
Looks like it's starting. Let's run.
Can you carry him all right, Bill?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Now let's hurry it up.
Here it comes! Ooh, well, I reckon that's that, Bill.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do now. The mine's buried under thousands of tons of solid rock.
Yeah, lucky Leroy Clover won't need the mine when he's in jail.
The whole shape of that mountain's changed. I'm afraid nobody will find it again.
It's brought us nothing but trouble, Wild Bill. Maybe it's better if nobody does find it.
Yeah, Jimmy, you may be right at that. Well, come on, let's get out of here.
Get up, Josephine. New horizons lie ahead, new vistas, new adventures.
Yes, sir, Toby, and new troubles for me and Wild Bill.
Never fear when Llewellyn's near. My slogan is, when troubles come and you need a friend, Tobias Llewellyn is one till the end.
Oh, doggone it, Toby, stop tooting that doggone trumpet.
Yeah, and kick up those horses. I want to get back to Nugget's birthday party.
Yeah, hey, and say, that reminds me, Bill, we never did finish eating the birthday cake. My slogan is, Jingles don't mind a stomach ache if he gets it eating chocolate cake.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
That's our Wild Bill Hickok story for today, folks. Be with us again on Monday, will you?
Yes, sir, because we're going to tell you about a young fellow just out of jail and how he gets involved in a shooting and a pack of trouble. It's a rip snorter called An Outlaw's Revenge.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Jerry Hausner, Ed Max, John Stevenson, and Jeff Silver. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. And don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok faces An Outlaw's Revenge. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
When I came to this wedding, I didn't think I'd be using my gun. But if you still want to draw, I have no other choice. Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin.
San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Would you please hand me those stiff collars, hey boy?
Oh, Esau. Here.
Thank you. I guess they can go right in here.
Oh, no, Mr. Paladin. Oh, you make things all wrinkle up, you pack a suitcase like that. Here, I fix for you.
Thank you, hey boy. I bow to no man when it comes to packing a saddlebag, but this, I don't know.
Well, how come you take your pretty clothes this trip, Miss Paladin?
Hey boy, I am going to a wedding.
Wedding?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very pleasant.
In Ashton, Kansas. Judge Aaron Lindsay's daughter, Susan's getting married. They're old friends of mine. Hard for me to believe, but I can only think of Susie as a pixie-faced little kid with pigtails.
She marry nice man?
Oh, I'm sure he must be nice, but it's someone I don't know. I'll have to admit I was a little disappointed. I always figured Susan would marry David Brinker.
David Brinker?
His boy there in Ashton.
Oh.
David and Susan grew up together. It seemed just right somehow that they should marry. You know, hey, boy, I'm going to tell you something that will surprise you. I believe that I'm getting to be romantic.
Oh, that don't surprise me one doggone bit.
No?
No.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo.
Ole.
But now, Columbia Stereo 1. Ah, there is a corrida de toros. Real life-like, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Ole! Ole! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El Picador! Who let the bull out?
Ashton was a pleasant town, prosperous and respectable. Its citizens were solid, hardworking, and law-abiding. It hadn't always been that way. It had its beginnings as a supply station just off the old Chisholm Trail and had grown without restraint into a wild, reckless settlement controlled by a gang of outlaws. Then Judge Aaron Lindsay moved in, and Ashton learned about law and order. The railroad station was about a mile outside of town, and the judge had sent a horse for me to use and had left word that I should go on out to the ranch.
Mr. Paladin!
Huh? Who?
Mr. Paladin? I guess you don't recognize me. David Brinker.
David! I'm sorry. It's been several years, you know.
Yeah. I guess you're in town for the wedding.
Yes. Will I see you there?
No, I'm riding out. On my way now. I'm leaving Ashton. You know how it was with Susan and me.
But running away isn't always the right answer, David.
I know, but it's better this way. I've been waiting here by the ranch gate trying to get up the courage to see Susie. Tell her goodbye, but I don't think I will. Would you do something for me, Mr. Paladin?
What's that?
Tell Susan I wish her a lot of happiness.
All right, David. Why don't you change your mind? Come to the wedding.
I know you'll think I'm talking like a sorehead, but... Well, it's not right for her to marry him. It's a mighty big mistake. Well, so long, Mr. Paladin. Yeah. And thanks.
Goodbye, David. Good luck. Come on, boy. Yep. Ooh. Susie!
Oh, Paladin.
Susie.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
Nothing in the world would have kept me from your wedding. Here. Let me look at you. Well, my little pixie face has certainly become a beautiful young lady.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
Oh, Dad will be so happy to see you.
How is your father, Susie?
Well, I think you'll be surprised when you see Dad. He hasn't been well.
Oh? I'm sorry.
Come on in the house.
All right. Well, I guess you're really excited, aren't you, Susan?
Yes. Paladin, that gift you sent, it's beautiful.
Oh? I'm glad you like it. It seems it's a very special kind of jade, Susan. It's a very special kind of a Chinese god. He's supposed to bring you happiness.
Is he magic?
He may be.
He better be.
Oh, now, what kind of talk is that?
Oh, never mind. Well, Dad's in his study there. Go right in. I have to get ready.
Wait, Susan. I saw David Brinker out by the ranch gate.
David?
Yes. He said to tell you that he wishes you a lot of happiness. He was leaving Ashton.
David leaving? No, he can't leave. Oh, no. Oh, David.
Susan.
Paladin.
Well, hello, Aaron.
It's good to see you.
And it's good to see you, Aaron.
What's the matter with Susan?
Well, I believe it's something called wedding day nerves.
Oh. I wish that girl's mother were alive. This is too much for me, I tell you, Paladin. This whole thing's got me torn up.
Aaron, who is this boy she's going to marry?
Tom Cameron, a newcomer here. Bought the old Abbott spread.
You mean the ranch that borders your place?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh.
She and Tom will be living in the old Abbott house.
Well, that'll be nice for you, Aaron, having Susan that close after she's married.
Yes, I suppose you could say that. But there's something mighty strange about this marriage, Paladin. Mighty strange.
If dandruff dulls your hair, leaves your scalp itchy, please listen. You can get rid of annoying dandruff so fast today, no one should suffer any longer. With Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. Besides that, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And while removing dandruff, Fitch can also brighten hair up to 35%. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
It was a lovely wedding. The bride was beautiful, becomingly shy. The groom was handsome and proudly possessive. During the ceremony, the ladies of the town wept, and after the ceremony, the men of the town gathered around the punch bowl. There were games for the children, dancing for the young folk, and a barbecue for hundreds on the oak-shaded grounds of the ranch. Judge Lindsay shook hands with everyone there, then retired to his room. He looked very tired. Finally, the bride and groom together cut the huge decorated cake and accepted the toasts of their friends, and then they left in a beribboned carriage for their new home on the next ranch. It was a wedding to remember, but still the punch flowed and the guests stayed on. It was shortly after dark that someone suggested a shivaree. Somehow the old world custom that had been brought to the West seemed a fitting way to end the day. I went along. We gathered on the lawn in front of the old Abbott ranch house, and a few minutes later, Susan and Tom came out on the porch to accept their congratulations. Tom! Oh, no. No, pardon me. Please, excuse me.
Tom. Paladin.
Susie, go back inside the house. I'll be there in a minute.
But I...
Please, go inside, Susie.
All right.
Tom. Tom.
What's going on here? Yeah, I'm Sheriff Wills. I was out there with the crowd. What happened?
He's dead.
Dead?
Somebody out there wasn't shooting into the air.
Well, what do you mean?
Cameron was hit by a rifle bullet.
A rifle? Those men in the crowd out there were shooting .45.
Well, there must have been somebody lurking back there in the dark, just waiting to kill him.
Yeah, using the noise of chivalry to cover up. And I can think of only one person who'd do that.
Who?
David Brinker.
What are you talking about?
He lost his woman, didn't he? That's pretty hard for a man to take sometimes.
David would never do anything to hurt Susan.
You tell me who, then.
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, I'm betting on Brinker. I got nothing against the kid personally, but he's the only one who's got any reason. And I aim to get some of my men together and find him. See what he's got to say for himself.
Look, Sheriff, David left town early this morning.
All right, if he ain't here, he's innocent. But if we find him around, he'd better have a good story. Hey, fellas. Sam, Bob, come here. We gotta get busy.
Susie?
I heard what he said. David didn't do it.
I'm going to take you back to your father's place, Susie. Come on.
David didn't do it.
Of course he didn't. Anyway, David's probably miles away from here by this time.
No, he isn't.
What do you mean?
That's just the trouble. He is here. I saw him. He was on his horse in that stand of willows by the road. I saw him when we were coming here after the wedding.
You sure?
Yes. Paladin, David didn't do it. Not David. Not David.
Susan, why are you talking this way? Your husband is dead out there.
I know. It's a terrible thing that's happened to Tom. I'd give anything if I could change it, but...
Susan, what are you trying to say?
Paladin, you have to know this. I didn't love Tom Cameron, and he didn't love me.
Susan, then why the marriage?
Oh, he liked me well enough, but what he really wanted was the land I'll have someday. The Lindsay Ranch, the water rights, the power it would give him in the community.
You still haven't told me why you married him.
Well,
Now listen, Susan, you have to tell me.
I guess you call it blackmail.
Blackmail?
He knew something about Dad. Something about destroying evidence, a very serious thing. He had proof, and I saw it. He threatened to expose Dad, disgrace him.
Did the judge know this?
No one did.
Susan, do you think your father would want you to sacrifice yourself for him for any reason?
It wasn't only Dad, it was the whole town. You know what Judge Aaron Lindsay means to Ashton. He's become a sort of symbol to the people. What would happen if they found out he wasn't quite the man they think he is?
Well, I can't answer that now. I only know one thing. Some of those half-drunk citizens may decide to give the sheriff a hand and find David Brinker before we do. Come on.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently. Overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
I ripped the white ribbons from the carriage, and Susie and I started back to the Lindsay Ranch. I didn't know what to expect, but I was uneasy. I knew that the people, shocked by the sudden tragedy, would not reason, but would lash out in anger, seeking any revenge for the cruel ending to their storybook wedding. It was a clear night. Now the moon was high, and it was possible to see for some distance. I kept watch.
Paladin, what is it you're looking for?
Well, I'm not sure, Susan. That is, I wasn't sure, but I think I've found it. Get up, come on, come on. Come on. Yeah. Hey, see that crowd?
What are they doing?
Ooh.
Paladin, that's David. That's David they had backed up against the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh, no. They're stoning him.
Susan, you stay here.
Stop that! Stop that, you fool! You hear me? Stop that now! Now!
David,
Mr. Paladin.
come with me.
See here, mister. This is our business.
Stand back, you. Let us through.
Now, you just hold it a minute. You ain't taking him nowhere.
You tell the sheriff if he wants to get out a warrant for David Brinker's arrest, he'll find him at Judge Lindsay's ranch.
I don't like your butting in. I aim to do something about it.
Ooh.
Oh, my hand.
You'll be able to use that hand again. But the next man who draws on me won't be so lucky. All right. Let's go, David. Ooh. You feel all right, David?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm fine now.
Good. Will you take the carriage back to the barn?
Sure.
I want to go in and see the judge. Susie, why don't you go up to your room and try to get some rest?
No, I'll go with David.
Oh, all right. Oh, wait a minute. David, I thought you were leaving Ashton.
Well, I began to think of what you said about running away. So I turned around and came back, but... Well, I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing. When I was there in the willows, Susan and Cameron came by.
Yes, Susie said she saw you. Then what did you do?
No, I moseyed on down the back road. I stayed there until I saw all the people leaving the wedding. I wanted to talk to the judge.
Did you talk to him?
No. No, by the time I got there, he was gone. His horse wasn't in its stall. I guess he'd gone somewhere.
Yeah. Well, just unhitch the horses and come back to the house.
All right.
Aaron. Hello, Paladin. Aaron. Did you know about Cameron?
Yes.
The sheriff will be here soon with a warrant for David Brinker's arrest.
But David didn't kill him.
I know that.
I guess you know who did.
Yes.
Why? I couldn't let her sacrifice herself for me, Paladin.
You found out about the blackmail?
Yes.
When?
After the wedding ceremony, when I came upstairs. I overheard them quarreling. It seems he refused to destroy the evidence he had against me, as per the agreement. He threatened to continue to hold it over her head. Suddenly, I understood the whole thing. Poor Susie.
Aaron, this information that he had, was it true?
Yes. I was guilty. I broke the law. I who held to the letter of the law when I pronounced judgment on others.
What do I do, Aaron?
You won't have to do anything, my friend. I've already written a letter to Sheriff Willows confessing to the murder. But I'm afraid I'll be denied my rightful trial by a jury in the courts of our land.
What do you mean?
I'll have to answer to a higher court. I'm going to die, Paladin.
Aaron.
My doctor forbade me to ride my saddle horse. He said my heart wouldn't stand it. doctor could be wrong, Aaron. That's what I told him. But you know something. He was right. Absolutely right.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. Hello, hey boy.
You sit here in corner of the lobby all alone? Look very sad. You still think of good friend Judge Lindsay?
Afraid so, hey boy.
Oh, not good to mourn so long. Trying to think of other things.
You remember that jade figurine we got from your uncle?
Oh, he's a Chinese god. He brings happiness.
Well, does he really?
Mr. Paladin, that god, pretty tricky fellow, but no need ever worry about him. Everything work out fine in the end.
Does it?
Tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavor, full rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Bartlett Robinson, Sam Edwards, Robert Robinson, and Eleanor Berry. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
And then I looked up at the old mansion all made with inlaid marble and stately pillars. The last lovely thing left on the street to tell you what we once were. And while we were about tearing it down, I thought I heard somebody scream. A woman who was a lady and wouldn't make a sound over an ordinary agony. Yes, I thought I heard somebody scream.
Theater 5 presents The Scream.
guys up over there. Get that scaffolding in place. We start the wrecking ball in 5 minutes, so watch it. And you, what are you just standing around for? Me? I don't see anybody behind you. You, McDougal?
It's Donahue, Mr. Mellison. Mickey Donahue.
Okay, Irish. Says here you're on the crane.
They got me on the list for the crane?
Yeah, my man's out. We're behind schedule, so get up in that cab seat and wait for my signal.
Mr. Mellison,
You can call me Mal. Now, what's the problem?
Mr. Mellison, it's a feeling I've got that I shouldn't be the one to operate the crane on this job.
Why not? Says here you're qualified.
That's right, I am, sir, but...
Okay, the East Wall's got to come down today. You were hired to operate the big ball. So what's with this feeling you're wasting my time with? You sick?
No,
You look pretty healthy to me.
It's not that, sir. It's, I didn't know when I signed on the job it would be a house like this, a lovely old house with such an air about it. After I reported in this morning, I started looking at it, and I said to myself, if I'm the one who has to be breaking those fine, graceful walls into bits, I said to myself, I can't. It would be like doing in a beautiful woman some way.
My, aren't we sensitive, though? A bleeding Irish poet we've got on the payroll. Get lost.
Oh, I'm fired?
You were hired to run that crane. There's no time to get a replacement, so get Joe over there and man it with you. And when I say swing it, swing it.
Yes, sir.
And you can stop looking like that and get on that crane.
Yes, sir, I'm going up.
Would you rather I took it for you, Mickey? The whip wouldn't like it.
No, it's okay, Joe.
Okay, Irish. Now!
What was that?
What was what?
Didn't you hear it? Somebody screamed.
Huh? No, I didn't hear nothing.
Hey up there! What are you waiting for? Keep it swinging!
Yes, sir. You've got to have heard it that time. It came from up in the wall somewhere. You did hear it, didn't you?
Say, you got the shakes, kid. Here, wait a minute. I always carry a half a pint.
No, thanks.
Now, come on. Here are the dogs.
I'm not hungover, and I don't think I'm crazy. I heard that scream twice.
Uh-oh, here comes a whip.
Okay, what's this? Slow down. I can report it to the union. I probably will. Now, what's holding up the parade here?
Well, you heard some kind of scream coming from up there.
Twice it was I heard it.
You mean
it was horrible.
Coming from the house? There's nobody in that house.
Well, maybe somebody better check.
Well, there's a watchman on duty. He hasn't reported anybody. Now cut the comedy and get going here.
Look, I know you don't believe me, but
If there's somebody up there, they scream again, I'll hear it because I'm staying right here with you. Now let her rip. We're behind schedule. Okay, hear anything that time?
How did you know I heard it when the ball hit the house?
Isn't that what you said?
It's what happened, but I didn't say it.
Well, so what? Point is, I didn't hear anything, neither did you. So get with it. Demolition plan says we level the east wall by quitting time today.
And then I looked up at that mansion all made with inlaid marble and stately with pillars. The last lovely thing left on the street to tell you what we once were. Because all of the other great blocks of stone rise up like whited sepulchres with staring glass eyes, and we don't know what we are. We don't know what we are.
Oh, it's all right, kid. Now get it off your chest. Come on, let's have a drink.
Oh, it's not the drink. It's hearing in my head how that scream was. I thought it must be a woman in terror. A woman who's a lady and wouldn't make a sound over an ordinary agony.
Well, if it isn't the ghost of Brendan Behan still yakking about the screaming banshee.
Mr. Mallison.
Well, I guess it's as good an excuse as any for getting in the bag.
I wasn't thinking it was any banshee, Mr. Mallison.
Oh, then maybe it was a leprechaun, Irish.
I said it sounded like a lady.
Charlie, give me a Ryan water.
Mr. Mallison, I waited at the mansion before I came here tonight. I went over close by the wall and I listened. What I haven't told anyone, I swear to you. In the dark, I heard someone weeping.
Oh, let up, will you? Joke's over.
I don't play jokes.
Well, somebody is, or else you're due for the head shrinker. And come to think of it, why didn't Joe hear something this morning?
Well, you know, I might have, Mr. Mallison, but I'm deaf in this here, and there was a lot of other noises, so I might have, but I can't be sure.
Okay, I'll drink to that. Stick by your pal. But you stop bugging me, Irish. I don't want to hear any more about people screaming, crying, or talking to themselves. I got other things on my mind.
Is it that you don't care for your line of work, Mr. Mallison?
I'll tell you what I don't go for. The do-gooders. All these bleeding hearts that go around whooping and hollering every time some old barn gets torn down, saying it's a landmark or history. Or it was their birthplace, so it's holy. Well, when they tore down the block where I was born and all the rats ran out, nobody wrote any letters in the newspaper.
Maybe the people who didn't have any place to go didn't know who to write to.
Oh, go home and sleep it off. And I want to see you on that crane at 7 sharp tomorrow morning.
But tonight, don't you think someone ought to go through the mansion and find out what caused what I heard?
Why? There's a watchman on duty 24 hours a day.
There wasn't any watchman when I left there tonight.
No? You sure?
Yes, I am.
All right. All right, I'll borrow a flashlight, go over there right now and have a look. Does that satisfy you? You want to come with me?
No, I wouldn't want to bug you, Mr. Mallison.
What you don't want is to lose your excuse to cry into your beer. Okay, poet, I don't need you. Anyway, not till 7 tomorrow morning.
Good night, sir.
If they'd let us use dynamite, I wouldn't need the likes of you. Hey, watchman, where are you? Hey, in there. Hey, inside, wake up. Wake up or I'll have your job. Let me in here. Where are you? Okay, that does it. I'll break my way in. Anybody in here? Speak up. No trespassing. House is condemned. Speak up now, and I'll let you go. Okay, have it your way, but I'm coming through room by room till I find you, so watch out. Who's that?
It's late for callers, but come in.
I heard something. Where are you? I heard you.
If you had listened, you might have heard me before.
Huh?
But you never listen, do you?
Who is it?
Direct your flashlight to the corner of the hall, please. No. The other corner.
Hey! Uh-oh. All right, Sam, whatever your name is, nap time's over. Did you hear me outside? Hey, you, get up. You're fired.
I rather think your watchman no longer cares whether he's fired or not. He's dead. It's no good shaking him anymore. No use at all. Better to say a prayer for the soul of a weary old man who died in his sleep without knowing where his life led.
Look here. I won't have any more of this. Whoever you are, come out here so I can see you.
Walk to the door of the main parlor. It's straight ahead.
I'm playing no fun and games with you, lady. Show yourself, or you'll be in more trouble than you think.
I could not be in more trouble than I now am.
Wait a minute. You're that old dame with the baby carriage, aren't you? The one that wanders around the neighborhood picking up junk? Yeah, I hear they hauled you in once for looting. Well, this time you've had it, honey. So the watchman caught you trespassing here, and then you...
Walk to the door of the main parlor.
Why?
I want to show you something.
Look, all I have to do is call a cop, and in 5 minutes I'll have a whole squad tailing you through this place. And when they find out there's a dead watchman...
You'll be the one who was in here alone with his body. You were terribly upset to discover he'd been sleeping on the job, remember? And you threatened him.
Well, there were no marks on his body, none I could see anyway.
Then why are you suggesting I was responsible for his death?
For the last time, woman, where are you?
As I say, he died of natural causes in his sleep. The innocent sleep accompanied by innocent snores of night watchmen the world over. Come along. Well, come along. This way. Open the parlor door. Look inside. Flash your light around. Right in the corner where you are.
Well,
Such a graceful room, isn't it? So perfectly proportioned. We weren't trying to box people into little egg crates in the days when this was built. A man could breathe. A woman could bloom. There was beauty to be lived with.
I'm not here for the 50-cent tour.
And we didn't destroy that beauty for the sake of greed.
Will you cut this out? Where are you?
You must excuse me. I am old, but still rather vain. It pains me to be seen as I am now.
Okay, lady, I'm going out and call the cops.
They won't find me here when they come. They'll say you're crazy, Mr. Mallison.
How do you know my name?
We should all be able to name our executioners. It helps to ensure a proper retribution.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do.
Listen here, if you get out of this building right now, just get out and go someplace else. We'll forget the whole thing. Forget the whole thing.
Of course, you would like to forget. It would be very convenient. But if I do not just get out...
I can have you arrested.
And be done with me. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Mal. You wish the workmen would call you Mal, don't you? Then you'd be one of the boys, one of those with no responsibility for what you're doing. You could then be destructive, destroy like a child with no guilt. Tear down the walls. Let the great iron ball smash into the masonry and kill a beautiful thing without fear that the shadow lies on your shoulders. But you are a leader, Mal. You cannot shrug the shadow away.
How do you make out knowing so much about me?
I'm right, am I not? Now walk straight ahead until you come to the staircase. Only a shell now, but curved so delicately that the young lady of the house seemed to float as she appeared at the top from her tower bedroom. And in the tower itself is a window that someone in your crew has forgotten to dismantle.
What do I care? I don't want to hear about it.
A window of hand-leaded glass of many colors. I will give it to you as a souvenir.
In the first place, it's not yours to give.
But it is. Listen to me. You can save yourself.
What do you mean, save myself?
Tomorrow, when your iron ball hits the tower, the glass will shatter into 1,000 bits of color, like a kaleidoscope of all the scenes that were once lived in this house and will now be forgotten forever. If you remove the window now, the house will not wholly die. Don't you see? You will not be entirely a murderer.
Will you shut up?
You might. You just might save some little piece of yourself if you showed you cared.
Why am I listening to a crazy witch?
If you don't take the window, I will break it myself.
Stop it! I'll be glad when this crazy place is down.
Very well. From this moment, I will bear my agony in silence.
Now, what are you talking? Hey, you there? I said, are you still there? Hey, what happened to you? Am I going to get out of here? All turned around. You got to get me out of here. You can't do this. Look, lady, I press no charges. It's all okay. Just let me know you're real. Tell me, I really heard you talking. That wasn't in my mind. Open up! You've got to open! I got to pull myself together, that's all. Sure, there's the light from the street. All I have to do is go back this way. That street. That blessed street.
What's the matter with you, Bud?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Make it rye and water.
Sure. You look beat, friend.
It's all right. Just give me the drink. Thanks.
Your pals all left.
Yeah?
They tried to put the Irish kid to bed. He ain't used to drinking, and he really tied one on tonight.
Too chicken to quit his job, so he tries every trick he can think of to get me to fire him.
I don't get it. Why?
You heard him tonight. He got some idea that old house we're wrecking is alive, so he doesn't want to hurt it. Do you hear anything so crazy? It's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah. It sure sounds like it, all right.
Well, kid, how you feeling this morning?
Oh, fine. No, where's the whip? I want to hear how he made out last night. That's what I want to do.
Hey, you're still a little drunk, ain't you?
Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe not enough. Got your half pint on you?
Yeah, here. But don't let anybody see you.
Yeah.
Listen, I heard on the radio they found a body here, dead. The watchman, they said.
You don't say. Now, that's very interesting. All right, you guys, coffee break's over. Irish, don't you want to know what I found here last night? The watchman, dead? Correct. And that's all I found, and I don't want to hear any more poetry from you about how you hate to destroy beautiful buildings because you're doing it, and you're taking pay for it, and so shut up. Yes, Mr. Mallison. You're going to man the boom by yourself today. I need Joe somewhere else. We're going to make up for lost time. So get going. Yes, Mr. Mallison.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, Joe?
There's something wrong up there. Look, in the tower.
Where?
That window. I thought I saw it open. Look.
Glass window. She's breaking it.
She's breaking it?
What? That means she was real last night. Wait! Wait up there! Don't break any more of it! Wait! I've got to see you!
What's he, nuts all of a sudden? Oh, hey, Mickey! Mickey, stop the boom! Hold it! Mickey, can't you hear me? What's the matter with you?
I'm fine, Joe. Gotta make up for lost time.
Mickey, cut the motor! Don't swing the ball yet!
I'm okay now, Joe. Somebody's gotta do the job. Might as well be me.
Can't you hear me? Cut the motor! Mel's up in the tower!
Watch how I can aim her. Joe, right at the pretty stained glass window. Now, swing! Hey, did you hear that, Joe? Don't anybody tell me I didn't hear a scream that time.
Theater 5 has presented The Scream, written by Virginia Radcliffe and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Roger DeKoven, Peter Fernandez, Harry Belliver, Albert Oppenheimer, and Abby Lewis. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today.
We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.